3rd, 2018. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Steele? Ms. LaFrance? Here. Mr. Trainee?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Croft?
Here.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Demboski?
Present.
Mr. Dyson? Chair Trainee, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, could you lead us in the pledge, sir?
Yes, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Chair Trainee, do we have Mr. Peterson online yet?
They tell me no.
Okay. Thank you.
Wish we did. We have minutes of previous meetings, minutes of October 10th, 2017, and the meetings of October 24th, 2017. I need a motion to approve the minutes, both of them in front of us.
Motion to approve both the minutes in front of us.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any opposition? Ask unanimous consent. Madam Clerk, say no opposition. Those are approved. Let me know when Mr. Peterson comes online if he does. Appreciate that. Mr. Mayor? Short of him, Mr. Falsey. Sure? It's a joke.
Mr. Chair, I think my duty is to say nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. Chair's report. We've got a video clip we want to show. Barbara, our clerk, do you want to tell us what we're going to see?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, thank you. The MOA Video Center has been working with the clerk's office and others to do a 30-second PSA, and I believe that our video center person, John Crabb, will pull it up for us. Oh, it isn't? Sorry. I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood that, John.
John, did you ever see that movie Up the Down Periscope, where the guy's doing the communication, he has to put his foot on a bare wire to get it? We'll see if this happens here.
And the audio is just coming through the microphone, so it's...
Okay. Thank you.
You're going to pull
okay.
this
Right.
down real close. Oh, we need to switch still.
Okay.
Well,
Can we pull items while we wait?
No, we're not pulling anything, remember?
We have to pull this for reading.
Okay. We'll wait till we get there.
probably just click on that.
Click.
There you go.
Of vote by mail. Your vote will remain safe, secure, and confidential. Voting by mail is as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Vote your ballot, put it in the security envelope, then put both in the return envelope. 2. Sign the declaration on the back of the return envelope. And 3. Return your ballot to one of the secure drop boxes to an accessible vote center or mail it with first-class postage, postmarked by Election Day. Vote by mail.
There you go.
Thank you, John. I understand also, Barbara, these guys are doing a 60-second spot, too. So these will be available for you, hopefully, to take out to your community councils. You know, every month you go to community councils. This would be good for us to take this along with us so we can show them, because we're never going back to precinct voting. This will be the way of the future. We need to make sure everybody understands this April. It will be vote by mail. And, Barbara, you went down to King County. What was the voter turnout down there? Do you remember?
In King County, the voter turnout is around 80%.
What's our voter turnout the last time?
It was around 20%.
So, this is where we're heading. Thank you, Barbara, for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions from Assembly members on vote by mail? Amy, do you have a question on vote by mail, ma'am? Okay. Committee reports. We'll go through committee reports. Mr. Wilton, we'll start with you, sir.
Well, thanks. The Community and Economic Development Committee met on Thursday the 18th, and we have a marijuana application this evening that we'll be looking at, that we discussed in great depth at that meeting. And we also talked about changing some of the information that is provided online in the various applications for marijuana businesses. A lot of that information was very detailed and compromised the safety of their operations. So we have pulled most of the compromising information offline, and will continue to do so for future applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At our last Assembly Committee on Homelessness, we spent a majority of the meeting talking about a lot of the dramatic changes happening at the Beans Cafe Brother Francis shelter. And the biggest number was that there has been seen a huge reduction in calls, approximately about 50% reduction in calls to that campus. So a big kudos to APD's CAP team, to the fire department, and to Ms. Burke and our other mental health service providers working on that team. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We had a meeting of the Enterprise Committee on Friday, and we talked about SWS, Solid Waste Services, using the gas that we've been flaring out at the landfill, and so there is a plan for Doyen to expand, add another generator, and hopefully produce some more electricity from that gas that we're getting out of the landfill. It was a good meeting.
Thank you. Melissa France, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Transportation Committee will meet at some point in February. Haven't established a date yet. Tonight I'm introducing the new taxi ordinance. The plan is to have one meeting of the Transportation Committee, another work session, and then public hearing. I've set it out for the second meeting in February. So hopefully that will give us enough time and opportunity to go through what is a very complicated change in Title 11. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Croft, sir.
The Public Safety Committee met on January 3rd, investigating whether the municipality would attempt to prosecute felonies, which has normally been the state's jurisdiction. We continue to have that discussion with the prosecutor's office. We will meet again on February 7th, Wednesday, February 7th, to continue the discussion of opiate and heroin addictions and their impact on public safety.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, sir. You there, Pete?
Yep, thank you. Oh.
Go ahead.
Two items. One, that just on following up on what Mr. Rivera said about the homeless committee outside of our chambers tonight, the homeless team is actually preparing to conduct the point-in-time count, which is the annual HUD required effort where they go out into the community and they survey all the campsites and take an actual and real count. And so that's right outside. If you get a chance to go check in and see what they're up to. And then second, this last week, actually, Mr. Dunbar and I had the opportunity to ride on a brand new electric bus that the Assembly helped to bring forward and that we're hoping to see become a model for the city. And as life has a way, last Friday, that bus was actually in an accident and someone rear-ended it. But I have it on really good advice from the director of transportation transit that it was just a scuff, there's no damage, someone was tailgating, and it's no dents or anything. And the person who had notified me about the incident let me know that we all, when we come to Alaska, our first year, get in some kind of an accident in winter, and she is now a true Alaskan bus. So.
Hello, Pete.
So we're trying to get, thank you, Mr. Constant. We're trying to get Mr. Peterson on the line. He's having issues with his mobile device.
Hold on. Let me increase the. Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, by way of our kind of defunct Matsu Borough Assembly Joint Transportation Committee, I think I'm the only member left. I had an opportunity to speak with Assemblymember Sykes from the Mat-Su, and he asked me to convey his desire or their desire to reinvigorate the joint Mat-Su Anchorage Assembly Transportation Commission. So I told him I would pass that along to the chair, and if you so found it appropriate, you would assign 2 members to that committee, and we could reinstate that committee, considering the discussion that's going on with rail between Mat-Su and Anchorage.
Thank you, Amy. We need to do that, so why don't you and I get together and we'll make sure that happens.
Okay.
You know, because a lot of stuff I saw in the paper dealt with the rail coming in. We spent a lot of time looking at rail coming in here. Do you remember when Pat Flynn was on the assignment with us? He said light rail won't work, you've got to go heavy rail. And the problem was, of course, getting the rail through Elmendorf Air Force Base, because his perspective was they would not be happy to have an unsecured train coming through their installation. So let's talk about it some more.
Yeah, and I know an ode to Mr. Honeman, I know this is one of his projects that he really wanted to see discussed and pushed forward. So I really wanted to just bring it to your attention.
Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. Mr. Dyson, sir.
Okay. Nothing to report.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, you're here now with us. Any comments?
No, I believe Mr. Falsey accurately reflected my nothing to report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're now down to addendum to the agenda. We need a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda.
Motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Amy, could you go through the addendum to the agenda, please? Starts with item 9D10.
Mr. Chair, Amy has delegated this to me because
That's
she's
fine.
going
Go
to get
ahead.
your dinner ready, if that's all right.
That's fine, ma'am. As long
Okay.
as it's done, I don't care.
Addendum to the agenda for January 23rd, 2018. 9D, consent agenda, new business. 9D10, assembly memorandum, AM 58-2018, 2018-2019, application for a new restaurant eating place liquor license, number 5610, with restaurant designation permit for the Writer's Block LLC, DBA, the Writer's Block Bookstore and Cafe, Spenard Community Council from the Municipal Clerk's Office. 9D11, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 61-2018, Library Advisory Board appointment, Victoria Chilcote, Mayor's Office. 9D12, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 62-2018, Transportation Commission appointment, Eugene Harnett, Mayor's Office. 9D13, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 63-2018, change order to purchase order PO number 2017000065 with Matrix Consulting Group for professional services for the computer-aided dispatch, CAD, and records management systems, RMS, and the NG 911 services for the municipality of Anchorage, MOA, Anchorage Police Department, APD, $86,000, Purchasing Department. 9F, ordinances and resolutions for introduction. 9F6, ordinance number AO 2018-9, an ordinance approving acquisition of real property legally described as lots 1 and 2, block 27A, East Addition Subdivision, PID 003-073-07, 003-073-09, for a purchase price not to exceed $750,000 plus closing costs from the Real Estate Department, public hearing February 13th, 2018, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number AM 60-2018. Item 13, continued public hearings shall begin no earlier than 6 p.m. and taken up immediately following completion of old business and unfinished action. 13A5, ordinance number AO 2017-149S1, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to adopt a wholesale sales tax on alcoholic beverages, to establish a not-to-exceed maximum rate, to authorize the Assembly to set the initial rate and effective date, and to adjust the tax rate of levy by ordinance without additional voter approval, provided upward adjustments are allowed only once every 2 years. An adjustment does not increase the rate more than 2%, and the rate of levy never exceeds the maximum authorized by the voters, and dedicating the net receipts from said tax to health and public safety uses related to consumption or use of alcoholic beverages or drugs, to allow use of the net receipts to support programs and projects of the municipality, including the payment of financing obligations for such projects, and to provide for approval of a majority, 50% plus one, of qualified voters voting on the question. Assembly Chair Trainee, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number AM 756, 2017 A-2. New public hearings, 14A2, Ordinance Number AO 2018-1S, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a charter amendment permitting municipal light and power to be sold to Chugach Electric Association, Inc., and authorizing disposal of the proceeds of sale, Department of Law, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number AM 6-2018A. 14B1, Ordinance Number AO 2018-3S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the Anchorage Fire Service Area, AFSA, and of the Eagle River Valley area not currently within a fire service area, a ballot proposition to annex the Eagle River Valley area to the AFSA, and if approved, then amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 27.30.050 and 27.30.700 accordingly. Assemblymember Demboski, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number AM 59-2018.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any other laid-on table items? Are there any laid-on table items? Are there any other addendum agenda items? Not seeing any. Is there any objection to approval of these addendum agenda items? Seeing none, we've incorporated these, Madam Clerk, into our agenda. I'll need a motion to approve the agenda and a second, and then we'll pull items for discussion. That includes the addendum.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Now we'll go to those things, pull for a little further discussion. Ms. Demboski?
No items.
Mr. Dyson, sorry. She was hiding you.
No items.
Mr. Constant?
No items.
Mr. Croft?
No items.
Mr. Dunbar?
Item 9A1 for reading.
Thank you. Ms. France?
No items, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Steele?
No items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Whittleton?
I guess at the risk of incurring the wrath of the chair, I'd like to pull 9 Delta 5 and 9 F6.
9 Delta 5? 9 what beside 9 Delta 5?
Right, and 9 F6.
9 F6?
Correct.
That's just for introduction, sir, of the F items. Do you want to pull it anyway?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the only items that were pulled by item 9A1, which was Mr. Dunbar, and then Mr. Wilton pulled item 9D5 and 9F6. Is that all, Madam Clerk? So let's set up the vote to approve those items. There. Please vote on the balance of the agenda. Then we'll go back to those items for further discussion. Mr. Dice, I need you to, okay, there we go. That was approved, 9-0. Now we'll go to those items for further discussion. The first one was item 9A1. That's Resolution AR 2018-4. Mr. Dunbar.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Ask unanimous consent of the body. See no objection, that's approved. Mr. Dunbar?
So I'll be reading and
Yes.
you'll be presenting, is that right,
Yes.
Mr. Trainee? So if the firefighters would like to come up.
If you want to get a picture, come on down front, project out that way.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring fire engineer Andrew Harvey and firefighter Justin Millette for being awarded the most prestigious honor in the Anchorage Fire Department, the Firefighter Medal of Honor. Whereas to receive the Firefighter Medal of Honor, the firefighter must be a member of the department who, in the performance of duty, under extremely hazardous conditions, in which the member is confronted with imminent personal risk and has full knowledge of that risk, performs an act of conspicuous heroism, which furthers the highest traditions of the fire service. And whereas on February 15, 2017, Engineer Andrew Harvey and firefighter Justin Millette responded to a heavily involved structure fire in the Royal Suites apartment complex. Upon arrival, crews were met with heavy fire and a report of multiple victims trapped and jumping off the backside of the 36-unit complex. And whereas deep snow and a large fence on the back of the building forced Engineer Harvey and firefighter Millette to carry a 24-foot extension ladder 500 feet around the building to access the fenced area where the victims were trapped. When they reached the back of the building, they found multiple injured victims on the ground below their windows. One victim was hanging from the window sill on the second floor at the far end of the building. And whereas Engineer Harvey and firefighter Millette laddered the window and rescued the victim, the rescued victim reported that another person was trapped inside the apartment. Engineer Harvey and firefighter Millette again climbed the ladder and entered the smoke-filled apartment to search for the victim. And whereas, in spite of rapidly changing fire conditions, bringing high heat and dense smoke that began to push the firefighters out of the building, Engineer Harvey and firefighter Millette again attempted to save the victim, but were ordered out of the apartment by the incident commander for fear that they would lose their own lives. And whereas Engineer Harvey and firefighter Millette were fully aware of the danger associated with this highly developed fire, their combined experience, exceptional skills, and willingness to put another life before their own are in keeping with the highest traditions of honor and heroism in the fire service. For this, firefighter Millette and Engineer Harvey were awarded the most prestigious honor in the Anchorage Fire Department, the Firefighter Medal of Honor. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves to recognize and honor Fire Engineer Andrew Harvey and firefighter Justin Millette for their valor and willingness to put the lives of citizens before their own. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of January, 2018.
Gentlemen, you've got the microphones, please. It's an honor to have you two here.
Thank you. I guess first of all, I'd just like to remember the three ladies who lost their lives in this fire and all the others that were injured. Maybe their memories will serve as a reminder of the importance of the fire service and fire protection. I'd also like to recognize my family. And by the nature of our job, we take on risk every time we go to work, and it's not easy. Sometimes we take on more risks than others, and I think it's especially difficult for members of our family. So I'd like to recognize my wife, Toby, and my three girls, Haley, Shay, and Savea, and thank you for your understanding and tolerance. I'm honored to receive and accept this award. I feel like what Justin and I did was something that every member of the fire department is trained and equipped and prepared to do, and that they would have done the same thing if they were in our shoes. So on their behalf, I'm proud to accept this award. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not sure if I can top Engineer Harvey's so elegant there. Thank you for this opportunity to accept this award here. We would like to point out that the victim we went in to save a second time was in a position that she shouldn't have been there. She was not an able-bodied person on a second floor. So maybe something in the future that we can look into as an assembly or a resolution or whatnot. But putting our lives in the line, something that probably shouldn't have been in a second floor unit. I would also like to thank my family, my wife, Yana, and my little son, Levi. We all know it's difficult for them to watch us go to work, not knowing if we're ever going to return. Also, I want to thank my crew and our administration. They make our training, which allows us to perform these functions in times of high stress. Have an awesome crew that supports us, and Annie and I couldn't have done anything we did without the support of everybody else on that scene that night. So thank you again, and appreciate the honor of this award.
Thanks to both of you guys and the whole crew, because it takes everybody to fight a fire like that. And you're right, those people should not have been on that floor, sir. It was not designed for their abilities to get out of there. So we appreciate what you guys did, putting your own lives on the line to save some people. We appreciate that. Comments from the Assembly members? Don't appear to be any. Just thank you so much for being here. Will, can you pull the next item, which is item 95, AM 47-2018? I need a motion, sir.
Move to approve.
Mr. Middleton, sir.
This...
95.
We ready?
Go ahead, John.
Well, to speak on this, I mean, this is a fairly large purchase by ML&P, which probably makes sense except for the fact that, we're about maybe to sell them. And what I'd like to do with this is postpone until after April 3rd. So what do I do? Make a motion?
You make a motion to postpone till...
We've already moved to approve, haven't we?
Yeah, but you can also postpone it.
Somebody kicked me out of the queue.
Let me look at the schedule and see when it's coming up.
You're there again. Is that what I do? Do we have a date? What's the meeting after that? Yes. I'll be gone. Perfect.
Excuse me, Amy, what?
So am I making I move to approve now, do I move to postpone this until our meeting on April 10th?
Okay. Why'd you want to postpone until April 10th, John?
Well, if the sale does not go through, then I think they should buy their meters. And if the sale is supported by voters, then we can discuss it on the 10th. And I'd invite Mark Johnson to speak to this.
Okay.
He's able.
I've got a bunch of people that want to speak too, so let's Mark, and then we'll go to the Assembly members.
Did I
Mark?
get a second then for the...
Not yet. I'm waiting to see what he says.
Is there a second for this? Is there a second?
Second.
Who seconded it?
Suzanne.
Suzanne did. Okay, John? Go ahead.
No, it's Mark.
I think, okay, so we got a second.
No, it's
to
Mark
postpone.
now, but I wanted you got questions for John?
Oh, did you, why don't you had some comments, thoughts on this proposal?
Through the chair, this is an annual order of meters that we do. We replace a certain number of our meters each year. We are in the process of replacing our AMR older meters with AMI smart meters. What the smart meters allow us to do is read 8 meters with the one new meter that we put in. It reduces our operational cost. It allows us to be more responsive to customers and provide better customer service by being able to both connect and disconnect meters remotely, basically from a computer terminal, reduces the cost of having linemen go out to do work on the meters. And so that's one of the reasons why we have put it forward. And regardless of whether or not the voters vote yes on April the 3rd, we will continue to need to put in new meters to replace older meters that are beyond their useful life. And we have been working with Chugach on a system that will read these meters that is multi-speak, which means that regardless of the type of meter, the system will be able to read, take that information, and then put it into a billing system. So I don't believe that waiting until after April 3rd is necessary for this, but I do understand Assemblyman Weddleman's issue.
John? Before we go to other Assembly members, comments, sir?
Sure, and I would say I don't dispute that these meters sound really amazing and will save a lot of work. I just think Chugach Electric can pick the ones they want, should they end up purchasing it.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Johnston, can I ask you, what is the recoup if the sale does go through? I think where Mr. Weddleton is going is, what's the point of us paying this money out now when Chugach can do it later? Or in your view, will we recoup the money through the sale?
Through the chair, Ms. Dombrowski, we'll recoup the money through the sale. It's a process that we replace a certain number of meters every year.
So it's budgeted in?
It's budgeted, yes.
Could we just save the money if the sale goes through and we don't buy them and we just let Chugach do it? Even though it's in your budget, will we say, woo, $150,000 windfall?
Through the chair, not necessarily, because if we don't have a stock of meters, if a meter breaks, then we don't have a meter to go out and replace that with. That's part of what we do, is every year we do an annual purchase of meters, and we have those as to replace meters that will break, but it also allows us to replace meters before they break and prevent a customer from being out of power because there isn't a meter.
I understand that. Let me ask my question in a different way. The money that's being used to purchase these meters is coming out of ML&P, correct?
Yes.
So if the sale goes through of ML&P and we don't buy the meters and the cash money is sitting right there, does Chugach acquire that money? So what I'm asking is, do they either get the money and the equipment, or is there some way the city can retain that $150,000 if the sale still goes through?
Through the chair, the money that ML&P has in its cash account at the time of the sale closes will stay with the city. And I believe that answers your question.
So we could, okay, I'm with you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Straney. I see what you're going for here, John. I think I'm going to oppose the motion to move it, though. And I saw Mr. Falsey in the queue. Oh, he's back in the queue. Okay. So we got to remember that we are not tonight voting to sell ML&P, and even in April, we're not voting to sell ML&P. The voters are authorizing us to do so and begin a process that's probably going to take many months. And if I could allow Mr. Falsey to jump the queue and answer, I'm trying to remember, you laid out a time frame for us, and I remember December being one of the targets. When the actual sale sort of closes, what time frame are we thinking?
Yeah, through the chair, that's exactly right. The Vice Chair Dunbar has anticipated what I was ringing in to say. With this item and with the next item that have been pulled, we understand there is a temptation to put the brakes on all ML&P operations while we look to the uncertain future of what happens with ML&P, but generally, we have to continue to operate the utility as a going concern. And Assemblymember Dunbar is right. Even if we do get voter approval in April to sell the utility, there will be a long negotiation of a purchase and sale agreement, and we would not anticipate that to close before the end of the year, and likely not to sometime into 2019. So there will be at least another year of ML&P operations where, as a going concern, we would like to have these meters and the other opportunities we'll be bringing to the Assembly between now and April.
Thank you, Mr. Straney.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, Mr. Johnson. Do we already have some of these meters in service? Is this an upgrade program that has already started that we're continuing, or is it a brand new upgrade program, and this is the first time we've used these types of meters and we're expanding our capability?
Through the chair, Mr. Steele, we do have approximately 2,000 of these meters in place. They're reading somewhere in excess of 10,000 meters at this point with the 2,000 that we have in place, and this would just augment and expand that, which allows us to reduce other operational costs associated with meter reading.
So this is an ongoing program that we're just continuing?
Yes. We basically do a meter order every year to replace meters.
Thank you,
Mr. Steele.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Croft, sir.
Yeah, and I'd like us to remember we're proceeding with $1 billion deal in good faith, trying to shave $150,000 by not monitoring our meters isn't the correct way to do that. All parties, as far as I can tell to date, have been dealing with each other honorably, openly, in good faith, and we ought to continue to do the business we're in because the deal might not go through, but also because that's no way to treat a partner that you want to enter into such an important arrangement with, and who's going to be around after this. I mean, the combined entity we're going to be dealing with because we'll all be ratepayers of it. So for a number of reasons, I think we should go ahead and do what's a good business practice. If this isn't a good business practice, then we shouldn't do it. But if it is, the fact that we might be selling isn't a reason to delay it.
Mr. Constant, sir. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to reiterate that we have a whole year of operations before the sale closes, and we certainly don't want to hamstring the ability to do the important work of MLMP in the hope that a sale happens or in the hope that it doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilton, sir.
Well, I appreciate everybody's comments. A couple of things. This is just a little bitty part of MLMP's operations. It's hardly hamstringing their operations. And it's, just postponing it a little bit. Maybe should the voters approve it, we expect the sale would go through, and Chugach Electric might on April 10th say, well, we prefer this other kind of meter, let's install those instead. That opens the door for that. And regarding the money, this is $1 billion transaction, and $150,000 seems somewhat trivial, but for many of the problems we have, $150,000 would go a long way towards fixing them. And we see that every budget time. So $150,000 is a lot of money. So anyway, enough said.
Thank you, John. Forrest, one last comment?
Yeah, well, I wanted to actually ask Mark a question, because I thought you had answered this via email. Maybe it was a different issue. I was conflating the two. But does Chugach use these kind of meters, or say we go forward with this program and then the sale does go through, are these not compatible with Chugach's system? Are they going to have any problems using these meters?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, no, they do not use this type of meter. It is Itron is the make of the meter, but because of the systems that we are looking to buy and Chugach is looking to buy, they would be multi-speak systems so that they would be able to utilize the meters regardless of whether or not it's the same meter that they use currently.
Thank you, Mr.
Dunbar.
Johnston.
That ends the queue for people speaking. Please vote on this issue. Yes, we'll delay it, and no, we'll not.
So we're voting on the delay.
You're voting on John's delay. A no will not approve John's delay. Please vote. Motion fails. Okay, we're now down, we need to approve that item. We've got a motion to approve on the floor already. His motion was to postpone it.
It's your motion, right?
Right, so move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
I think we had one.
Let's vote. Please vote.
System's jammed.
It's easier this way. It's going to be cleaner for the clerks.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Was it ready to go?
Good, we got Mr. Peterson online. So what's going on, Lisa?
See, now you broke it.
Yes.
I think
Now, is that approved or not?
the record's going to be all messed up.
The clerk says that passed 11-0. You can look at the minutes later. It'll show up there. We have a problem with our computer. Madam Clerk, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wilton, you pull the next item, please. It's item 9F6.
Oh.
It's on your addendum to the agenda.
Move to approve.
Move to
Move to introduce, sir.
Or move to introduce, thank you.
Second.
I need a third.
Third.
First, second, and third. Okay, John?
Well, similar to the previous discussion, this is $750,000 to buy some property that is the MLMP laydown yard, which is an important part of their operations. Should the sale go through, they won't need it. We were told by Chugach Electric that this would be one of the ways they would save money is by using their own property for it. And I think Mr. Johnson could speak again on this, and then I'd have some comments on that.
Point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the point to delay this? Because it's been introduced, so there's no debate.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, that's right. Okay, I would again just delay this till the April 10th meeting.
So you'd like to change the public hearing until after April 10th meeting?
To
Right now, the public hearing is set for 2/13.
Okay, I'm sorry, that would be a better motion. So move the public hearing to April 10th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
So we would introduce it but delay the public hearing.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, sir.
This is to purchase the pole yard, which we currently lease from Ron Oliva. It is on a 5-year lease. We're in the last year of the lease. Mr. Oliva has indicated that he does not, well, I don't say intend. He does not wish to release the land to us, and it's the place where we put all of our poles, all of our wires, that cable. So it's something that we need to be able to continue operations. And he had offered the land to us to purchase. Actually, I believe 2 years ago, Chair Trainee put it into our capital budget for us to buy. At that time, the price was higher than what we came to an agreement with Mr. Oliva to purchase this. And Mr. Weddleton is correct that Chugach may choose not to keep this piece of property after the sale, but as they have suggested, there are pieces of property in the MLMP campus, and this is by the campus, where they may lease those back from the city for a period of time, and we believe that's a possibility for this. But for our operations, we need this piece of property to be able to store the poles and other equipment that we use to keep the system running.
Mr. Wilton, on your motion to postpone this introduction of this item, set for public hearing in April.
Mr. Chair, if I can, one other comment. There is a legal issue that we were sued related to this piece of property, and the purchase agreement is that suit goes away with the purchase of the property as well. And there is timing where that suit potentially goes forward if we don't close this deal relatively soon.
Thank you, sir. There's somebody knows then what it's doing. Mr. Whittleton.
All right, thank you for that. So, and I don't argue that this is valuable for MLMP's operations. Again, just postponing it, I think makes sense. And if it will be valuable for other municipal uses, then we should discuss it at that point on what it would be for, and should we purchase it on those grounds and not on the grounds that it's useful for MLMP. And we may find on the 3rd that they won't need it anymore. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm being very careful not to get into debate, but I would like to have some further discussion on this, and this is not the appropriate time. So for me personally, I think there's some issues that the Assembly should consider this, and I don't think putting it off to April is a good idea. So my recommendation would be to vote no on postponing and let this come before the body, and then we can at least have the public hearing. If we choose to debate it, we can extend it or continue the public hearing, but that's the appropriate venue. And I think because of numerous issues that surround this property, I think it's important that the Assembly take timely action, at least consideration, and I don't think postponing this to April for a public hearing is timely. So I'll be voting no.
Dembowski.
Thank you.
Mr. Croft, sir. Motion to postpone this item until April.
Does Chugach have its own pole yard, and you're thinking that you would combine them, or do we just not know that level of specificity?
Through the chair, Mr. Croft, I believe they do have a pole yard, yes. It is, I believe, close to their headquarters off of International on Electron Drive. I assume that they could potentially expand that because there is property there to be able to, at some point in the future, be able to accommodate the poles necessary for the entire system if they were to acquire MLMP.
Anything else, Mr. Croft?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Constant, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to echo the words of Ms. Domboski and say that time is of the essence, and that's a core of any real estate transaction, and the harms are ongoing and real every single day, and the opportunity is before us, and we could delay if the decision comes that we don't yet have enough information or we decide to choose our path. So I, too, must vote no.
Thank you. There's nobody else in the queue. Mr. Vice Chairman, recognize me if you would.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. I'm going to vote no on this item. This is ridiculous. We need to move forward with this. We need to control the piece of property, regardless of whether it's going to go to Judith Electric or not. We've been after this piece of property for a number of years. Mr. Oliva, thank heavens, wants out of the business. He wants to sell it to us. We should be willing to bring this in front of the Assembly and then at that time vote on it. So I'm not voting to delay this 1 week.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Trainee.
Vice
Mr. Steele.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We do have Mr. Oliva here, should we want to hear from him, but it seems to me that we've gone over this before, and I too will be a no vote.
Mr. Dunbar, any last comments before we
I just
vote?
wanted to get in the queue to say that none of John's ideas are ridiculous.
Thank you. Please vote. The question will be, shall we delay this till April 10th? No will not.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
That was 11, vote was 11-0. So we now have this item coming back in front of us, be set for public hearing on 2/13/18. We've got 3 to introduce it. So let's just vote on the introduction.
Was it moved to introduce?
Let's get a motion to introduce it.
Moved to introduce.
No, we already did it.
I know, but the clerk wants another one, so let's just...
I was the third. Oh, no,
Okay.
Mr. Dunbar was. That's right.
I'm the fourth.
Any objection to introduction to this item? Not seeing any. That item is introduced. That way Heidi won't throw a fit when she's looking at what we did. That completes the consent agenda. We're now down to item 11A, old business, unfinished action, public hearing items. The first item is item 11A, Resolution AR 2018-22, a resolution adopting the 2018 legislative program for the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, Mayor's Office. It was postponed from 1/9/18. I'll need a motion to approve it.
Move to approve. Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We have some amendments for it. Mr. Dunbar, do you have some amendments?
Yeah, there are many, there's several amendments. I'm just trying to find them in our packet here. I'm not the sponsor of all of them.
5, yeah.
There we go.
Pete has the first one.
So I will move on behalf of, well, actually, Pete,
On behalf of Peterson?
Pete, do you want to do it yourself? You're on the phone there. Okay.
Pete?
I will move on behalf of Assemblymember Peterson, Peterson Amendment Number 1, dealing with recall statutes.
Moved and seconded, moved by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Ms. Dombrowski. This was his one on recall standards. Discussion from Assembly members. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I suppose I'll speak a little bit to it, since Mr. Peterson isn't available to do so. We all received an email from, I believe it was a assembly person in Homer, where they had recently gone through a controversy involving recall of assembly people, and during that process it became clear that the state statute is ambiguous. So I don't believe we are asking them to make specific changes in, one way or another to make it easier or harder, but just to clarify when an assembly person at a municipal body can be recalled. And I recommend approval.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You'll notice sometimes that I will back up an assembly member who wants to have a topic discussed, even if I don't agree with it. This is one of those moments. In the text of the amendment, Mr. Peterson has the recall statute should clearly state that elected officials cannot be recalled for legally exercising the discretion granted to them by law. I fully and 100% disagree. And I say that because there are times when assembly members will run on a certain platform or elected officials, and then they get to wherever they are, whatever body they're on, and then they do the opposite of what they told the voters they would do to get there. And I think as voters, they have a case to make to the other voters if they want to recall that member, and I think that's appropriate. So even though they are by law allowed to flip-flop, doesn't make it right, and should the voters have ultimate control? And I believe the answer to that is yes, the voters should have ultimate control. So for me to put in some sort of protection against elected officials being recalled, it's just never going to happen. I'm not going to advocate for that. Maybe I'm reading this wrong, but that's how I read it, so I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Other comments from assembly members on Mr. Peterson's amendment? Not seeing any, please vote.
Yes.
You got Mr. Peterson's comment? Vote was 7 yeas and 4 nays. That amendment's approved. Next one in front of us is from Mr. Dyson. Mr. Dyson,
Yeah, move approval.
is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. This just reflects a resolution we passed, I think, in the middle of the summer, having to do with victim restitution from the Crime Victim Compensation Fund, and just adds it to our legislative program. And I might add, there's a bill going through the legislature on this very subject. So this shows our support.
Okay, thank you.
And I think my resolution passed, and I believe the mayor was in agreement as well.
Okay. Other comments from assembly members? Not seeing any, please vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
That's approved 11-0. Mr. Dyson, the next one I've got, yours also, sir.
Thank you. All of us have realized that with the state's budget problems and our own, there are times in which the roads are not able to be cleared of snow, particularly in a timely fashion. And we have, I was going to say an unholy alliance, but a cooperative agreement with the state that's a hangover from the borough days. And what I want for the future is that it be clear that State Department of Transportation, their responsibility is the roads that connect communities and state facilities, and each organized community would take charge of their own. It's a very rational way to look at it. It's like having the state troopers take care of everything outside of the organized cities, like the Mounties do in Canada, and so on. But as I've explored this with both the DOT and our own folks, there are kind of some structural, institutional barriers to keep this from happening. And all I'm asking here is that we have a bit of a task force that keeps actions we make in the interim from making the ultimate, whatever that is, possible. And against that day when we can do it.
I've got some other assembly members that would like to ask you questions, sir. Now, you moved this. Who seconded it? Anybody?
Yeah, I did.
Mr. Constant, you're second, Madam Clerk. And Mr. Constant, you're next in line.
Yeah, thank you. So in principle, I totally agree. And in practice, I have some experience with the state that I would like to just put out there. Back in 2000, they had the API replacement project, which was an effort to replace API from 150 beds to 75 beds. But they promised that would have no impact on the local community because they would invest in broad-based community supports for the individuals who didn't need to be hospitalized. So the state, in all of their wisdom, took care of the first half of the equation, but not the second. And so now we have mental health basically not being taken care of, and it's all over our streets, but we have 75 beds at API, and really 65 because they're not all funded. And then SB 91 is another example where the promise was there that we would take care of the prisoners out of the jail and we'll take care of them in the community in a way that meets their needs. And it's less expensive. It'll be dealt with locally. And we all know how that's been working out. And so while I support this, I'm fearful when I read it that we're going to depend on a state agency to tell us we're going to pay you for the job you're going to pick up, when what I imagine in the state's methodology is they're going to actually stop plowing and stop funding. So that's my fear, but I still can support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Wilton, on the amendment in front of us.
I do support this. It's interesting because I don't know if AMATS is the proper venue for it, but it's a good place to start. And we are trying to look at different ways, modify our way, improve and modernize our system for ranking various projects that AMATS funds. And I think it would be interesting to add the requirement, DOT and municipal cooperation on maintenance as giving a higher rank to some of these projects. So this is a good idea. I hadn't really thought about that aspect of it. Thank you.
If I
Thank you,
may.
Mr. Wilton. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Amendment.
I believe that we have the equipment necessary to clear our roads that we currently have responsibility for. I'm not sure that we have the required equipment or enough of it to actually clear the highways efficiently. And so I think a task force is the way to go, and we'll work out the deal, or the details of it. And but we do need to clarify it. We have only to look back a year to see that we've had some real problems with regards to snow plowing. So I think its time has come.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Other comments from Assembly members? If not, we're going to vote on this item. Let me clear that out.
Mr. Peterson?
Please vote.
Yes.
Mr. Croft, you need to vote, sir. That was approved 11-0. Next one in front of us that I've got on the list is submitted by Vice Chair Dunbar, Assembly members Whittleton, Peterson, and LaFrance. Mr. Dunbar?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved in second. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've discussed this a number of times at the Transportation Committee and in other places. When the state legalized transportation network companies like Uber and Lyft, they included a provision which you can see as, depending on how you look at it, it's either necessary or wildly hypocritical, that stripped all local control over regulating this industry. The Alaska Municipal League has, I think, rightly been very upset by this. Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Peterson, I believe, at the meeting at Haines, they were discussing it at length. This provision basically says restore some of the powers back to municipalities. We won't be able to contradict the law that they passed, but it would allow us to do things like have even the bare framework of regulation like what we tried to pass, or actually we did pass last year. So I would like our administration to go back to the legislature and ask to restore some local control. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from Assembly members? Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to understand this. I'm all for local control, but I have real concerns when it comes to, frankly, the taxi industry and their very heavy lobbying effort within the municipality of Anchorage. And so as I look at this, I'm trying to understand if this is really a local control issue or if this is going to lead to an overregulation issue. I think the state laws that were passed were adequate. So are we looking to layer on more rules on TNCs? Is that the goal, is to try to bring?
Can I speak to that, Mr. Chairman?
sir.
Mr. Welton maybe also wants to respond to this, but Ms. Dombrowski, I believe you voted for, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Evans's framework last year that allowed for basic background checks, a fee for each that operated, it was like $15,000. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking
Right.
about, but what
So-
I'm asking you, since this is your proposal, right?
Yes, our
I'm
proposal.
asking you, are you trying to add additional regulations on the TNCs? Is that the goal, or is the goal?
I think that, we at the Transportation Committee and we as a body can decide whether we want to adopt more regulations or not. I think that there is a pretty strong push to adopt some additional ones, like the ones we did last year, and perhaps some kinds of inspections or fees, for example. I mean, this industry now has a competitive advantage over the taxis, not based on rates, not based on quality, but by the fact that they have been able, through lobbying in Juneau, to exempt themselves from this regulatory body, sort of framework of Title 11. Now, at the same time, I am putting forward an ordinance, which we'll be working through in the next month, that will reduce some of that regulatory burden on the taxi industry. So my goal, and I don't want to speak on behalf of my other colleagues who are introducing this, is certainly not to regulate this business out of existence, but see if we can alter the regulatory environment for both taxis and TNCs so that they are on a more even footing.
Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you. I like the idea of deregulating the taxis, and if that makes it more equal, I think I'm with you there. And so I'm curious to see where you're going with this. I'm sure you can understand my trying to understand where you're coming from. I'm not sure how I'll vote on it yet, but I'm still processing, so thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Wilton, on Mr. Dunbar's amendment.
Sure. Well,
And yours, too.
Appreciate Ms. Dombrowski's comments on this. I don't think that it's necessary. I mean, the TNCs are very popular, and I don't think any of us want to do anything to stifle that. But there are, from the little research I've done, there are some cities that have had some challenges and made some fairly light-handed laws to fix some problems. And one example is Las Vegas. TNCs were so numerous on the strip that no one else could drive there. So they said, well, no, you can't cruise the strip. You have to be over here. So it really is just what is our transportation system and what's the impact. Right now, we can't do that. We all got a interesting email, I think in the last week, from a woman who's built her business doing tours through Anchorage and the area. And she had to get, the chauffeur's license and get all the permits and so on. She's done it basically within our legal framework. And now TNCs are saying, oh, we'll give you a tour. So she's got direct competition with that. And it's simply not fair. So things like that aren't, it isn't necessarily totally disconnected from what goes on with the taxi cab, but to kind of put these things in the realm of all our transportation system. And now we can't do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Croft, sir, on this amendment.
We rightly get frustrated with federal government overreach where they preempt state and local decisions that they don't need to, and both sides of the aisle get frustrated, but depending on what area the overreach happens. I think we have to be careful that we are consistent there, that we consistently say, unless you have a really good reason, you shouldn't preempt the local or state entity. The feds shouldn't preempt the state, and the state shouldn't preempt us, and there isn't really a good reason for them to have done it here. And what we should guard against is only being for preempting local control when we think we like the result. We ought to have enough faith that the closer you get to the people, those decisions will be made well, and not have to have a guarantee that it'll be made in the way we think it should be. Whether you're a state actor, you don't get a guarantee that we're going to do everything that you want, but you can have a guarantee we're going to generally do what the people who elected us wanted us to do. So this is more, whether you think it's going to go the direction you want or not is not the question. The question is there an overwhelming reason? Is there a persuasive reason why the state needed to preempt us? There isn't, in my opinion, in this case. So whether what Mr. Dunbar or anyone else comes up with, I can't know whether I'm going to like it at this point, but that's not the point. The point is don't do this unless you have a good reason. So that's why I'll be voting yes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you. I have another question for Mr. Dunbar. When the state initially passed their law regarding TNCs, if memory serves, the reason the state had to take action is because there was a workman's comp issue. Is that correct? Do you remember that? I think
Basically, so the taxi cabs are considered independent contractors, taxi drivers, but TNC drivers are not. And so initially there was a ruling from, I believe, the State Department of Labor that said that they were in violation of our workman's comp law. So that was part of what was resolved in that law, but then that law went much further and did this, among other things, and said not only are they exempt from our workman's comp law, by the way, also cities cannot touch them.
Thank you.
Mr. Steele, final comment on this item?
Yeah, I don't want to get into a battle with the state with regards to jurisdiction, but it seems to me that when the state passes regulations that are statewide, and we have different values or different needs in the community, I don't want the state to overwhelm or disallow our interests and concerns as well. So it's a tough situation because you can't anticipate everything that comes up. But I think the competition is serious, and the state, the TNCs don't have to play by the same rules, and it's making it difficult for us to get what we need in our community. So it's a tough vote, but I probably will vote for it.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Dyson, Mr. Traney is asked to speak. Mr. Traney?
I'll be supporting this. Years ago, we had a problem with the taxi cab industry. They weren't doing adequate background checks on their drivers. We redid that to make sure the public was safe on who was picking them up. What the state did when they took us out of this, they don't do any criminal background checks at all. They took us completely out of it, and the state doesn't do it. So I'll be supporting this because we need to have local control to make sure that the person driving should be driving that car and they don't have a criminal background check. We can do that with taxi cabs, but not TNCs. They took us right out of the equation, and they shouldn't have. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm always kind of moved by Mr. Croft's logic and arguments, and I too believe in local control. There comes a point at which like the Interstate Commerce Commission, federal law, they believe they have jurisdiction when a transportation crosses jurisdictional lines. And where Ms. Demboski and I live, you don't have to go very far north, and you're in the Mat-Su borough. And I spend a lot of time in Whittier, and it's just literally a few miles outside of the southern Muni thing. And what is a legitimate state concern is a carrier here that can't go past the Old Glen Highway headed to Palmer, or can't go past Girdwood. That's a very legitimate concern, and I think our transportation problems, which are extensive, will be partially solved, at least, in public transportation and private suppliers who does it. So that's my concern. I have a lot of confidence in the people who are sitting at this table now, more than I ever expected to have. But I worry about the future, when there are more folks who really believe that government needs to control things. And that, so this is a tough call for me. At this particular time, I'm going to support Mr. Croft's argument, but I'll be wary, and I encourage all of us to be wary about those very kind of issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Queue is empty. Please vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
That's approved 11-0.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would move to take up item 12A so that we can get it done before 6:30.
As soon as I'm done with this, I will take it up before 6:30, sir.
Thank you.
I've already got it scheduled. Next one in front of us, thank you, Mr. Constant. Next one in front of us is by Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Whittleton. Public safety?
John, you want to take the lead on this one?
John?
No, feel free.
One of you needs to make a motion.
Move
The other one second.
Move to approve.
I'll second it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Forrest.
So I was ready to talk about this 2 weeks ago when we were first taking this up and it got delayed. And I'm trying to recall exactly, it's a technical issue regarding our access to a particular database. John, do you recall, or is it an issue that Mr. Gates can speak to? I believe the transportation inspector was the one that asked us to put this in here.
Oh, right. I think, Mr. Gates, we also dealt with this like with the marijuana thing. We're supposed to do fingerprint ID, and we can't do that because we don't have access. So this would be a good one for Mr. Gates. Way to pass the buck.
Mr. Gates?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wilson. That's correct. To have a fingerprint background check processed through the FBI's database, it needs to be listed in a state statute. That's what this is asking the legislature to do. List in state statute that taxi cab chauffeur licenses, not just taxi cabs, vehicles for hire, limousines, taxi cab chauffeur licenses with the fingerprint background check be processed through the FBI database. And we have to add chauffeur to the state statute. I think there's another type of license that's in that amendment as well to be added. That's what this does. Without that in our state statute, the FBI can't process the fingerprint background check in the nationwide fingerprint database, and they can only process it statewide, the state's database.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I don't have much to add to that, Mr. Train. You can see the exact language we're asking to change at the very end there, or under a municipal ordinance. So, again, regarding access to certain databases with regard to marijuana establishments. So I think this is relatively non-controversial.
Other comments from Assembly members? Mr. Dyson, sir.
Thank you. I apologize for not getting myself as educated as I could. Can somebody quickly tell me what prior convictions prohibit a person from getting a chauffeur's license or the marijuana establishment?
Mr. Gates, you don't happen to have that off the top of your head, do you?
I am going to look it up, but for a chauffeur's license, there's a list, and going by memory, it's, for example, no moving traffic violations in the past 12 months, or 3 of them, and then no serious convictions within, I believe it says, past 5 years. There's a list in Title 11 that specifies what they are. I was about to look it up, if you give me just a second.
Mr. Dyson, a while back when we were working on Title 11, we had individuals that had committed sexual offenses but were still driving a taxi cab. We need to have this to access the criminal database. They would come from out of state, and we did not want them driving. I had one gentleman, a grandfather, came in, his 14-year-old daughter got raped by a taxi cab driver. And the guy was already on charges outside. If we had this ability, we could have picked it up. That's why, sir.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I trust that the what prior convictions exclude a person from these kinds of lines of work are reasonable. I've been asking this administration to go through the municipal ordinances and eliminate the barriers for reentry for former criminals. And for a couple of years, I've been asking for that. But because we don't want people who are going straight to be precluded from good jobs because of prior convictions that are either unrelated to the work or so far in the past. Anyways, I appreciate the explanation, and I'll be able to support this.
Thank you. Other comments from Assembly members? Please vote.
Mr. Peterson?
That's approved unanimously. That completes all the items for item 11A. Are there any other amendments I don't know about for item 11A? If not, we're going to vote on item 11A as amended. Let's go ahead and vote on it. Item 11A as amended. Please vote.
It already read.
Oh, jeez.
Reset the system. We're doing
We agree, but it's disconcerting.
The robots are
The
taking
system
over.
is messing up.
Oh, wait, there you got it, reset.
Reset the vote. I think you should be able to vote now. Please vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I hate to do it, but aren't we supposed to deliberate the question before we vote on it?
You could, but I thought you had enough time during that. You want to delay?
No, I don't, but there's at least one member who wasn't recognized.
I'm sorry, Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to put my records on the comment to explain my no vote on the legislative packet, the Anchorage Assembly is advocating for the state of Alaska to float a $298 million general obligation bond. And we keep hearing, woe is me, the sky is falling, that we're broke, broke, broke. I don't think it's a good idea if we're that broke to go $300 million further into debt. So I will not be supporting this legislative packet.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry I didn't come to you earlier. I apologize to you. Did we get the vote totally yet? Okay, so where are we at? Take a vote. Okay. Please vote. Is everybody in?
We vote a third time? Back in Louisiana.
Suzanne's in, or? Please make sure you're in. We're having a problem with this system. Make sure you voted. Mr. Wilton, Mr. Rivera, sir. Need both of you, gentlemen. The vote was 10-1. Mr. Oliva, you're scheduled to come and speak to us. We have between up to 6:30 to hear you. Since you're here, come on down. You're here to speak to us on Rosa Parks, I think. Welcome to the meeting. You'll have 3 minutes, sir. Thank you, Ron.
Good evening. My name is Ron Oliva, A-L-L-E-V-A. I'm here on behalf of my family, and for the 5th year in a row to bring the new assembly members up to speed, I'm here to do basically a resolution and have a plaque installed recognizing Rosa Parks. And first, the history. Rosa Parks was in Anchorage. She did take a ride on one of our buses, and while I was on the bus with her, in good humor, I said, Miss Parks, you're in my seat. She said, no, not again. No, I didn't say that, but the true story is she didn't take a white person's seat. She actually sat in the same row. But someone on that bus said we should name the bus Rosa Parks. At the time, the junior high students named the buses Wolf, Fox, Caribou, etc. So I thought, well, if not a bus route, a bus stop, or a plaque in the transit center. And after the 4th appearance, we could have had Obama sign this resolution. We could have had Michelle Obama sign the resolution when the chairman went to Washington, but none of that occurred. So I took it upon myself. I gave the clerk a check for $150 if it can go towards a plaque in the transit center recognizing what Rosa Parks did with one bus ride can change the world. And then the flyer I sent out, I also purchased the back of the bus, and which will state this month, remember Rosa Parks, that a bus ride can change the world. And she wanted to be remembered as a person who wanted to be free, so other people could be free. So there's three kinds of messages here. One, a living one, which I'm going to donate a scholarship for Black Studies, because the Black civil rights is part of my lifeblood, including my father, who worked in Detroit during the war when the worst race riots in America's history took place, and the National Guard and the Detroit police killed over 25 fellow citizens, Afro-Americans, on a housing riot, unfortunately. He locked himself in his room for 3 days as he watched, as he called them, Negroes getting their heads smashed against curbings. So with that little bit of history and my own history, in 1969 at the University of Wisconsin, it was Black Studies. Thus the scholarship, the moving message will be on the bus, and the permanent message hopefully will be posted in the transit center for years to come. So if you would do that and order it done, Mr. Chairman, allow the plaque to be placed, I'll handle the scholarship, I'll handle the back of the buses, and I think my experience doing an auction for Rosa Parks hopefully will live on as a recognition of her dedication and the courage to make a difference.
Thank you, Ron. We have some questions. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. So I personally can attest to many years of Mr. Oliva's effort to see a bus route, a bus, or some way recognizing Rosa Parks in our community. And, well, I'm here now, and I have a question for the municipal manager, Mr. Falsey. My question for you is, can we convene a process to achieve a bus route and a plaque named after Rosa Parks? I've spoken with the mayor. He sees no objection. And can we do it by next month when we have Black History Month, which is coming up?
Through the chair, apologies for being distracted. We do have a process for naming public places that requires an impaneling of a committee and a recommendation process. I don't know if a route would fall within that, but we could certainly look into that and get back to you.
Thank you. I'd like to see that really pushed forward in the next 30 days.
We'll see what we can do, Chris. It needs to be done. Let's just take care of it. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you all.
I'm not going to come here next month and not see one. We'll get it done.
Okay. Is that a promise?
That's a promise, Ron.
I'm not going to promise you anything. We're going
Oh, no, a promise made is a debt unpaid.
Ron, your time's already up. Goodbye, Ron. On our agenda, we're at 11B. 11B is AO 2017-129.
Mr. Chair?
Sir.
So I suppose we could do that. I wondered if we could, this might not be quite the time, move item 14G to the front of the public hearing agenda.
We get down to item 14.
So when we get down there, I can do it, okay.
It can't move it to this one. We can deal with this one, and then after we come back for a dinner break, move it up, which I asked Mr. Rivera to do. Okay?
11G.
He knows what he's going to do.
We might move it.
So let's deal with it. Do we have a motion to approve this item on the floor, ma'am?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Ms. Nabowski, did you have a comment on this, ma'am?
No, the status hasn't changed since the last time, so I just encourage the Assembly to go ahead and take action.
Okay. Other Assembly members. Mr. Whittleton, sir.
Well, I've got 3 amendments that you have in front of you. You see what happens when we postpone this thing? John gets busy. I actually worked with Becca Carroll and Ross Knopfinger and got a tour of Anchorage Tank with Jim Jensen and Tom Varney. and learned quite a lot. It was actually very interesting. They have a nice operation. They're constructing these tanks right here in Anchorage. They do septic tanks, fuel tanks, a whole variety of things. It's really an impressive operation. So these are relatively minor amendments, but important for the overall process.
Let's take them one at a time. Let's
Amendment
do the first
1.
amendment, if you would, sir.
So I move Amendment 1.
Yes.
Seconded.
I need a second on amendment number 1. Have you read amendment number 1?
Second. Yep.
Mr. Rivera seconded it. Go ahead, Mr. Wilton.
And for everybody who has the ordinance on their lap and want to read along, I'll let you know what the amendment is. This is to Section 3, page 32, after lines 28 and 35. Delete those and replace them with Section 8, septic tank materials. Septic tanks shall be constructed from durable, corrosion-resistant materials, including concrete, fiberglass, or plastic. Septic tanks constructed from steel shall be coated on both the interior and exterior with an approved polyurethane lining or superior material. And in fact, the only real change there is to put superior material instead of equivalent or superior material.
On the Whittleton amendment number 1, comments from assembly members? Not seeing any. Is there objection to amendment number 1? Madam Clerk, there seems to be no objection. Ask Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson, do you object?
No.
Okay. That is approved. Amendment number 2, Mr. Whittleton.
Amendment number 2 is very simple. It changes on Section 3, page 31, lines 21 and 22. We changed delete lockable and changed so it reads, the riser lid shall be bolted in place to prevent unintended access.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Dunbar.
Yep.
On this amendment.
So I'm a little, why go to that level of specificity? It seems like lockable is a general enough term that it could be bolted in place, or perhaps there's some other technology that would achieve the same end. Why bolts specifically are necessary?
Mr. Whittleton?
Well, bolts are what they do anyway, and we had added locks, and after more discussion, they're going, this would be a problem, because who has the lock? You get a septic pumper come, and he doesn't have the key or the combination, and the idea was we didn't want little Tommy to open up the lid and jump in, which is a horrible thought.
Mr. Chairman, may I? So is your belief then that the word lockable doesn't include bolted in place? Because when I read lockable, to me it's like bolted in place could be a way that you lock something.
Well, that may be true. When we had discussions on this prior, the testimony and emails and so on we had were thinking a lock. And we'd have to have some mechanism with a little clasp and so on. That was the general impression we were thinking on.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Weldon.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, sir, on this amendment.
Yeah, thanks. The word that jumps to my mind, securable, which is, doesn't get to the level of specificity of an exact mechanism. Securable.
Okay. Mr. Nebraska, you're the only one I know that has this type of system in their yard. You had, what, a 20 or 24-inch hole?
Yeah, I was going to say, well, the problem you have with some of them is the hinges. You can have it locked on one side, but the hinges over the years will degrade and the hinges come off, or the hinges will break. Mine technically could be locked, but I still could have access, or a child could still have access. So I think if you're trying to address that concern, I think secured might be better. I mean, it could be bolted in place. I mean, that would probably do it too, but I think secured might be more effective to achieve that not being able to raise the lid. I don't know if that makes sense. I agree with Mr. Constant.
Mr. Wilton?
I'm swayed and agree. So I would change the motion then?
Go ahead, change it.
I would change and replace bolted in place with the word secured.
In place?
So it shall read, the riser lid shall be secured to prevent unintended access.
Okay. Ask unanimous consent on that. See no objection. Get Mr. Peterson. Okay. Then the amendment in front of us will now read secured in place. Any other questions or comments on amendment number 2? No. Ask unanimous consent on amendment number 2. See no objection. Get Mr. Peterson.
You object, Mr. Peterson?
No.
You agree to
vote no or didn't object?
Okay. Amendment number 2 is approved. Mr. Wilson, amendment number 3.
Okay, amendment number 3, this is to section 4, page 65, lines 39 through 40, and this regards the effective date. And section 4 will read, "This ordinance shall become effective immediately upon passage and approval by the Assembly, except subsections 55.65.205H and 15.65-205F.1, which shall be effective on May 1st, 2019.
Is there a second on the amendment?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, to explain it to us?
Right, the sections referred to regard the 20-inch or greater riser and also the coatings on the tank. And the reason for the extensive delay is because this will take significant retooling of the operation for the tank manufacturers, and this gives them time to potentially have to build a new building to treat the steel properly before it's coated. And this has the support of the staff.
It's got the support of staff. Any comments from Assembly members? Is there any objection to this amendment from the body? Ask Mr. Peterson.
Do you object, Mr. Peterson?
No.
Okay. That passed unanimously, Madam Clerk. Let's now take the document as amended in front of us. That is 2017-129 as amended. Are there any other amendments to it? Assembly comments. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. So the original ordinances on site was stuff I worked on 30 years ago. And I took in total what was done in Minnesota, which was the best in the country. And it's been more than interesting to watch how this has progressed in the time. And you all and your predecessors here have done a good job, and the industry has as well. One of the things I learned when I worked on this before is that with good soils, properly installed and maintained on-site sewer treatment is the most environmentally friendly system there is in the world. Emphasis on good soils, properly installed and maintained. That would encourage you just to realize it's a very valid way of dealing with waste and human waste. And it doesn't always, if we got good soils, it doesn't have to always be a central plant, which is hugely expensive. Anyways, thank you for the work that you all have done. Mr. Weddleston, your conduct in this is exemplary, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Other comments from Assembly members? Other comments? Please vote then as amended. Mr. Peterson. Get him.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Stambowski, ma'am. What, ma'am? Okay. That was approved 11-0 as amended. We're now
Mr. Chair, I don't know if it's proper, but I note that the family members of the individual being honored in item 14D have just arrived. And I know, just like we have the other item that have people waiting, it seems wise to take them up and let those folks kind of move along with their evening.
Let me get here for a second. I want to see if we can.
So are you going to make a motion?
It is 6:30 now.
We
So I would move to change the order of the day to take up item 14D.
And if the mover would be amenable, I'll second it, and then I'd like to amend that to include item 14G, so we take up both of those items.
Absolutely.
Let's take up item 14D, which is Dale Street. You ask unanimous consent, see no objection, we change the order of the day. We now have in front of us item 14D, Resolution AR 2017-401, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Dale Street and honoring the memory and community contributions of Dale Tron. Public hearing on this item is open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name, career for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. If you would, please. Anyone at all?
Here we go.
Do we know you?
You might. Good evening. My name is Darrell Hess, Hess, and I proudly live in Fairview for the last 30 years. I'm here tonight to speak in support of AR 2017-401, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly honoring and recognizing Dale Tran for his contributions to our community. I knew Dale for several years, and to me, he epitomized the American dream. He came to this country as a young refugee. He worked hard. His family worked hard to put him through school. And as an adult, he wanted to give back to the nation, the state, the city that gave him so many opportunities. He was a proud veteran of the United States Army. He was an entrepreneur. He was a mentor. He was an incredible community volunteer. And I think, when I think of Dale, I think of a quote that is often mistakenly attributed to Abraham Lincoln. It's not the number of years in your life, it's the life in your years. And Dale Tran packed a lot of life into a short number of years, a small number of years. But he was a living catalyst for our community, and he made some positive contributions to this community. Our community is better for him having been part of it, and I think it's appropriate that the Anchorage Assembly and the municipality of Anchorage recognize the memory of Dale Tran and his contributions to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and Assembly members. My name is Jason Dolph. I live in West Anchorage in the Sand Lake area, and I am also here to support this resolution to change the street to Dale Street in honor of Dale Tran. I moved to Anchorage in 1997 from Kodiak, and Dale was one of the first people I met. He hired me as an employee in my first job here in Anchorage, and he was my boss for a long time. But over 20 years, he became a lot more to me. He became a mentor. He became a teacher. He became an inspiration. And most of all, he became a friend. As you guys know, Dale died suddenly and unexpectedly at the age of 42 of sudden cardiac arrest. His life was cut way too short, but as the gentleman spoke before, his contributions in those 42 years were pretty grand. And I often tell people that the things that Dale did in his 42 years and the last 20 years here in Anchorage will far exceed what most people will do in a lifetime. I think this body has recognized Dale before. The state of Alaska has recognized Dale, UAA, the Alaska Journal of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce, and so many other private and individual entities have seen what Dale did so generously and how much he contributed. And I think this is a fitting way to recognize him. But more than just recognizing him, I think that it'll help tell a story. When people see Dale Street, it'll bring up conversation. And when we have those conversations about why is there a street named Dale Street, who was this person, we kind of put him in the history of Anchorage as a very important person. And with his story about being a refugee and making something for himself and contributing something so grand to this state and to this city, we inspire future people to do the same thing that Dale did, to make something, to work hard, to contribute something. So I hope you will consider passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Mr. Chairman and Assembly members, my name is Christina McDowell, and I've moved to Anchorage in 2013. I was not sure I was going to be able to be here this evening, so I prepared a letter in support of Mr. Dale Tran, and I'd like to read to you now.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Miss, could you pull the microphone down?
Sure. I submit this letter in support of the municipality of Anchorage naming Dale Street for Mr. FX Dale Tran. Mr. Tran had a distinguished career as a business professional and community supporter in Anchorage that spans decades. During this time, Dale made a significant and lasting impact in Anchorage through his stewardship in service to the community, through active engagement by serving in a varied and numerous roles, working endlessly to raise awareness and funds to support various local charities. Dale exemplified all the qualities as a committed leader whose passion to serve was embodied in his heart, a standard bearer who put the knowledge he had into genuine community action. For example, as part of Kaladi Brothers Coffee's annual New Year's Day giving campaign, he helped raise almost $1 million, which was distributed to a local nonprofit. As the Chief Financial Officer of Kaladi Brothers, Dale was recognized as part of the Alaska Journal of Commerce's list of 2014 Top 40 Under 40 for working to help those in need and making better communities across the last frontier. Additionally, he was honored for his work with the 2016 Heart of Anchorage George M. Sullivan Award as a manager, executive, or owner who demonstrated strong leadership qualities and works well with a team. In connecting to human life and promoting faith in action, Dale was a true role model for society. Dale also made the time to be a servant in the community by volunteering to serve as a member of various and numerous boards. He supported the community and the state by serving on the advisory committee for the 49th State Angel Fund, which provides a new source of capital to Anchorage entrepreneurs that will help spur economic development. Additionally, the Anchorage School District Business Partnership Board, Tenina Child Development Task Force, and Holy Family Cathedral Finance Committee benefited from Dale's professional expertise and counsel. Dale engaged in public service and actions that would benefit other people. Dale's service to other people was a representative as a supporter of the University of Alaska Anchorage. He was an ardent supporter of students and business programs, often presenting in classrooms, participating in job shadowing, and mentoring marketing students, volunteering whenever he thought he could help. With Dale's support, Kaladi Brothers Coffee teamed up with UAA student clubs and Greek Life to support many organizations and many activities. As a member of the UAA Chancellor's Advisory Board, he brought the Students to Business Partners perspective into the discussion. As a result of this involvement, Dale also represented the community on the University of Alaska's President's Strategic Pathways. Meeting each moment with an open heart, Dale demonstrated a genuine commitment to serve in the area of public, academic, and volunteering, philanthropic services to the Anchorage community. In uncovering the habits of the heart, Dale recognized his life to those who were part of it in public offerings. As a former student who became a dear friend, Dale would talk to me about the impact I had on him in and outside the classroom. But it was Dale who made the greater impact and will forever be remembered as having his heart and soul truly revealed in a life well lived. Dale passed away before the community could fully benefit from his foresight and desire to make Anchorage and Alaska a better place for all. In his short life, however, Dale had already proven that he was a catalyst for community. His stewardship of people ensued the stewardship of the community. For all the aforementioned reasons, I support the naming of Dale Street and ask you to consider the same.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good evening. My name is Reno Romero, and I'm coming here to speak on behalf of Dale Street being named. And I come here as a friend of Dale Tran. I've known Dale Tran for about a little over 13 years. I've known his wife just a little bit longer than that. He's a good personal friend of mine, and Dale represents so much to this community, and he's given so much to this community. There's nothing much more that I could say that hasn't already been said. A lot of these people in this assembly chambers may not know Dale, Mr. Tran, but I can tell you they've been touched or affected by him with his work with Kaladi Brothers, New Year's Day giving to Children's Lunchbox, and the many different things that he did for this city. This is just a small token of what can be done to honor Dale. Dale has been honored here in the assembly chambers before and many times over the years. But even more importantly, this is a small part of a bigger legacy that can be for his two little girls. He's left two little girls behind and his wife. And this is something that the girls can come back to in the city of Anchorage, whether they stay here or not, wherever they go, that they can always come back to Anchorage and know that their father has a street named after him. It's not that big of an event, but it's something special. It's something tangible. It's something important for his little girls to actually hold on to. They got a lot of wonderful memories of their father. But this is something that the city can really do to help these little girls hold on to their dad a little bit more. Dale is beyond deserving of this measure, and I come and support naming Dale Street after him. Thank you.
Sir, there are no questions. We appreciate your testimony. Anybody else wish to testify?
Good evening.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Tim Gravel. I'm the owner of Clyde Brothers Coffee. What everyone said is 100% accurate, and I'd like to bring up just a couple things, examples that I was just thinking of as everyone was talking about Dale. Years ago, when Trick or Treat Town was going to end at the AT&T or ACS warehouse, and they couldn't do it for 1 day or 1 year. I remember that getting out, and the first thing that happened was Dale came in my office. He's like, "We got to get some money. We're going to get some candy and do it at UAA." And that was Dale. And he did that with a lot of stuff. But the other one was this whole New Year's Day of Giving, which has turned out to be a pretty big thing for local charities in town. That was really Dale. And we worked on that for 20 plus years. I don't know how many years, a long time. But it wasn't until Dale came along, and he saw it bigger. You know, he wanted to see this much larger than what we were doing, and he made it so. And he included a lot of other people, and like they said, you know, over the years, it's probably accumulated about $1 million to local charities. And that's the reason why we wanted our company wanted to make it Dale Trans New Year's Day of Giving, because it was really Dale. It wasn't all us. So anyway, I'm in huge support of this measure, and I hope you guys will consider Dale Street in memory of Dale. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am. How are you?
Doing okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joy Chavez Mapai. My husband, Francis Xavier Dale Tran, the CFO of Kaladi Brothers Coffee, died last year on January 11th. A few days later, I stood before you as the Anchorage Assembly honored Dale's contributions to our wonderful city. Today, my family and I would like to express our gratitude for the Assembly's consideration of this resolution honoring Dale's service once again. I cannot begin to tell you how much it means to me and to our children, Isabella and Abigail, to know that a community continues to remember their father. He continues to live in that way. Since Dale died, the Children's Lunchbox named its new kitchen after Dale. As you know, the organization has helped thousands of hungry children in our community. Alaska's lawmakers have also recognized Dale's service to our state, along with many others. Dale would be humbled by all of this. He came to this country with his family as refugees during the fall of Saigon. His family came in search of freedom and opportunities. He believed in Anchorage and in Alaska, these opportunities are endless. He believed in the power of community, and through our collective efforts, we can make things better. Through this resolution, we hope Dale will continue to inspire others to act not just for themselves, but for the common good and the good of Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Question from Assembly members? There don't appear to be any. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Discussion from Assembly members. If not, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. You know, an awkward silence just passed because you don't know whether it's proper to clap, stand up and give an ovation, or how to react when somebody who's given so much to so many is gone. And so I'm thankful to you, Joy, for coming forward and speaking, and for the gift that you, through your family, have given to this community. And I'm strongly, of course, in support of this, and it's the absolute minimum we can do for someone who's done so much good. But I just personally wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton, sir.
Mr. Constant, is that telling us we should clap?
You can. Anything else, John? The best thing we can do is vote for this.
I think that was a vote.
No, you got to vote with your fingers, sir. Other comments from assembly members? Let's vote. Give Mr. Peterson first.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dyson, I need your vote, sir. That vote is 11-0. Congratulations, that's done. Thank you very much for being here tonight. Now, what we're going to do is take our dinner break. When we come back, we're going to change the order of the day. I want to take up ML&P first.
Mr. Chair, with 14G,
Why?
it was part of that motion.
It wasn't part of the motion, but go ahead.
That was.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, the mover did accept the amendment to that motion to include 14G. But if you would like, Mr. Chair, we can take that up either now or after dinner.
After dinner. Let's take our dinner break now. We should be back in 20 minutes. Madam Clerk, please set the time. I don't think we need... everybody return to their seats, please. We'll get this meeting going again. Thank you. Please don't stand in the doorway or the fire marshal may have you evicted out of the building. Violates fire code. Find a seat. Welcome back, Madam Clerk. Would you put Mr. Peterson back online?
Mr. Peterson, are you still there?
He was there the whole time.
Okay, well, we're starting up now.
Mr. Rivera, what did you want to do?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it was in the motion that was passed by this body to change the order of the day to take up items 14D, which we did, and items 14G, which we have not yet done.
With one objection. I was one objection on that. So we'll change order of the day and take up item 14G. We now move to first item 14G, Resolution AR 2018-23. Resolution of the Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Alaska Greenworks LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with the license number M11, item 13503, doing business as Alaska Greenworks, located at 10263 High Road. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name and clear for the records. Spell your last name, tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing you say no on public hearings, close the votes, wish to the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion from Assembly members?
This was looked at very carefully by the Community and Economic Development Committee last Thursday, and we recommended approval. It's a cultivation facility in an industrial area right next to a cultivation facility that we have previously approved.
Okay. Please vote. Go ahead. Give Mr. Peterson to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yep.
That's approved 9-0.
Who's missing? Constant?
Now I need a motion to change the order of the day. Let's take up item 14A first. Item 14A is ordinance AL 2018-1 ordinance submitted to the qualified voters of this part of Anchorage, Alaska Charter Amendment permitting municipal light and power to be sold to Chugach Electric Association, Inc., and authorizing disposal of the proceeds of sale. I need a motion to change the order of the day to take that up. Somebody needs to make the motion.
So
moved. I need a second.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. Mr. Peterson to dare now.
Do you agree, Mr. Peterson?
Okay, we're now going to take up item 14A. As we do, I first having Chugach Electric, Mr. Lee, come to speak to us. We've got a video presentation, and then I'm asked Dave with IBW come and speak to us. Both have engagements after this, so it's time sensitive. They want to be here and out of here. So Lee, go ahead, sir. You should have a video coming up.
Right. Chairman, Assembly members, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak again. As many know, a combined electric utility for Anchorage has been talked about for decades. With our relatively small Anchorage population, two utilities are not necessary, and we know we can be much more efficient and save money combining a number of efforts and resources. Based on our already successful joint operations, this was just common sense next step in the discussions between Chugach Electric and MLMP. However, we also knew that this conversation only made sense if we could guarantee three things: that rates will not go up, workers would be protected, and that the municipality has the necessary revenue to provide critical services to the community. The good news is we were able to do that. And what I'd like to do is walk through a short presentation and then take any questions you might have. These are really the three principles. We've looked at cooperative members. The rates will not increase as a result of the acquisition. The employees, and it's all the employees of MLMP and Chugach, both represented and non-represented, where we have promised no job layoffs. It's also about the community making sure that the municipality of Anchorage has the critical services that it needs. I'll talk a little bit about cooperative members. A co-op is, Chugach is a not-for-profit cooperative. We're locally owned, and MLMP ratepayers would become members of Chugach Electric, where you've got a member-elected board of directors. We have a lower cost of capital since we're a nonprofit entity, and the margins that we do earn at the end of the year get returned back to ratepayers in capital credits. So it's very similar to if you buy an item at REI, and at the end of the year you get a dividend back again. So it's the same thing with capital credits. Under this deal, it will save ratepayers hundreds of millions of dollars over a very long period of time. And it's a small savings up front, but it grows over time. But it's hundreds of millions of dollars over the period. Employees, when you buy an asset, you buy poles and wires and generators and meters and all those good things, but what you really buy is the employees that make this happen. It's very critical that we include and make sure employees are taken care of. We've promised no layoffs to everyone, and we will deal with this through attrition. And my worry sometimes is more of how are we going to replace everybody when they retire than getting to a right size. From a technical perspective, there's only so many people in the rail belt. The electric utility industry overall nationally has got a lot of people like me that are baby boomers, and we're going to be retiring in the next 5 years. I think close to 20% of the population in our organization will retire in the next 5 years. So we need everybody that we have. Everybody is dedicated to what they do, and we want to make sure that we protect all the employees because we need them to run these two utilities together. We offer, as an organization, training and development. That's very key for us because we have to train our next leadership. We started doing classes this last year, and we hope to do at least 30-some employees every year on leadership training. We do a number of technologies. We don't stand still at Chugach. It's an exciting place to work. There's a lot of new technologies that we're looking at. We're looking at a battery project that we just put in, combined with a flywheel. There's a lot of neat things we're doing. We're looking at a community solar project. We've got a lot of technology built into paying the bill. Every one of our meters in the entire system is AMI. And we can communicate back and forth on a 15-minute basis with customers. You can go online, you can pull up your iPad and get all the information you need right from here. So those are the types of things we need, and we need the technology people in both organizations to continue this forward. The community. We have to provide value back to the community. And whether it's the police, the fire, plowing roads, whatever, we're all living in this community, and what we can do is offer a cash stream back to the municipality that provides a benefit. On the slide, you'll see kind of the total $524 million of debt. There's some defeasance costs. It's a financing term for taking out the debt that we have to pay. We will pay MLMP its equity, $170 million. And that will pay as a lump sum up front. And that will go into basically a savings account for the municipality for which you can draw out each year. We also are providing what we call an annual acquisition payment of $170 million, and that's a cash stream where we pay over 30 years. It starts out about $8 million a year, and it goes up every year based on the inflation rate. And that's another $8 million that the municipality can use for these types of services. The last one is payment in lieu of taxes, and it's basically the same thing that MLMP right now pays through MUSA. And so it's designed to be an equivalent to that, but for this deal to go through, we figured we had to continue to provide a payment that would go back to the muni, and that's in the $8 to $9 million. So this is a $1 billion deal, but much of this is being paid currently by ratepayers. The $524 million is being paid by ratepayers today. The $170 million is being paid. You pay, or the customers pay a return on that equity on their bill. And what they're not paying right now is the annual acquisition, which we will finance. It won't cost any additional amount to finance because our cost of debt is much less than MLMP's. They have about a 13% return on that $170 million. Our equivalent is closer to 3 to 4%. So I can afford to finance that $170 million and not have an increase to ratepayers. So the cooperative way of financing does allow us to do that. Chugach is financially strong. We've been out in the markets now for 25 years. We're an A-rated organization. We have a solid financial platform. We have lines of credit. We have a capital facility that we work with on both of those, over $200 million. Chugach is expected to utilize its historical funding sources to make this transaction happen. We don't think it'll be a problem at all getting the capital that we need to make the transaction happen. We talked at the last meeting about when Chugach acquires MLMP, its equity will go from about 30% down to closer to 14%. People were concerned about, well, can you go out and get money with a lower equity? In the cooperative market where we deal with financing, a number of much larger organizations than Chugach get financing of tens of billions of dollars, and they have equity ratios in the 9.5% on up to 20%. So it's different for a cooperative. It's something that we can do. We've been talking to our financial advisors, and they feel very confident that we'll be able to make this happen. Due diligence. We have a company called NERA Economic Consulting. They're a national consulting firm that looks at many different types of transactions for utilities and other entities as well. We have spent the last year working with NERA, and they've gone through the analysis, and these are just some of the things that they have looked at. They've identified the savings for us. They've verified the value of the transaction for us, and they've done a number of due diligence on the economic or the regulatory economics that we'll have to go through. This will have to be scrutinized. It will be scrutinized heavily by the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. So I think everybody can feel comfortable that all the due diligence that's been done will be repeated again when we get down to the commission. So in summary, it goes back to the three primary things, making sure that this is good for the cooperative members, it's good for the employees, and it's good for the community. And with that, I want to thank you very much. As you can imagine, there are a lot of details from here on out. I want to thank the mayor and the assembly for their hard work and leadership over the past year to help get us to this historic moment. And specifically, I'd like to thank the assembly for passing the resolution last year that got us to this point today. I want to thank Dave Rees and the IBW leadership for working with Chugach on the transition agreement. We spent a few nights working back and forth, so I really appreciate Dave and his team for that. And let me be clear again that it's Chugach and MLMP employees, represented and non-represented. So we look at everybody. We have made critical progress and look forward to honoring the rest of the collective bargaining process in the weeks and months ahead. We are only as strong as our workforce. Our employees are truly the engine of our organization. I want to thank Mark Johnson and the MLMP leadership. Thank you for being engaged and being partners through this process. I also want to thank the Chugach Board of Directors. We spent a lot of nights going through numbers and a lot of times, sometimes in a hurry, but they've rolled up their sleeves and they've done a fantastic job. Chugach, has 70 years experience in the local Anchorage electric market. We are a sustainable organization and always looking for ways to improve and provide greater value to our ratepayers. And that's what we're going to do with this transaction. So
We do have some questions for you, sir.
Absolutely.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. The last page you were talking about that rates will not increase as a result of the transaction. Is that for Chugach Electric, or is that for ML&P, or does it apply to both?
It applies to both entities, so it would be the new entity, which would be Chugach, is there would not be any, due to this transaction. What we can't say is, if, the economy drops off and we have load go down substantially, there's just a number of outside factors that we have no control of. But due to this transaction, they will not go up.
And one more, are our rates competitive one with another now?
They are. We've kind of gone back and forth, and between the different classes, we're probably lower in some classes than ML&P and vice versa, but they're very close.
And RCA helps with that, I presume?
They absolutely do.
Other questions from Assembly members? Please cue in. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. So we heard from an individual today who is an employee of ML&P, and I believe unrepresented, and pretty close to retirement, but not exactly close to retirement. So within the timeline of the transaction, they would still be working. And then those individuals are currently part of the PERS and TERS system. Has any contemplation been made to what happens to those individuals who might stand to lose pretty substantially if they're forced out of the PERS system due to this transaction?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Constant, this is one of those difficult things where you've got every personal situation out there. And we've been talking with the mayor, and for I think some of the people that are high in the PERS, they're very close to their retirement, we have to look at a solution for that. So we're not going to let these people lose what they've built up. And I think that's something that the mayor and I have been talking about and trying to figure out a way, but we will find a solution.
Thank you.
Other questions from Assembly members? Thank you for being here. We appreciate this study, too, the proposed sale of municipal light and power to Chugach Electric. The nearest study. Thank you very much for that.
You bet. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No problem. Is Dave here? Dave, you want to go ahead and talk to us for a few minutes?
You bet.
Then I'm going to open public testimony after you're done, sir.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, Mayor Berkowitz, members of the community. I'm Dave Reeves. I'm business manager for IBEW Local 1547. IBEW represents a bargaining unit of several hundred employees at Municipal Light and Power, as well as bargaining units, 3 of them at Chugach Electric Association, with several hundred employees there as well. IBEW has a good working relationship with Chugach Electric Association, and I want to thank Lee Thiebert and his team for their work with us thus far. While there will be some issues to work through during this transition, we are hopeful we will be able to work through those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from Assembly members? There don't appear to be any. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
Public hearing is now open. If you wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in. And don't worry, we have lots of time to deal with this. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Keith Silver. I live in South Anchorage. I'm in support of the idea of privatizing government services, including that of utilities. I believe that private business interests can more efficiently run those utilities. However, in the current case where the mayor wants to sell ML&P to Chugach Electric, I have to ask, what's the hurry? The administration commissioned a $50,000 study to help determine the feasibility and sales price of ML&P. Where is that study? Why is it only that the Assembly and senior administrative staff have seen the study? The administration used my tax dollars to pay for the study, and it should be made public. What's the hurry? The administration's own Budget Advisory Commission is unable to make a recommendation to the Assembly because of the lack of time to adequately study the sale. What's the hurry? The RCA has yet to make a determination on ML&P's request for a permanent increase in rates due to cost overruns on the construction of a new power plant. This level of uncertainty raises the risk to Chugach members who would ultimately become the whole of the municipality of Anchorage. What's the hurry? The plan before us has the municipality receiving payments from Chugach over time to pay for the assets of ML&P. Chugach will have dangerously low equity to assets ratio after this purchase. If this is such a good deal for Chugach Electric, why don't they have private financiers falling all over themselves to do this deal? Could it be that they would not touch it, notwithstanding previous testimony? And if so, why should the citizens of the municipality accept this risky deal? More time needs to be had for all to study this. What's the hurry? What's the value of ML&P's interest in the Beluga field? For many years, we were told that interest was the shining star of ML&P. That interest has helped them keep their rates low by providing them with a constant and steady flow of gas for generation. Could it be that Chugach desires that interest above all else as they continue to negotiate for gas with various entities? What's the hurry? I believe that the sale of ML&P should be renegotiated so that the citizens of Anchorage receive a positive return on their investment in the utility. As it stands now, the proposal for us basically gives the utility and its assets, employees, and customers to Chugach at a loss that is not acceptable. I urge the Assembly to table this ordinance until such time as there has been adequate time to read the study, question the authors, and allow the public to participate in a meaningful and significant way. By next year, the RCA will have ruled and there will be more certainty to the deal. Perhaps by then, Chugach will have found private financing that will allow the municipality to receive payment in full. 1 year in this type of deal is not unusual. I leave you with this final question. What's the hurry?
Sorry. Thank you, sir. Question from assembly members. You don't appear to make questions. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Don Smith, thank you, Assembly, Mr. Mayor, SMITH. The reason I'm up here tonight on this is I own meters all over this town, and in the last few years, our electric bills have been just climbing, and every time somebody from one of the electrical companies come up here and, this at the end of their speech, they say this will save money for the consumers, and our bills keep going up. So I'm a little bit leery of one company owning the power over our electrical. So what I'm asking is, we're putting all our trust in the mayor and the city officials here. Be careful and study it hard and take care of us, because we don't want this to go through, and then all of a sudden we're already getting hit so hard here with our bills, as far as trying to keep these homes and businesses lit and heated. So to be honest with you, it's scary just for one company to own all of this. So I guess what I'm asking is just be very careful, and I'd appreciate it if you would really do some in-depth and thinking, and that's not saying don't do it or do it. Just, really check it all out for us and dot all the I's and cross the T's, and do the best you can for us, because it's kind of a scary thing because of the way our utility bills have been climbing up and up and up. It's really crazy. So I just appreciate it if you would really go in depth with this and look out for us and do the best you can to make a sound decision for us. That's all.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Appreciate
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. What?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Assembly members. Thank you for allowing me to present my views on this proposed sale. My name is Martina Ryan, R-Y-A-N, and I come to you today as a concerned Alaskan resident. I would like to draw your attention to a number of points. I would question CEA's ability to fund this $1 billion sale. As an accountant, a review of CEA's most recent financial statement show a number of red flags. It has a negative working capital of approximately $62 million. That means it doesn't have enough capital to fund its day-to-day operations. At present, It has a 70% debt to 30% equity ratio, and within that there is a $68 million in commercial paper and short-term loans. Per CEA, post the sale, this debt to equity ratio will rise to an 86% debt to 14% equity. Considering these items, how can it afford to finance this $170 million in debt, make interest and principal payments on the same? In my opinion, any further leverage to its current debt is not sustainable and will cause significant increases in charges to customers, both residential and commercial. Leaving aside CEA, the municipality of Anchorage will be foregoing cash receipts of approximately $10 million, which it receives annually from MLMP. These receipts take the form of dividends, which it will return to pay in 2020, and other IGCs, which it currently pays. A cash cow with a new high-tech generating unit. Why would anyone want to divest of such an asset, which can provide a guaranteed and predictable form of revenue in the long term? Indeed, extra revenue in the form of power pooling is also guaranteed as the other utilities generating units age and require more maintenance than is cost effective. The absence of transparency is stark in the rush to push this deal through. As my previous speaker said, what is the hurry? The proposed change to the charter seems to have almost snuck into the sale proposal, may be unconstitutional, and is cased in language that voters will not even be aware of that they are voting on this issue. Are we leading our voters blindly to the ballot box? Lastly, I did attend the Assembly session last week and was disquieted that the Assembly members could not share any financial analysis with voters to help them make an informed decision on this sale. That, I believe, is the first item we need to all review. This analysis should be available to the voting public too, and not hidden behind non-disclosure agreements, again highlighting the lack of openness and transparency in the process. Thank you for your time, and I would urge you to vote no on this proposed sale.
Thank you, ma'am. Question from Assembly members? Don't appear to be. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. There's a lot of people here. Come on forward. Appreciate it. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello, thank you for the chance to testify on this issue. My name is Suzanne Lawrence. Last name is Lawrence. I have several items that I wanted to talk about, but I think I'm going to run out of time. One issue is near and dear to my heart. It is my own employment and retirement service. I have communicated this to both the mayor and the assembly members, and I'm just going to read portions of that email that I sent. I am advocating on my behalf as a municipal employee. The workforce at MLMP includes about 25% non-represented and executive employees. I am one of quite a few who are vested in the PERS defined benefit plan, who are within a few years and close to retirement age. While I know that there are no guarantees in life, I also try to plan as much as possible for the future to ensure that I would be somewhat comfortable in my retirement years. I started working for the municipality in the late 80s, and I'm vested in the PERS Tier 2 defined benefit plan. However, being a military spouse, we were transferred to Arizona early 1992. When my husband retired from the Army in 1997, we decided to move back to Anchorage. This was to enjoy the employment opportunities here in Anchorage, and also to provide me the opportunity to build my own retirement, which is difficult to obtain as a military spouse. I secured employment again with the municipality in late 1997, and now have a total of 23 years of PERS service. I will be able to retire from PERS service in June of 2021 at the earliest, if I can continue my PERS employment. However, if the sale of MLMP would be finalized in January 2019, I would have to separate my PERS employment with the city. Assuming that I would still want to retire in June of 2021, this would reduce my monthly retirement benefit by at least $412 a month for the rest of my life. In addition, I would not be able to contribute further into my voluntary PERS savings account, which is only available if I am in PERS service. And my estimate is that I won't be able to contribute an additional $10,500 additional funds until retirement, plus I will miss the 4.5% mandatory interest rate on these funds. I consider myself to be a reliable and productive employee, and I am respectfully asking for a formal commitment from the city that for those non-represented employees who are close to retirement and wish to continue employment with the municipality, be given a chance to do so if MLMP is sold to Chugach Electric. Again, I will be looking for other employment with the city, but there aren't that many positions available.
Thank you. Question from some members. Ma'am, were you PERS 1 or 2?
I'm sorry?
Were you PERS 1 when you came back or 2?
I was grandfathered into PERS Tier 2 service.
Okay.
Or Tier 2.
Good retirement system.
Yes, it is. Very good.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much for listening.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Look at the meeting, sir.
Thanks. My name is Brian Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R. I just got a couple things I want to talk to you all about tonight. First thing being IGCs. I know this is not the most exciting topic. I doubt any assembly member has ever been reelected talking about IGCs, but it's pretty germane to the topic at hand. I was at your work session on Friday, and I was happy to see that there was a question on the slide that the administration put together about IGCs. I feel pretty certain that that was a result of an email that I had sent to all of you earlier in the week, where I asked a question about that. And Mr. Falsey made a comment before he started talking about it, about that the question must have come from someone who knew how all that worked. And he was right. I administered the IGC program when I worked in the OMB for several years, and I'm very familiar with the process and the methodologies used to spread those charges around. I can tell you that there's no magic formula for mitigating the loss of revenue that will come from selling MLMP. Generally speaking, IGCs are costs of general government for central services, and they're charged to the non-tax supported funds at the municipality. The charges help fund general government and reduce the cost of central services to the taxpayers. And for 2018, the municipality was budgeted to get about $5 million from MLMP. As I see it, the municipality has about three options for dealing with the reduced revenue. One would be to cut the costs of general government commensurate with the loss of revenue, $5 million in cuts. Another option would be to increase IGC charges to all the other non-tax supported funds, and there's a lot of ways you could do that. You could spread the charges proportionally amongst all the different receivers of charges, or you could, direct the charges specifically to one place or another. And your third option would be to increase taxes commensurate with the loss of the revenue. I listened to the administration's comments about this when I believe it was Mr. Weddleton asked about the effect to the other departments about absorbing these costs. I thought was that my time?
Yes, sir, unfortunately. Do you want to sum up your testimony?
If anybody wants to ask me to continue, I could finish up in a couple minutes or less than that, or I'd be happy to.
Sure, I have another question to ask you, but yeah, could you sum up briefly?
Yeah, I'll just say that So I was confused by the administration's comments. I didn't really think they made a lot of sense. I don't think that what they said actually would actually be possible as far as somehow mitigating the increased cost to organizations like AWWU. They would probably stand to bear the brunt of these increases more than any other entity. I guess with that, I'd just like to say that I think you guys should demand a little more explanation from the administration about how they're going to deal with that. Thanks.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. So I could be misremembering our conversation from last week, but I think, and Mr. Falsey, maybe you want to chime in here, I think what you said, or was said at a different point, was, we're getting an additional revenue stream out of this, an ongoing revenue stream, in addition to the money that's going, the 170 up front. There's also at least two other payments that will go beyond going, and more than $10 million a year, I think, total. And I think we could dedicate a portion of that towards mitigating some of these IGCs. Am I misremembering that, Mr. Falsey?
Through the chair, we believe there'd be several options. So one is that we could take some of the revenue that was generated from the sale to use it to prop up MLMP's old portion of the IGC calculation. Lance Wilbur could probably speak to that in more detail. Another is to reduce the total size of the pie that would have to be divvied up by all of the members that are paying IGCs. You could do that by, for instance, retiring some Municipality of Anchorage debt, which is not pure MLMP debt. A good portion of the IGC charge now is, for instance, going to cover SAP debt. If we were to blow out a portion of that SAP debt, the total amount of costs that has to be divvied out by IGCs would be reduced, and that might be another way to hold the other constituents harmless. So we know that it is an issue to look at, but we think there are ways to mitigate it.
And I guess my question to you, sir, is, so you've indicated there are several of these levers we could pull, cutting government, increasing charges. I think there are also these options that Mr. Falsey has indicated. I think usually our tendency is to pull every lever a little bit rather than pull one all the way. Do you think that is a reasonable course of action? Do you think that could achieve what you want us to achieve with IGCs?
I guess what I would say to that is that we've already dedicated a good portion of that revenue stream to replacing the lost MUSA. So you're not gaining anything there. And the other revenue stream, you've got, they haven't really said what they actually plan to do with any of that money. But presumably they're going to use it, the idea is to use that to do other things with. If you're going to use it to offset the IGCs and pay off debt, you lose a lot of that opportunity, which maybe doesn't make this as great of a deal as it sounds like.
Anything else, Mr. Dunbar? No. Okay. Thank you, sir. There are no other questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Mr. Chair and Assembly members, thank you for your time and consideration in allowing me to present my comments and concerns regarding the ballot proposal of the sale of MLMP to Chugach Electric Association. My name is Heidi Thomerson, and I speak to you this evening as a voting citizen of Anchorage with interests in both CEA and MLMP. While I share many of the financial and logistical concerns that have been presented this evening, my main focuses are economical and the public process. The information available to the public is insufficient, and the tools to make an educated decision have not been provided. I do not vote based solely upon how specific factors affect me personally. I consider the bigger picture when making this type of decision. The Anchorage Municipal Charter Code, I believe it's 2.50.055, requires an economic summary in a format that is readily understandable to a voter of an average capacity to be made publicly available, and that cannot be disregarded. I implore you to not only provide a complete and understandable economic summary, but to allow adequate time for the even less financially minded voter to carefully consider the cause and effect before casting their vote. A $1 billion deal involving the transfer of a significant asset and real estate from municipal ownership and operation to private ownership and operation will have tremendous economic effects to the citizens of Anchorage for many years to come. We have recently learned of the pending closure of major retailers like Sam's Club and Sears, and workforce reduction by Alaska Communications that will eliminate jobs in Anchorage. Under this transaction, current employees may continue to keep their positions if things work out as planned. However, future jobs will be eliminated as employees vacate their positions. The overall effect will be less jobs in Anchorage. And I'm asking, is this the time to begin eliminating skilled job availability? What is the future expectation for population, workers, and job creation to offset these losses? Have other macroeconomic and environmental factors been considered? How has Chugach or the city planned to hedge against potential outside economic influences? I'm deeply concerned that the city is forfeiting a future revenue stream for some immediate cash flow, and the resulting company will have at best a weak financial future. I would like to see a broader scope of the economic effects of this transaction on Anchorage. I personally feel that the process has been hasty and maybe lacking in transparency. When the details are hidden from public view, it is generally because they do not support the rosy picture that is presented. I think as elected officials and the public, we need to ask good questions and understand the trade-offs before agreeing to sell ML&P. The decision should not be rushed. Once it is gone, it is gone. So again, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration in listening to my thoughts and concerns regarding this transaction before you today.
Thank you, ma'am. Question from assembly members? There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. No, your bus is not ready yet, Ron.
Pardon?
Nothing.
Oh,
No
that's
bus.
all right. Little joke I can.
Yes.
I was distracted. Ron Oliva, A-L-L-E-V-A. I want to keep it germane to the sale that the land value, as an example tonight, of the purchase of my property at $750,000, the green card says it's worth $845, and the appraisal says it's worth $950, but the offer was $750 from the city. There's some ramifications there. When you go to sell this to Chugach, you want to get not necessarily book value, but appraised value. So I think you might be shortchanging yourself. It's kind of like when corporations sell, banks sell, their real estate is at book, not at appraisal. So there's a faux pas there. But just to educate you and bring you up to speed, my lawsuit against ML&P is due to the foliage that I had on the lot. It was decorative and landscaping and beautiful trees, but they clear cut them because of the homeless situation. They were camouflage rather than landscaping. And the reason ML&P doesn't go to the old native site is because they were required to put in $50,000 worth of landscaping, trees. I ended up cutting them down. And the necessity that you act fast is that my lawsuit has a timeline with summary judgment, which will get me not only $5,000, $20,000, and more. So, when you do these negotiations with Chugach, get a good bean counter, a real good bean counter, because there's value out there. And if you have any questions to my sale, remember, if I cancel the lease, that's rental income for a year that you won't have to pay. That offsets the price. But then also remember, your own appraisers, due to the stigma of the Brother Francis Shelter and Beans Cafe, has lowered my property values by at least 30%. By my selling out, I'm going to lose $250,000 on the parcels to ML&P, and if I sell the other parcel to the city, I'll lose about $800,000. So in my generosity to the city to save my life from that dangerous neighborhood, you would be investing in Anchorage's future with a gain of about $1 million in real estate value. But be aware the neighbors who are developing there are going to challenge your purchase because it's going to be a comparable at $7.50 a square foot versus the appraised value of $9.50. If I can summarize with Martin Luther King, he said we have to continue to fight intense ignorance and active stupidity. Be cautious when you make this purchase. It be economical and fair.
Question from Assembly members. No questions, Ron.
Oh, that's
What to
because
do?
your minds are already made up. Remember what Martin Luther King said.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Thank you. I have some handouts.
Give it to the clerk, will you, please? Ma'am, give it to the clerk here. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Assembly members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today on the proposed sale of ML&P to CEA. My name is Joyce Mucha, M-U-C-H-A. I'm here to testify as a ratepayer. This proposal is not in the best interest of ratepayers. Under this proposal, electric bills will increase as a result of this transaction. Let me explain. If you look on your handout, page 1 is the CEA offer. This includes defeasance and ML&P equity in their acquisition offer. This is number 2 and 3 on the right-hand side of the page. These two items equal $188 million. These payments are not reflected in CEA's timing and annual savings and payments graph. On page 2, I add these payments to the graph. The debt of $188 million times the interest rate of 5% equals an annual interest-only payment of $9.4 million annually. This does not include any repayment of principal. Now the graph includes both CEA's payments to MOA and CEA's payments to bondholders. When you look at the graph, it is obvious that CEA payments exceed savings. CEA's first-year payment equals $17.4 million, with savings of $1 million. The last payment of $25.4 million, with savings of roughly $22.5 million. When payments exceed savings, electric bills go up. This is a dreadful situation to put Anchorage residents in. It only gets worse when you look at page 3. This graph represents the principal and interest payments on the $188 million debt. This is the polar opposite of what the Assembly envisioned with the passage of AR 2017-235, which addresses power pooling. I thought it was an attempt to put the ratepayers first and to find ways to minimize our monthly electric bills. Power pooling and joint dispatch collectively utilize generation and transmission assets to the benefit of tens of thousands of customers. By running the most efficient units first, regardless of location or ownership, the utilities estimate the arrangement will jointly save $12 to $16 million a year in fuel and operating and maintenance costs. I urge you to vote no. This proposal is not in the best interest of ratepayers. From the graphs you saw, payments exceed savings. There is a better way. Let us manage our collective generation and transmission assets with a reliable power pool. Thank you. I'm done.
Specify a need, clean up an issue. Are you done, ma'am?
I am.
Question from Assembly members. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Best time to wait is during debate to ask that question. Okay? Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. So this is the part where it's really tough because you being elected officials have been given and entrusted with the authority to make decisions to represent the people of Anchorage. And, people have urged you and people have informed you. And now's the tough part because you're going to, for the most part, do what is on your conscience and in your best interest, which, to my overview and what I've kind of observed, is that you're going to pass this sale of MLMP to Chugach, so they're going to own it. And then the people sitting behind me, a lot of them are going to be really angry, and they're going to be really, probably mostly angry, being that they didn't want that to happen. And they came here, they didn't eat dinner, they may have not fed their dog, but they came over here to tell you how they feel, and then they're going to be upset. But I respect what you guys do. You got here because you worked hard and you got elected, but, this lady in the teal especially, she seemed legit. Like, she did a lot of research and she found a lot of things about honesty, lacking transparency, and another lady was talking about how it's, Ron Oliva was talking about how, are we getting the best bang for our buck? Have we really done our digging? Or are we just taking the first number that's spit out because it looks good on the end result of an upcoming election to a certain individual? I couldn't tell you these answers, but I do honestly really respect you guys because you were put here by people, and is that a little shot clock there, 13 seconds? Or is that a minute and 11 seconds?
It's 10 seconds left, Ron.
Well, I really, honestly respect you guys and hope you make the best choice.
Thank you, sir. Question for Assembly members. Thank you very much for your testimony. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? We got all night. We got lots of time.
Good evening. Thank you to the Chair and Assembly. My name is Luis Velasco, V as in Victor, E-L-A-S-C-O. And most people have already made good comments about the Assembly ordinance and the vote that is going to take place. So I only just have a few things that I wanted to share. I think most importantly, not just being a resident here and a Chugach paying customer, but I'm thinking about the people that maybe might not understand the best when it comes to the sale. MLMP's service area is incredibly diverse. The service area encompasses, in fact, a minority as our majority, 51%. And when I think about the people that could least afford to have an increase on their bill, I think about some of these people that live in MLMP's service area. To give an example, Chugach's customers, on average, receive about 45% of a higher median income per household. That's quite a large increase. MLMP's service area, the population that live there, those ratepayers, their poverty levels are about double. So when we talk about increases to any kind of rates or any kind of additional cost that is going to be on a bill, I'd like the assembly members here to think about the people that can least afford to take on those extra costs. In a recent ADN article, they had talked about participants in the solar wind farm and the $10 extra charge that people would incur by participating. 60% of the people that were polled said, yes, I'd be more than happy to pay $10 more to gain access to renewable energy. And that's very fine. And certainly coming from the service area that Chugach has, their population will perhaps be able to afford that additional $10 burden. They come from, again, an area that's a little bit more affluent. And these extra charges, I definitely want the Assembly to consider. Whether it would be $3 charges for the wind tariff because of the investment in the wind farm, or additional increases that may not come as a result of a base rate increase, but could be a result of the COPA or gas rate increase that is passed on. So that is really all I wanted to add on. Most comments before me have already been, very great and informative as far as the fiscal implications of the sale. And for me, I really just wanted people to know about the stark differences between our two service areas, MLMP and Chugach, and what Chugach would hopefully understand by taking on a vast amount of people that come from very diverse backgrounds, both racially and, of course, economically. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thank you. Bill Popp, you want to come speak to us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Popp, President and CEO of the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation. I reside in the Russian Jack area and a MLNP ratepayer. Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly, we want to thank you on behalf of the working group that AEDC put together in late 2016 after hearing the many complaints that we were getting from local businesses, large property owners, housing, medical, technology, industrial, that were suffering from very significant rate increases that were deeply concerning to them, where decisions were having to be made on how to absorb those costs and how it was curtailing the ability to hire, the ability to invest, and putting their business models in distress, which was a definite downturn on the economy as a result of those significant rate increases that we were incurring in 2016. We put together a working group of local business stakeholders who were representative of both Chugach and MLNP service area. We went through a very significant process of engaging with the utilities, with industry experts in regards to what the issues were that we were probably facing as a community and what the likely outcomes were. And efficiencies, working together, finding those alignments were definitely important to that process. And power pooling, joint dispatch, all of those issues were definitely discussed. But our discoveries at the end of the day was that a city of our size in the United States with 3 utilities servicing its electrical needs is unheard of, practically unknown in the rest of the United States. And that unification of MLNP and Chugach through at what eventually became our recommendation to talk about merging the 2 utilities in whatever way appears to be viable was what we brought to you as a recommendation back in April of this year. And we're deeply appreciative of the efforts that you have gone through over the intervening months, almost a year's worth of effort, well, 3/4 of a year worth of effort to work on these issues between the 2 utilities and the municipal administration, to seek out a solution that could work and that could be brought forward to the voters for their consideration and the Chugach Electric ratepayers for their consideration. I would offer that one of the things that the working group was very concerned about was the potential of having an outside for-profit company coming in and purchasing MLNP, because then our ownership in that utility truly would be gone. Whereas putting the utility in a alignment with the electric cooperative would still maintain Anchorage citizens' voting rights within the decision-making process of Chugach Electric Association, if those things were, if this alignment were to be made. Another element that we were very concerned about was the impacts to labor. We had IBEW at the table with the working group, and they were definitely participatory in helping us to understand their concerns and making sure that the impacts on local workforce would be minimized to the greatest degree, which was one of our recommendations. I know today we're at a point where we're talking about putting this out to a vote of the people. We want to thank you for taking this step and putting it out there, and if you do choose to take this forward, we will definitely be part of that discussion as this goes out to the vote and the broader discourse. But for that, we thank you for getting it this far. This has been 3 decades in the making.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Pop in the Assembly? Any questions? Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Ms. Brady? Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
My name is Judy Brady, and I'm testifying as a citizen of the municipality of Anchorage. I'm a Chugach. Been with Chugach since 1970. I hope that what happens here is that you can get to being indifferent about how this turns out. Because when you are indifferent, we all listen differently to what is said. You're going to have a lot of work ahead of you, and so is Chugach. Because just the work that you did tonight was amazing. The different things that you looked at and you had to know. And over the next year, because you're going to be looking at a whole new set of information and not having very long to look at it. And in some cases, being in a field that you're not an expert in. And that happens to all of us when we're sitting on boards. And Chugach the same way. They're doing things from month to month or from next year, not changing everything for all of us. I said this to you once before, and I guess I'll say it again. $1 billion sale of a public utility is the biggest sale this state has ever seen. We paid a whole lot less to Russia for the state of Alaska. We paid a whole lot less to the federal government for the railroad. And to have, I'm a little bit surprised at Bill Pop's timeline. I didn't realize that AEDC had been looking at this since 2016. When I was on the ML&P board, or when it was a board and a commission, we paid AEDC $100,000 and then down to $50,000, then back to $100,000 a year. We were we supported them. So what was going on was very well known to them and their board. And the studies that we did that said you either have to fix what you have, which is very old, and all of us who are older know what that means, or you have to build new. And the decision was to build new, and we came to the Assembly, and we came to the mayor and said this is what we have to do, and it's going to increase what people have to pay. And everybody decided having the lights on was worth it. And so that's where we are now. Again, I hope you go to indifferent. There's a whole lot of questions here, a whole lot of questions. I've been following Chugach, as I said, since 1970. I do not understand, looking at we can do this, we can do this, we can do this, how you can borrow $750,000 on top of a $450 million on top of a $4 million debt. Pay that, plus pay a payment in lieu of taxes, which co-ops don't have to pay, and still say, and not lay anybody off, and not change the rates, and say, and boy, the rates are just going to go right down. They couldn't buy us 10 years ago when we did a huge study, 2007, when Mayor Begich was the mayor. And I know Mayor Begich is now working as a consultant for Chugach. And we have a mayor with us who's also very concerned and interested in putting these two together, and I am as well. I just want it to work. I don't want, because you didn't have time, or Chugach didn't have time, or everybody was so excited about this, that they didn't pay attention and they didn't listen to the things that you heard today. I hadn't heard some of that. But people are paying attention, and they're a little bit worried, because everybody's afraid that you're not going to, or you're so decided about it, and Chugach is so decided about it, that the attention is not going to be paid to to the study that has to be done here. You need a murder committee You need, and so does Chugach, you need some group that says, okay, this is why not. And then you talk to the people who are saying yes, and you listen to them. And you help make up your mind. But for everybody saying, oh, we can do this, starts to sound like the little engine that could. I think I can. When some of the people around who are looking at the figures saying, no, you can't, we don't think you can. And maybe those people are wrong. But how do you decide that? And if you don't have somebody taking the other side for you, there's going to be nobody to listen to. I have a lot of respect for this mayor. I think he's done the right thing in looking at this. I think you're all doing the right thing in looking at this. But again, the man who said, what's the hurry? I wish you had gone through some of this before we came to the vote. If you go ahead with the vote, then please think of a strategy, and Chugach as well, think of a strategy to put the no, you can't do this stuff in front of you so you can hear both sides.
Ma'am,
and
your
work it
time
out.
is up. Mr. Dyson, I
Thank
have a
you.
question for you.
Thank you.
Pretty.
Thank you for your
Mr. Dyson?
Good to see you again. Part of what I understand we're voting on tonight will change the threshold from 60% to 50% on a simple majority sale. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, I heard the explanation at the last public meeting. Again, this is the first public hearing we've had on $1 billion sale. And Chugach, MLNP was not able to think about buying Chugach 10 years ago when they had this huge study because Chugach has a requirement, 2/3 requirement of their whole membership. They have a 60% requirement of their whole membership to sell, not just the people who vote. We have a 60% requirement of the people who vote. And to drop that down to 50, I would rather see it at 60, just so more people can have a say. But I don't have terrible objections, just little objections. Because the mayor's looking at me slant-eyed. No. Teasing. Thank you.
Ma'am, Mr. Steele has a question. Mr. Steele?
Really, thank you. Thank you for your service on Chugach as well. You have been around for some time, and you
That was very polite.
You've got a lot of history with the organization. There's a lot still for me to learn. I mean, I've been doing this for a little bit, but there are still some unknowns. Some of the good things, however, is that Chugach and MLNP basically serve the same clientele, the municipality. MLNP just a portion of it, but Chugach a bigger portion. That's not going to change. We still have the same customers. Chugach is owner-run to a certain extent, as is MLNP. In that it's municipally run. But so that isn't really going to change. We're partners in the Beluga gas field, and so we both get the advantages, and our clientele, if you will, the citizens, get the advantages of having a gas supply, a reasonable fuel supply. We did not join with the wind farm. It's there, but coming together in this and having a single dispatch, if you will, would allow us to take better use of wind when it was available. We've got hydro in terms of the stuff out in the valley, and the one thing we still don't have with this agreement is that we have a lot of customers out in Eagle River area that are MLNP people. We've been working for the last few years real closely with Chugach and MLNP and MEA. And I think it's been a good relationship. Those managers for those three companies get along pretty well. I see a bunch of advantages and savings by joining together opportunities. But it's got to pencil out. We do have to go to the voters. The voters look at it, but you're right. A lot of those voters won't know what they're voting on. But they are, both of them are our utilities. And we got to make them work. And so if they're not going to work, I don't want to do it.
Sir, do you have a question for her?
So I will be looking. No, it's a comment more than that.
I'm trying to figure out if you're in debate now or what.
No, well.
Anything else?
I guess. What do you think, Judy?
Through the chair. We all have talked about having one utility for years, and we've done several studies about it. And the last time, again, 10 years ago, Chugach did not have enough funds to buy ML&P, and ML&P couldn't buy Chugach because they weren't all that interested, and also because of the percentage of voters, percentage of members that would have to vote on it. So the other thing that is troublesome right now is that all the information that you have, the reason that you're voting, not beyond we'd like to see one, we're all agreeing about that. But beyond that, the details have all been done in executive session. The voters who are going to vote on this do not have any information about, for instance, where you came up with where ML&P came up with the $1 billion price tag. The word competitive is used in the assembly thing, but it wasn't competitive. Competitive is when you put in an RFP and you get public things back. I know there were some other things that happened, but I'm not going to go into that. So all the information you have that you voted on, the rest of us do not have. That's not a good way to ask us to make a decision. And the second thing, again, is strategy. What are you going to do from now on? Let's say the voters vote yes. What are you going to do from now on to make sure this decision is made from a bunch of people who are very smart and very public-minded and who can stay indifferent so they can listen to what's going on? Let me read you the last, take 1 second, the last paragraph from the NER study that Chugach says they have. The ability to sell the utility and monetize the equity invested removes the regulatory risk for the MOA of future returns that could undercompensate the MOA for its equity ownership as have been experienced in recent years. I do not understand a word of that. And this is what you're going to be dealing with for the next year. And so is Chugach. Somehow there's got to be a strategy that makes this a clearer way and a better way to make this decision.
We have another question for you, ma'am. Mr. Whittleton, sir?
I'm sorry, it's not a question, but I think Mr. Steele...
Then we're done with statements.
Well, he phrased something in a way that I think may have misled some people when he said Chugach Electric and ML&P serve the same people. And I think that was broadly speaking, because ML&P, it's essentially two monopolies. ML&P has its area, Chugach Electric has its, and they're totally separate. We don't have two competing enterprises. Now, the way I know you know what you meant, but it sounded the opposite. Thanks.
Well, to be truthful, we both think we're like North Korea and South Korea. We both think we do the better job. It's like...
Thank you for being here, ma'am.
Thank you.
No Olympics are coming. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? You sure no one wants to testify? Hearing and seeing no one, testimony is closed. Wish the body. Mr. Dunbar, need a motion from you.
Sorry, I move
The S word.
the S, 1S. AO.
Second.
2018 1S.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Mr. Constant. Before we get in the debate portion, let's take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll get into debate. I'll set the time limit for 1 hour on debate.
Why is this look this way?
1 hour. So if you want to get in the queue to debate this, please push your button. Our Vice Chairman has pushed his button. Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. So we have a lot to digest here. We had one specific document that we all have now in front of us, and Mr. Chairman, this is yours, because I gave mine to the representatives from Chugach, and I was wondering if they could speak directly to it. So if they're able to, and I know they just saw it for the first time tonight, but it basically indicates that when you add the payment and the debt payment above it, it sort of blows their estimate. And I'm wondering if they, so for my colleagues, it's the one with the red ink on the previous prepared 3 slides.
Identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Arthur Miller. I'm Executive Manager of Regulatory and External Affairs at Chugach Electric Association.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think, and I'm Lee Thiebert, the Chief Executive Officer of Chugach Electric. You know, we don't want to get into a debate on accounting over this thing, but I think what we can do is clear this up extremely well. And I think what they've got going on here is a little bit of double counting. And one of the primary differences in the financing is the financing between what MLMP is doing today and what Chugach would do in the future is revenue neutral. It doesn't cost any more for us to finance the additional $170 million. You don't add it on top. It's already covered in rates. Now, the big difference is MLMP has a 13% return on equity of that $170 million. Chugach will go out and borrow that at 5%. The delta pays for the debt service. So when you look at the total financing cost of what we're doing versus what MLMP is doing, the bottom line is at 5%, it's really a break even. Actually, it's a little bit of savings for Chugach. The other thing is, I think on the MUSA is already being covered in rates with MLMP. So it's really just a pass-through. You don't add it up on top. It's already being recovered in rates. It will be covered in rates through this process. It's just the difference of calling it between MUSA and the payment in lieu of taxes, PILT. You know, Chugach is an A-rated organization. We file with the Securities and Exchange Commission on a quarterly basis. Our finances are, you know, rock solid. You know, we're rated. Chugach is a strong financial organization. Why do we do this now? Now is the time. If we wait a year, the interest rates, everybody knows interest rates look like they're going up. A 1% increase in interest rates will really cost ratepayers additional money. The time is now. We've studied this thing to death. And, you know, we studied and studied, and I've got, you know, 3 studies at my desk for the past 30 years, and we can't ever seem to get back or get by the study mode. We have to do some action. We have to be leaders, and this assembly has been leaders in looking at this. But I can assure you that we've been through the financing. This does make sense. Our numbers are solid, and we will stand up in front of any organization in the future. This is just the beginning. And we'll have a number of opportunities to talk to business leaders, to talk further with the Assembly to go through specifics. And there's some time between now and April to get the message out.
Any other questions for them? I'm going to go to their Assembly members.
Yeah, well, I don't have any more questions. I don't know if my colleagues have questions for Lee specifically, or if, okay, we're entering.
Any more questions for them?
No.
Mr. Wilson, questions for them? Okay. Mr. Constant.
Yes, thank you. So, gentlemen, we heard from an individual talking about the kind of lower income neighborhoods in Anchorage and economic issues, and I represent primarily that district. There are a couple other people with some sectors of town that are in those kind of conditions. One thing that I haven't heard anybody mention in the conversation is that MLMP has provided a philanthropic leg into our community. They have provided very generously for community endeavors broadly, not just in a very narrow fashion. Has your executive had any consideration of continuing those efforts in neighborhoods that have significant needs?
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, yes, we have. Chugach has been working in the community in a number of areas in donations. And, you know, the employees of the association are working in a number of areas on a volunteer basis. So, you know, we have programs in place for low income. If you can't afford to make your payments, we have an agreement with a municipality where there's an assistance for customers to take a look at. So we will continue all those programs. We are very aware of the diverse cultures, and, you know, we will deal with that just as MLMP has.
Thank you.
Is that all, Mr. Constant? Mr.
For now,
Croft,
thank you.
You have a question for these gentlemen?
Yeah, so just going over what we were given, they were adding MLNP's debt to your books and saying it doesn't look good, but MLNP comes with customers that have been paying that debt. I mean, it's adding the debt part, but not adding what was keeping MLNP going at the same time, right?
The transaction really is comprised of, as you indicated, both a payment of the equity and the debt that's on the books of MLMP today. And then in addition to that is the annual payment amount of 30 years that starts at $8 million. And going back to the document that was presented to you with the markup on it, I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
On page 2, as Mr. Thieber indicated, MLMP customers are currently paying the MUSA or the PILT through their electric rates.
It's taking separate entities, sorry to interrupt you, that are in good fiscal situation, that can pay the debt they have, and adding the debt to one balance sheet and saying that doesn't look good. It doesn't tell you the whole story, right?
Correct?
Absolutely. I mean, the revenue comes with it as well. So, you know, MLMP, with their debt structure and their revenue, makes $20 million a year. Chugach, with its debt structure and its revenue, makes about $6 million a year. The two combined, we are going to be able to make all of those debt service payments.
Plus some savings from whatever you can do.
And plus savings.
It would be a bad deal if you just took their debt without their customers. That wouldn't be a very good deal.
Well, you can't do that.
Right. We'd have no revenue. So the bottom line is that the debt that we incur to extinguish both their existing debt plus the cost of defeasance plus to pay the municipality for their equity ownership basically is cheaper on Chugach's side to be able to do that in this transaction, largely driven by not only the capital structure but also the interest rate environment that we're in today.
Okay, but that's an additional plus. I mean, even if you took two functioning entities and just combined their debt and combined their payers, we'd still be all right. But you're saying your cheaper cost of capital helps on that and adds a bonus, plus the efficiencies we can find between the operations.
Absolutely, that is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dabowski, do you have a question for these gentlemen?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Thiebert, I know in the course of some conversations, I'm being very careful, there's been discussions about other utility consolidations in Alaska. Are you familiar with any of those recently, and what was the result of those ratepayers? I'm thinking of Homer. I think it's Homer. Are you familiar?
Well, Homer has not had a change. I mean, what happened with Homer Electric? Homer Electric was an a net requirements customer of Chugach Electric. We provided nearly all of their energy. When the contract ended, they decided to build their own generation. Mm-hmm. So they are just doing their own generation now. So they didn't have a sale, but they did do their own generation themselves rather than buying from Chugach. And the end result was rates did go up.
Was there an example, is there an example that you can think of where we've had consolidation where rates didn't go up?
There hasn't been a lot of consolidation. The last consolidation happened with Golden Valley Electric and Fairbanks Municipal System. That's been, probably 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that ended in any increase. I think that was definitely a benefit.
I think
with
that's
those
the one I
two.
was confusing with
Yeah.
Homer, actually. So going back to the biggest concern that I think we'll see, and it'll come, in my view, the resistance will come from your membership. The Chugach membership is that people are very concerned that their rates are going to see this huge astronomical spike. And I know you've addressed this before, but I think it's really important because we heard it again tonight. I really want you to reemphasize your pitch to why your membership should support this deal and that their rates are not going to see this astronomical spike.
Absolutely. Through the chair, rates are not going to go through the ceiling. This transaction will lower rates overall. It's anytime, in this community, we've talked about consolidating electric utilities for the last 30 years. I mean, you go to lower 48 and we're a small utility in comparison. Combining the utilities will have an efficiency that will bring savings to customers. We have stated, and I'll go back to what my three pitches were, rates are not going up. Customer service is going to be improved. We're going to make sure that employees are made whole, and the community is going to benefit. There is a huge advantage to this community to have a cash stream going into the municipality. We're in very difficult times right now, and this will help.
I appreciate your comments, and I know you probably feel like you're a broken record because I've heard you say this before. But considering tonight's testimony, I felt it was important to hear you say it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Steele, question for these gentlemen?
Yeah, just a quick comment first. The MLP has all new generation facilities now with 2A. And we've got the advantage also, as I said before, of the hydro. We both got the advantage of wind. What we don't have is centralized dispatch. And in my mind, there's a lot of savings to be had with centralized dispatch because you can transfer power easier, maybe not have as large a unit running cold to be able to quickly start it up if you have a quick spike in demand or the wind drops off in the wind farm. With the centralized dispatch, we can be much more efficient. So you have more customers, you have the ability to be more efficient, and I think there's going to be savings there. I agree with you in that regard. We didn't come at the price just by grabbing it out of the air. When word got out, and I still don't know how it got out.
Be careful, Mr. Steele, please.
From the administration, there was an obvious price range that showed up in the data, and so I think that it's a fantastic thing, and I hope that you and your folks, as we work together, can shake all this out and make people, let people be a little more comfortable with where we are. So I hope that you take.
Do you have any other question for these gentlemen, sir?
That was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Dyson, for these gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you. I think most folks are not cognizant of how in a natural monopoly like this, how every rate increase has to go through the Regulatory Commission. And in the past, in my view, the Regulatory Commission has been too much against some very valid rate increases. But can you quickly explain how the ratepayers are protected from rate increases by the Regulatory Commission?
Through the chair, Mr. Dyson, the regulatory process is very robust. We go through a little bit different regulatory process than MLMP. MLMP has a general rate case where they basically take all the information and present it, and they do that every 3-5 years. We do this on a quarterly basis, and we have to justify every expenditure that we make, and it's reviewed by the Regulatory Commission, and they don't allow us to put things into rates that are not used and useful for the provision of electric service. So I think it's a very robust process. We go through it on a quarterly. It's a very limited basis.
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now in our debate portion. Mr. Dunbar first, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll try to keep this relatively short. I know everyone wants to weigh in on this, and there are a lot of different sort of facets to cover. I want to start by commending Ms. Brady for one of her ideas, the murder board. In the military, it's sometimes called a red team, and I think it's a really good idea. And I urge the administration and Chugach to do that probably over the summer, to establish a red team that does exactly what she describes and tries to poke holes in this as we go forward. And that brings me to my second larger point, which is this vote tonight is not the end of the discussion. It goes to the voters first after several months of public discourse. And even then, if it's approved, that's not the end either. That gives us the authority to sell the utility, but doesn't mandate that we do so. And there will be probably many months, at least several months, and probably many months of negotiations, of discussion, and eventually, I believe, another ordinance, correct me if I'm wrong, administration, another ordinance for this finally to go through. So we've heard a lot of worry tonight. I think my colleague wants to speak to that. But I want to assure people that this is not by any means the end of this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Whittleton, sir.
I got a question for Mark Johnson. This is the third time today. There's a lot of concern about rates, and we're kind of thinking, well, Chugach Electric raised their rates. And I know when Unit 2 went online and we had to start paying for it, there was an increase in rates, and there were a couple patterns of rates. There was one where you tried to get the RCA to approve, I think, a steady rate. And what is the rate pattern, and will you be reducing rates over time?
Through the chair, you're referring to, I believe, the rate stabilization plan that we proposed. That hasn't been approved by the RCA. It was reviewed in our rate case, which was in 5 weeks in December and November. What we said in that rate case, and my testimony was that we would not look to raise rates for 3 to 5 years. If you look at our projections based on the bill, and not necessarily on the base rate, our projection is that rates would go down, and that is basically driven by the lower cost of gas, and not necessarily by a reduction in the base rate.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's what I needed.
Anything else, Mr. Whittleton? Comments to the debate portion, sir?
Yeah, I suppose so, just to get it rolling. I appreciate everyone coming out here. We've had several work sessions on this. We got a lot of information and met with Chugach Electric, and also, this is an important part of our discussions and evaluation of this. And I appreciate it. And I think, as Mr. Dunbar said, that our vote today just starts things. Then there's poking holes in this thing for the next 2.5 months and getting a vote. And should that pass, then we have a year, and we'll continue to poke holes into it. And if we can't get to a point where Chugach Electric can do what they've told us they can do, then it comes here, and I'm guessing we'll say no. We have kind of the broader view, and I think Mr. Pop represents that, is this view that we've got 5 utilities on the rail belt, and it makes no sense. If you combine them all, it's one small utility compared to nationwide standards. And then we get what testimony today was really down in the details, looking at the numbers. This makes sense. What's happening to our rates, and kind of the accounting stuff. And I think it was very important that the things we got from Mr. Miller and others. So I appreciate that. I guess Miller, Muka, and Ryan gave us some valuable information. The couple points to make, and I will support this. And one is, just to be clear, and I think most people here know, but there is some confusion. We're not creating a monopoly. We have two utilities that do their own area, and they do not compete with each other at all. So it's not creating a monopoly. And then the question is, why the hurry? And I think that's important because we've got that. Where's the transparency? What are we rushing into? And I think the electric rates was one point. I still remember when we were selling ATU, and we didn't do it. And then we waited, and we got a much lower price because things had changed. And I do think now it is the time to do this. Things are lined up. We have, the city wants to do it, LNP wants to do it, Chugach Electric wants to do it. Interest rates are favorable. It is time to do it. So I guess that's basically it. I think this is time to put it out to the voters. We have 2.5 months to poke holes into it and see where she lands. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Croft, sir.
Thank you.
Nature in front of us.
I'll try and get all my comments about this, try and do this just once. Appreciate what Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Weddleton said. The biggest danger to rates increasing in Anchorage is not consolidating. That is having two utilities trying to do the same thing and having the duplication that is inherent in that. It's been an ongoing risk. It was referred to. We understand that it's just less efficient to have this two separate entities serving a small population. You're going to have more efficiencies if you combine them. I heard a lot of concern, and some of that driven by the fact that to date we haven't been able to show you the other offers that we received. That's because they came under non-disclosure agreements. Those entities didn't want the world to know what they would pay for something because they're doing all kinds of deals all over. We're trying to get you a summary of what we had so you can see it, and we're being, stymied by those agreements. But we're working on it, and we know you do deserve to know that. We can say there were others and that this was the most competitive of them. And we'll try and get you that proof so you have it. I heard, so definitely hear your worry. Sometimes the worry is almost conflicting. Multiple people said, I'm worried Chugach can't afford this purchase, and I'm worried we're selling it for too little. Right? Both at the same time that we're giving, and particularly on our gas field. Chugach can't afford it, but our gas field's too valuable and you're not getting enough for it. I heard, what's the hurry on a thing that I remember talking about for the last 30 to 40 years. We have known that this isn't optimal in the long-term basis for a long, long time. And the worry on the numbers specifically, and there was some really good stuff brought out on numbers, but I think we have to, as we discussed just there, have to understand that when you bring that debt, it comes with that customer base. The debt was being serviced by the customer base on a sustainable and appropriate level there. You don't just take the debt. I was trying to get the best analogy so I could understand it. When my wife and I joined households, she brought student loan debt and I brought student loan debt. If you just said, Eric, you can't afford both of those debts, I couldn't. But it came, and it also came with certain efficiencies, right? We saved money. That's not why we did it. I did it because she told me to. I was just doing what I was told. But there were certain efficiencies come with, but you didn't say, but those efficiencies and savings on, renting one place instead of two or whatever, and all that, those savings don't pay your student loan debt. They don't have to. You were paying that before in your own individual household. Now you'll have combined households with two incomes and two debts, and there'll be savings. The point was made about ML&P having a poor residential customer base, and that's generally true. They also, for this weird circumstance, have some very big industrial users. They have the port area, they have some others. So they're a mix, hospitals, right, quite right. So they have a mix of a generally poorer residential and some really attractive, very large customers. You know, a lot of the reason we couldn't sell over time is boards that at various times were against it. MLMP would be against it when Chugach was interested. Chugach would be against it when MLMP was. Very different approaches towards their workers at various times. Very different bond holding restrictions. So it's been something that has been obviously in the general sense very beneficial, but we couldn't make it work because of these small to medium restrictions. And now finally we've been able to figure out a way to do it. It was said better, so I'll just leave it at what Mr. Welton and Mr. Dunbar said. This is the start of a process that's going to have a lot of input. But I was intent in that open-minded way that you mentioned, Ms. Brady, I wanted to know 4 things, really. I wanted something that would create those efficiencies that make sense to me. I wanted to keep local ownership. I wanted a value, that is, it be in the range or the highest or in the range of those values. And I wanted it to have a structure that would continue to protect people's rates and the employees as we go forward. And I think this meets all of that. But we are starting a public process to convince you that it meets all of those, that it's an appropriate thing for us to finally be able to do. And that's my timer, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. I was not my button on it, okay? Mr. Peterson, we're in debate portion, sir. Is there anything you want to say? You've been listening for a long time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. Yes, I actually agreed with a lot of what Mr. Dunbar said, and I think that the size of the utilities, considering typically what utilities the size of the lower 48 are many times these size, so even a merger with these two is still a relatively small utility. But there will be some efficiencies of scale, and the fact that we acquired the Beluga gas field a couple of years ago was a wise decision. That increased the value of MLMP, and so all things considered, I think the charter says a big decision like this we need to put it in front of the voters. So I'm going to be voting in favor of doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. France, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members of the public who came out tonight to testify. I lean in support of putting this before the voters, and I would echo what's already been said by my colleagues, Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Croft. This is the beginning of a conversation, and this proposition, as it's been pointed out, would authorize but not require the sale. And so there's still time to vet it and ensure that we're getting the best deal that we can. And we've heard from several people that, as it's been pointed out, the process is moving too fast and it hasn't been transparent, and mention of how NDAs have factored into that as well, non-disclosure agreements. And I actually have a question for the mayor. Would you address the issue or speak to this concern about transparency and speed of process and what we might expect or how we might expect the discussion to play out in the next few months?
Mr. Chair, may I proceed?
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. My experience in public office has been punctuated by lack of transparency. I was in the state legislature when there was a lack of transparency and there was issues with that. I was able to write an ethics white paper for Governor Palin at one point highlighting the importance of transparency. Transparency is something I believe in greatly. Oftentimes, though, the transparency doesn't occur simultaneously with the need to act and the need to act decisively. And it is my commitment that we will make sure that the transparency eventually and soon catches up with the debate. I would point out that the process that we've seen so far has had a lot of transparency to it that perhaps hasn't been recognized. The information about the financial conditions of the entities involved is publicly available. The ways to value a company, those are all publicly available. And I would encourage people who have the skill set to try and come up with a valuation for ML&P. They'll be comforted. I'd also say that there should be some comfort in the fact that there's a tension in our system of government when the executive branch and the legislative branch, just as the mayor and the assembly, have the kind of discussions that we've had. And I wish that the public could see and hear the information that we've been able to see and hear. There's a check and balance in place here. It is not the fullness of the information that we have had is not yet in the public domain, but there is public information that should give people comfort, and I would hope that as we move forward, more information will be forthcoming.
Mr. France, ma'am. Anything else? No. Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I won't repeat a lot of what has been said. I'll keep this short. Just want to give a big kudos to everyone who has worked on this and has been involved in the process, from ML&P, IBEW, the mayoral administration, Chugach, AEDC. There's been a lot of players involved. I know this has been a tough process, and everyone has come to the table in full faith. We also heard a lot of concerns about transparency and smoke-filled rooms, so to speak. I want to just echo what the mayor just said, that we want to get this information to you as quickly as possible so that you, the voters, if this does get to you, can make the best decision possible. Ms. LaFrance beat me to the punch a little bit, but I'll open it up if the administration wants to add any more, probably to our municipal attorney, Ms. Wint Pearson, specifically to the concern about the determination of the sale value and the hindrance and potential for us to release that at some point.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, may I?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Through the chair, as the Assembly knows and as the public knows, this administration did commission an independent analysis to assess ML&P's strategic position and provide a range of potential market values for the transaction. And as part of the contract negotiated for that service, the municipality agreed to non-disclosure language proposed by the relevant firm. The administration has gone back to seek a path forward to provide public information, has not yet been able to chart that path conclusively, but is seeking that. We did also, the municipality did receive a public records request for a portion of that information today, and we'll respond to that as required by both state and local law.
Is that all, Mr. Rivera?
That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Constant, sir.
Thank you, sir. So we've already heard that this is not us, the Assembly, selling ML&P, but in fact asking the voters if they would authorize us to do that. And to follow the individual, the gentleman who kind of made a little chant, I would say, trust the voters. My neighbor said the economics have to work. When I talked at all the community councils, if the economics don't work, they aren't going to vote for it, it's going to go down. For the next 2 months, we're going to hear that message, and we're going to figure out collectively if the economics work. Issues that were important to them were the questions of the Beluga gas field and how ML&P shareholders were going to see the benefit of the investment that they made and have paid for. And we've seen assurances that, in fact, the legacy customers will have protected value. The same question still stands and remains unanswered about what happens with Fire Island and the charges that people are paying for that. So there are still questions out there. My personal and biggest concern has been for the workers. What's going to happen to the people who work at both these organizations? And at every point, a question has been asked and a question has been answered. And so I look forward to more questions coming forward. And if those questions aren't answered to the resolution and the kind of best interest of the people who are doing the work for our community, then that definitely would tell the voters to say no. I trust the voters. Transparency, we've talked about it. As soon as it can be released, we will. Not one of us on this body has ever shown the interest in hiding information. This is a very transparent body, at least to my experience. Due diligence is what happens if this passes tonight. The process begins where everyone gets to look more closely and scrutinize the questions. In fact, if this passes, as you've heard, the public process begins next. Lastly, I'm going to repeat where I started. My instinct tells me to trust the voters on this, and I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the conversation. It was very interesting to me as I've gone through this process because I have been one for years that felt the municipality should divest itself of ML&P. I make no bones about the fact that I'd love to sell it. With that said, though, our jobs as stewards of the taxpayers' resources, their assets, is to manage that to the best ability, and if we are going to divest it, get the best return on your investment that we possibly can get. Mr. Dyson and I have a unique position here because, as Ms. Brady said, we kind of have an indifference. We're not Chugach Electric members. We're MEA members. And so for me, I've sat in this debate tonight, and I've gone back and forth. Oh, I'm going to vote no, I'm going to vote yes. I'm going to vote no, I'm going to vote yes. Because I'm listening to the debate. So no, Mr. Oliva, I had not made up my mind. But as a voter, I had the unique experience of being in every single one of these executive sessions. Many of you who know me know I'm a finance person, and I'm very cheap when it comes to your money. I want to spend it the best I possibly can, and if I can get the best bang for it, I do. I'm not afraid of a private utility or a private entity, not the government, controlling the electric grid. Why? Because I see the experience that I have as a member of MEA, and I think they do a fabulous job. It's not the government, it's a member-owned co-op, and I think they do a miraculous job. So as a conservative, I ask myself, what are the essential functions of government that the private sector can't or won't do? And if we can get to a position where the private sector can and will do it, can I get the best bang for our buck? So, in my opinion, I've already cleared this with legal, I can say this. In my opinion, this is a good deal. From all the information that I have, provided it all pans out, based on multiple factors of everything that I've seen, I think this is the best deal that's been presented to me. I can't tell you all the ins and outs and the details of it. Clearly, some has been let out in the press, and hopefully all of it will be let out. That's my druthers. But I want to talk for 1 second about politics. And I know sometimes people say, oh, you're not supposed to do that. But good ideas can come from anywhere. Even former Mayor Mark Begich, even Mayor Berkowitz, even the members of the Enterprise Committee of which I sit, and Tim Steele's the chair. And we've been trying to push this idea of looking at this for over a year, Tim? Over a year. Yeah, for a long time. And so the Assembly really has challenged the administration to come to the table and let's really vet this. And I'm hearing some of my conservative friends say, well, it's coming from a Democrat. It can't be good. There's got to be something in there. And I got to tell you, it bothers me that just because the idea is coming from somebody maybe that you don't align with 100%, that you automatically think it's a bad idea. Now, I will say, anytime government is doing anything, always be skeptical. So when it goes to Mr. Constant's point, trust the voters, the challenge I've had is not with the deal or the proposal, I should say. The challenge I have is how the proposal is going to the voters. And I've been very consistent. When I see a proposal that's in front of you that, in my view, skirts the charter, meaning this really should go to the voters with a 60% threshold, in my view. Because that's what the charter says. If you're going to divest yourself of municipal assets like the utilities, it takes a 60% vote. In this amendment, in this proposal, there's squirrely language. That's what I call it. What it does is it changes the charter so they bypass the 60% threshold and they go down to 50% plus one. So it just takes a simple majority to sell it. Is that enough for me not to vote for this billion-dollar deal to put on the ballot in front of the voters, as it's being called in the media? And I go back to, what is my charge as a representative of Chugach Eagle River residents? My charge is to be a good steward of your money. And it brings me back to Mr. Weddleton's point about ATU. We have lived through this experience before about selling a municipal utility, where we could have gotten a significant amount of money for it. And because of politics, we ended up taking a whole lot less. I'm hoping we've learned our lessons from the past. And I'm hoping that, in fact, when all the information comes out to the public, that the body, the municipality, Chugach, whoever's making the pitch, can present a case that the voters are okay with. And if they say yes, then again, it gives us the authorization to potentially finish this transaction. And if they say no, then it's dead. It doesn't happen. And again, I go back to, for me, is that 60% threshold that I have been very consistent about, not using squirrely language to get around the charter, is that enough to potentially cost the residents of this community that own this asset potentially hundreds of millions of dollars? And I'm not sure it is. So I will be supporting putting this on the ballot. I think, in my view, as somebody who I consider myself an expert when it comes to finances, I believe this is a good, reasonable option to present to voters and let voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Dyson, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think the arguments should be, why in the world wouldn't we do this? It just needs to be done, and it looks to me like the process has been fine. But I've gotten hung up here. I didn't realize that in what we're putting before the voters, it also changes the approval from having to be 60% to 50%. And it looks to me like that isn't clear. And so we're asking the people to vote and say, I approve of this change of the charter, or charter amendment, in order to sell it. And it doesn't make it clear that I approve selling of MLMP, and oh, by the way, I also approve changing the charter so it isn't 60%, it's just 50%. It doesn't seem to me we're clear with the voters that we're changing the charter threshold for approval of an important thing like saving one of the city's kind of crown jewels. So help me out.
Mr. Falsey?
Yeah, should we have told the voters that they're not only approving this sale, but they're approving the changing of the threshold?
Through the chair, I think what we have proposed is sufficient, and I'll give you two responses to that. The first is that this is not changing the 60% threshold sort of as a matter of law for what is in the charter now. This is adopting a new provision in the charter, which is a right of 50% plus one to do under the state constitution. So to back up and give you a sort of canvassing of the landscape, the state constitution says that a majority of residents of a municipality can amend their charters. Since 1975, we have had a provision that says if you wish to sell a municipal utility sort of to whomever is the highest responsive bidder, that will take a 60% vote. We're not proposing to go down that path because we already have details on a deal with Chugach Electric Association. We're proposing to ask the voters, does this deal make sense, rather than to say, may we sell it to whomever shows up with whatever check they are willing to write. So we think that this is a different option that the 50% plus one are entitled to execute under the state constitution and consistent with the charter. But I would also say that the original 60% rule attended to a historic circumstance which does not exist today. In 1975, we were unifying the old city of Anchorage and the old greater Anchorage area borough. The city had built and operated the municipal light and power utility. The borough, in the unification, would get it for free. And that was a big concern as part of the unification effort. And if you go back and read the old Charter Commission member minutes, there was a lot of hand-wringing about what to do with that handoff. The charter contains a transitional provision that only was operative through 1980 that, for instance, said all of the dividends that spin off of MLMP can only be pushed into the old city service area. They can't be spread out across the rest of the borough. And the 60% provision that prevented the utilities from being sold, I think, attended to a concern that something that the old city had built would not be immediately liquidated and the profits of that smeared across the now much larger municipality when the borough had not put any skin in the game. 40 years later, we have been operating municipal light and power within the city service area, the old city service area, but the combined efforts of the municipality's assembly and mayors and municipal attorneys and municipal managers have been operating that utility. So to the extent there's a lingering concern about moving to the voters with a brand new option, one that was not originally in the charter, and allowing them to do that with the 50% right that the state constitution affords them, if there's a concern that that is somehow skirting an old 60% rule, there is, I think, a way to make yourself comfortable with that because the original circumstance that that attended to is no longer in play.
Mr. Dyson, sir?
Yeah. So I'm a little, I have a lot of respect for you, so I'm not going to accuse you of duplicacy. The charter says 60% for selling utilities. We're amending it and say, oh yeah, except for selling MLMP. What we probably should have done is go back and take the 60% out for everything. Because as you've documented, your opinion is it's obsolete. I'm not so sure, because those are big decisions for a city to make, and I would feel more comfortable that we had 60% of the people behind us for selling this sort of thing. So, and I don't think what we're putting before the voters makes it clear that we have, in my opinion, made an exception for this deal, and we're moving away from what the original charter said for whatever reason. And I have no, I was around, but I wasn't paying attention in the 70s to that. So that's a problem with me, and I don't think we're being clear with it, and I wish we had done it in a more rigorous way of getting rid. If we thought the 60% was wrong, should have cleaned it out instead of putting it here, and we're not going back and fix it. But I am very much in favor of what you all did last summer to push this forward, and that it's happening. But this bothers me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Gates, anything you could add to this?
Yes. Thank you. I just wanted a point of information. I think I heard Mr. Falsey. You said that the 60% requirement to sell utility has been in place since unification in 1975, but the history notes indicate it was an initiative in 1991 that amended that to the charter. So I just want to make sure we have the correct date, I guess, of enactment of that 60% requirement to sell utility. I haven't researched this as much as you or our municipal attorney has, but just wanted to make a note of that history note that indicates it wouldn't go, wasn't enacted prior to 91.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Falsey, anything else?
Yes, to the chair. I don't need to run all the way down that rabbit hole, but I think the original sentence of section 16.02 of the charter has been in place since 1975. There was a 1991 amendment that added language after that sentence, but I don't think it affected the 60% threshold. We can ground truth that if anyone wants to get all the way to the bottom of that rabbit hole. The last thing I will say about this is that I don't think that we have taken a policy view that the 60% threshold necessarily should be removed for all sales of utilities. So, for instance, if there were ever a motion, and there is no motion now, to sell solid waste services or...
Don't start that rumor, okay?
I'm dispelling that rumor. We have no interest in that. One of the things that makes this proposed transaction very different from a transaction that could happen with one of those other utilities is that this is a proposed transaction that largely asks the voters whether they want to sell the utility to themselves, where they have a geographically coextensive buyer who is surrounding the current utility on three sides, and for 9/11ths of the municipality, they are being asked, do you, as citizen taxpayer, wish to sell it to yourself as co-op member? that really does take this and give it a different flavor, I think, from potential other sales. But certainly it is a live point, and the Assembly can do with it what it would like.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out one final point in this matter before we beat it to death. If this request to the voters included an elimination of that 3/5 requirement completely across the board, it would actually, I think, significantly expand the scope of what you would be doing, because if you both eliminated that language for any request to sell any utility and you sent this question to the voters, you would then provide this new option. Again, as Mr. Falsey has alluded, this amended charter amendment provides a new specific option to the voters that says, do you want to approve this specific deal? If you also eliminated that 3/5 requirement, then you could presumably, if you didn't want to pursue this deal, you could turn around and shoot another deal over to the voters for a 50% review, just an up or down vote. It would give you significantly different powers, I think, moving forward with the sale of utilities that, again, would significantly expand the legal scope of what you would be doing with this charter amendment.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mr. Dyson, then Mr. Steele, and then we're going to vote, because we're down to 11 minutes and 58 seconds. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, so I'm having the cognitive dissonance that some of my say. So here's the sale that makes the most sense. To me, we might be able to do better on the details, but this thing is overwhelmingly demands to be done. And the argument is we've got to lower the threshold for one of these that makes the most sense, but keep the old threshold for things that in all probability will never happen, and the case will never be as compelling. And pardon my engineer's mind, but I can't reconcile those. They're flying at different altitudes or something. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Steele and Mr. Weddington.
As an ML&P customer, I don't consider that I'm giving up my ownership. I am still going to be a member of Chugach Electric and therefore an owner of the utility.
Mr. Wilton, sir.
Just a quick one to help Mr. Dyson. Let's get 60% to approve this, and then we'll be good.
Thank you, John. Usually I don't participate, but in this case, now that we're done, I'm going to discuss this. When this first came to us, I was concerned because the workers are not being protected. Had you gone forward with the 2-year, I would have voted against this. So thanks for amending that. Because my main concern were the workers. Didn't want them messed with. I thought that was being done to them. So I appreciate the change. You know, we've got 3 utilities, electrical utilities in this town. I've heard 2, we have 3. We have MEA, ML&P, and Chugach Electric. We have 3. A town this size does not need 3. Hopefully, if we unify Chugach Electric and ML&P, then we can take a look at what we want to do with MEA. But I don't really think, I belong to MEA, not to Chugach Electric, nor ML&P. I belong to MEA, ma'am. I belonged there before you did. I'm older than you are. They have a problem bringing the lines active if there's a windstorm. That's another story. Anyway, I'm going to vote for this. It's good for our town. We need to sell this and move on. And this just begins the process, quite frankly. This asks the voters, do you want us to do this? Then the whole process begins. It will be a lot of work for Assembly members. It's not going to be a walk in the park. We have to spend a lot of time doing this. So I intend to vote to send this to voters tonight. So with that, Mr. Peterson, you're first.
Yes.
Please vote. Vote is 10-1. This is going to the voters. Good. We're now going back in the agenda, back in time. We're back to item 13A, Ordinance AO 2017-149, and the S version. As soon as the room's cleared, we'll get started. Thank you for being here. Okay, anybody wish to testify in this ordinance, please come forward. This is the original one and the S version.
You have to.
I did.
Okay, oh yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Trainee,
Ma'am?
I know this is challenging, but I expect this testimony on this item is going to go long. I would love to take up my ballot question for Eagle River if you would entertain that motion.
I'll entertain any motion you make, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr.
I mean,
Chair.
I agree with you, but I'll entertain it.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to take up item 14B, AO number
What?
2018-3.
Second.
Sorry, 14D,
B as in Bravo.
14B. Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any objection? Not seeing any. Then we're going to go to 14B. Ordinance AO 2018-3, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, submitting to qualified voters of the Anchorage Fire Service Area, AFSA, and of the Eagle River Valley area, not currently within fire service area, a ballot proposition to annex the Eagle River Valley area to the FSA, and if approved, amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 27.30.050 and 27.30.700 accordingly. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name if you would. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, Mayor Berkowitz. My name is Dave Shady, S-C-H-A-D-E. I am president of the Eagle River Valley Community Council. And I'm here today to testify in support of the fire service area expansion. We had a very robust discussion at our community council meeting. I had the deputy fire chief out, and the group passed 15-0, a unanimous vote to support putting this in front of the voters. There's really, it's a pretty simple deal. First, we need to make sure we have full knowledge of the cost of fire service, whether you pay it by taxes or you pay it when you have a fire. And so, I think we're going to need to make sure that everybody understands the cost, which has clearly been delineated per 100,000, or, you're going to have a $12,000 or $15,000 bill if you have a fire. And so, people are going to have to choose which way you want to do it. But I think the bigger reason that I've been pushing for this for the last 6 years is that outside of the fire service area, we have a large part of our community that is not required to be served. And we've had fires out there, and we've had the fire department show up, and, we were holding the fire for a half hour with the neighbors, but it gets a little dicey. And knowing that if we have a major forest fire in the area, well, they're going to stop at mile 4.5, and the rest of us are kind of out. We're hot. And it's not a good idea. And the other point is that if we have the service, then the fire department is going to be able to plan, and we're going to be able to make a good, solid plan for fire protection for the entire municipality. Because one of the concerns of anybody that lives on the hillside or up in one of these valleys is knowing how bad it's going to be is if we have a conflagration that starts up the valley and starts coming down. The Rabbit Creek fire scared everybody, and a few others. So I think it's pretty clear to see that this is a serious issue that should be brought in front of the voters. All the members of our community council and all the other folks that were there were definitely in favor. Whether they were in favor of voting for it or not, we're in favor of putting this on the ballot. And in closing, I would say that one of the reasons that this has been of such a concern is that it's been getting more and more difficult to get fire insurance for these houses out in these rural areas. And this could really help shore up the fact that we have guaranteed fire service, the funding to have the Eagle River have full fire service in that. So I think, while it's not necessarily going to lower fire insurance rates, I know it'll help hold them down. I had one neighbor that went to buy a house, and they went $6,000 a year just for the fire insurance. I mean, the numbers are getting astronomical, so we have to put in systems, ADT and all the different kind of systems, just to keep the fire insurance down. So this is just a part of the process. So I really urge you, as the Assembly, to put this in front of the voters.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, sir?
Thanks. So does the boundaries of your community council include the area that would be added to the fire service?
Yes, all of that. Part of it is already in the fire service area, and then the rest is what's being added pretty much.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yes.
Other questions from assembly members? You go all the way back to the Preserve Center now, and the Nature Preserve Center is back there?
Yeah, the Nature Center. I live a
Back
mile
when I
short of
lived
that.
back-
So this will go just beyond
It
the,
was Barclays Bar when I lived back there.
this, indeed.
You know, and our philosophy at that time was just to walk out the door. If there's a fire, there's no way they could have ever gotten to our house. You know, so it's good to have this in front of us. Ms. Dombowski, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shady, as the president of the Eagle River Valley Community Council, clearly this is, in your district, this has been a topic, though, for a number of years, as you had alluded to. Let me ask you, I briefly discussed with you an amendment that I'm going to be offering to address some of the concerns raised by some members of the South Fork Community Council. Would you think there's any opposition from removing some of the parcels that are south of Eagle River from this proposed area?
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up. Our members were worried, and looked at the boundaries, and we didn't have a problem, but we wanted to make sure that the South Fork folks had their opportunity. And from the proposal I've seen, I don't see a negative effect of that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wilton, another question from this gentleman, or you?
Oh,
was
no,
that from
I'm
earlier?
done, thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no other questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ron Axamit. Last name is spelled Aksamit. I'd like to start by giving an overview of this thing. And the Exhibit A that is attached is not very clear. If anybody wants a copy that shows things a little bit better, it'll leave me one of those. Eva, leave me one. This will give you a better idea of the existing boundary and the proposed boundary. The proposed boundary along Eagle River Road is Eagle River Road is a municipally maintained road. Part of that area is already in the existing fire service area. The same with Highland Road. Highland Road is a municipally maintained road. There are no significant access problems. The problem that people on the south side of Eagle River is the fire department can't get there. There's at the end of Ken Logan Circle, that's where the municipal maintenance ends. There's a gate there. Right beyond the gate is a bridge across the South Fork of Eagle River. A fire truck cannot go across that bridge. It's a lightweight bridge made for, at the most, a loaded pickup. And so what I would like to suggest is that the area on the south side of Eagle River, which is only accessed by what is called the D9 Trail. It was originally a homesteader's trail. It receives no maintenance of any kind except what the property owners put into it, which is minimal. There are structures located on the south side of Eagle River that are approximately 4 miles beyond the existing fire service area. And under the best of conditions, you can probably travel that trail at a maximum of 5 miles an hour. This proposal would add 4 miles to the structures at the end of the proposed fire service area.
So your time is up. You'll need to sum up, sir. Your time is up.
It would, so I'm proposing delete all of the area on the south side of Eagle River from this proposed boundary expansion.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. So long as this gentleman is up here, this question is actually a little bit for Ms. Dimbaski. I'm not obviously as familiar with this geography as you are. What he is proposing is what your amendment proposes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it exactly the same
Yes.
frame that he's discussing? And I guess the other thing I want to just clarify is we're not just talking about, delayed response here, that the fire trucks would take too long to get there because the house might be lost, because I think there is still some value in having those areas in a fire service area because of the threat of wildland fires, because homes can cause wildland fires. A house fire can cause a wildland fire, so we want our firefighters out there. But I believe what the gentleman is saying, and Ms. Dimbaski, I think you're agreeing with this in your amendment, is that it's basically physically impossible. It's not just a question of delayed response. It's basically physically impossible for our fire department to respond that far out the South Fork. Is that correct?
Yeah, and they can't float across the river. So, yeah, in this particular amendment, and we can talk about this in debate, but these limited parcels that I'm agreeing with the residents to remove, it's because I don't think it's physically possible. I think if you have a response here, and we saw this response, you're going to effectively have a forestry response versus an AFD response.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Dimbaski.
Mr. Wilton, sir.
How many homes are in that area?
There's, in the proposed expansion area, there is no one living there full-time. People go back there during the summer. Occasionally, people will go back there during the winter on a snow machine. But in the proposed expansion area, there is no one living there full-time.
Thank you.
That's all the questions we have, sir. Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alma Holloway. Last name is Hollaway. And I'm basically here to support what Mr. Axsmith is proposing. I just wanted to also add to that that in May of 2016 and August of 2016, we did have wildfires out there. And those fires were actually on the existing boundary. MOA declined to assist us in putting out those fires. Who ended up coming to assist us was the state. And they had, I guess, the hot crew come out, and they were there for approximately a week on each incident. So I just wanted to basically reinforce that there is no access to our properties back there due to the bridge that would not sustain the weight of a heavy fire truck. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
I'm Eva Loken. I'm married to Mr. Axsmith. And I am talking on behalf of one of the owners of a property at the end of the D9 trail. And if I'm can indulge me. This is from Mr. Foss, who is the trustee of the Foss Homestead. If you look at the backside of this parcel that we have, you will see that the Theodore Kermit Foss Homestead is one of the south parcels. The email from him is that it's their opinion that fire service to the D9 trail is unrealistic. The D9 trail is nothing more than an old cat trail that was established by my father and others over 50 years ago, and is scarcely maintained. Trees fall over the road, the gravel sloughs from the uphill banks, narrowing the trail with and requiring shovel work to maintain. At the best time, summer only, it's barely passable in a four-wheel drive pickup. The one bridge is of dubious strength and should not be used for heavy equipment. During the winter, the trail is never plowed, and the groundwater flows over the trail, creating glaciers that make the trail impassable. Travel time to respond to a fire in this area would be excessive, costly, and if any attempt of fire control would be futile, or as one member said, by the time the fire people got there, the ashes would be cold. The access landowners in this area and to assess landowners in this area an additional tax burden for a service that the municipality cannot provide would be unfair. So obviously I'm also a realtor, and I agree that south portion of the south section that is proposed to be included should be taken out. I think the Eagle River itself is a logical boundary for a fire service on that side, because you cannot get across the Eagle River from the Eagle River Valley. And Mr. Trainee, I'm sure you know that.
I know that, ma'am. Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions from Assembly members? Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jane Martin, and I live, and last name Martin. I live back in Eagle River Valley, approximately mile 10 and a half, and I wrote a letter to all of you this afternoon, excuse me, with some questions on how this came about. I know it's been discussed for a lot of years, and I have a different take on it because we are zoned past 5 miles from a fire station and are rated a number 8, which means we pay higher homeowners insurance. So with this current proposal, we would be assessed an additional $1,000 on top of the $1,000 extra I already pay as a homeowner for my insurance premiums. I know there was a home at mile 5 that was lost this summer, which was completely lost, and they're in the fire service. We are out of the fire service, and I don't know that it would make a difference being in the fire service. So paying an extra $1,000 and maybe not getting the fire out if there was one does not seem realistic to me.
Questions from Assembly members? Don't appear to be any. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Good
Welcome to the
evening.
meeting.
My name is Vicki Schultz, SCHULTZ. I live at approximately mile 10.5 back in Eagle River Valley, and I am in opposition of this. I've lived back there since 1988.
Ma'am, could you please speak into the microphone?
There have been a few fires back there. One of the problems is that the fire trucks cannot make it up the hill where a lot of the properties are located. I also understand that you have several emails from people that are we have a community out there, also in opposition of this, and we're not in agreement with what the Eagle River Community Council is trying to push forward. And I'm sure you probably have those emails now. We do understand the risk, and we do pay higher insurance for it. When I first moved out there, if you lived within 10 miles of a fire station, your rates were fairly reasonable. I believe it was about 5 years ago that they changed that. The National Insurance Association changed that to 5 miles. So if you live, even if we were in a fire service area, our insurance will not change. That we will just have additional taxes to pay on that. If there is a forest fire out there, I believe the state is the one that's going to probably respond to that. And most of the fires that have happened out there, one of them was above where I live. The fire chief came out there and they just watched it burn to make sure that it didn't cause any other fires. Of course, that was in the wintertime, and they could not make it up to the home with a fire truck to service it. And so that's where I'm at on that. Thank you so much.
I think Mr. Wills has a question. Are you in Falling Water subdivision?
No.
Or are you on Poe Road, or which one are you on?
Prudhoe Bay. Prudhoe Bay.
You're in Prudhoe Bay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, unless you've got 4 chains in the wintertime, you're not getting up that hill.
Yep.
Mr. Wilton?
Well, not all the time, but
Not all the time. More than once, I slid backwards down that hill.
my ex-there makes it up really well.
So, and I'm sure you know, what we're voting on tonight is whether or not to put it on the ballot for a dual majority vote. So really, it's your neighbors have control. And if your neighbors don't want it, it doesn't fly. If they vote for it.
One thing that I had a disagreement with what the ordinance stated was, and a question is, what are you basing the comment that it will, or it may lower other people in Eagle River's taxes?
That was actually pulled out of the S version, which I believe we're discussing. So I think that's
Been
a valid
taken
point.
out?
But are you opposed to, and basically, let your neighbors vote? And if it's crystal clear, is it okay if we put it out for you guys to vote?
Yes, if just the people in the Eagle River Valley community, are they the only ones that are going to be voting on
Well,
that?
no, but it's a dual majority. So if your neighbors vote no, it doesn't happen. Doesn't matter what the rest of Anchorage could be 99% for. If your neighborhood says no, it doesn't happen. It takes 2 majorities.
Okay. I guess I wouldn't be, but is that including Eagle River proper?
No, just the area that would be annexed.
Just the
has to
annexed
vote
area?
for it. The annexed area must vote for it.
Okay. Hopefully, most of them will know and understand what this all involves, because a lot of people who pay their insurance and taxes in their monthly payment don't actually, I don't think they have a comprehension of what they're actually paying when it's, in a monthly payment. It's different when you pay it all out of pocket. And a lot of people did not know about this annexation until we actually went to a meeting regarding a micro-power plant in our area.
They'll all know. They're going to get a big packet in the mail this year. They'll
Okay.
have all the information.
That would be great. Thank you.
There are no other questions, ma'am. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward.
Okay, so,
Need to identify yourself for the
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Martin doesn't need to pay an extra $1,000 to live in her house. So I urge you to table the motion and do a consensus among the citizens in that area who actually would like to be not on the hot list to, if they want to put out their own house, they can put it out, but she don't want to pay an extra $1,000 to live in her house. So I urge you to table the motion and do a census and come to a consensus on who actually wants this service that they're going to have to pay more money for. She doesn't. So she pays taxes already. So Dunbar, I like your idea about the red team or the murder board. I think the red team's a little more appropriate to people just tuning in, that we're talking about getting people who have opposing ideals, such as Miss Martin and the prior to her opinion, and really going over an issue instead of just shoving it down the pipe and putting it in our homes. So in regards to In regards to the people are going to be voting for it, Mr. Welton, the same consensus was brought up in most of y'all's. There's a few new faces here in regards to the last proposition introduced by Ms. Dombotsky to have the public vote for whether or not we should add a classified neurotoxin imported from China into our water supply. You were vastly under the impression that you had the intellect that the public didn't, and now it seems as if a double standard has been brought that now the people are going to be in charge. So my question to you that you may ponder, is it appropriate to disregard Mrs. Martin's request, where she was very clear and eloquent, and to disregard at the same time people who don't want to be poisoning pregnant women that causes known damage to the brain with the current studies of IQ drops? I have to publicly let you know about that you are now poisoning your people with fluoride from China. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Darden.
Any questions?
No questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. The votes wish the body. Ms. Dombotsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move AO 2018-3S.
Second.
Need a second, so the S version's been moved. Ms. Dombotsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go ahead and move my amendment that we've heard alluded to tonight. It's been handed out to you. It's very, very long, so I'm going to read you the summary of statements and then give you a summary of what it says. This amendment excludes the area southwest of Eagle River. The site of Eagle River Valley has no road access and few, if any, habitable structures. On the back, I would like to make a minor adjustment to this.
Which line, ma'am?
On page 2, AO Section 3, Exhibit B. Currently, it says on page 2, by deleting the table with the heading South section, I want it to read on page 2, by deleting the table with heading South section and corresponding legal descriptions to be removed by the code reviser. Because you'll see in the same exhibit on the front part of that, they have the legal description. So I want to make sure by pulling out those South sections that we also pull out the legal descriptions. So just to go back to summarize this text amendment, this proposition will expand the boundaries of the Anchorage Fire Service area to include the parcels and the areas in the northeast area of Eagle River Valley. That change has been made throughout the document. As you go down a little bit further, it says Eagle River Road at mile 5.84 to John Barclay Homestead parcels to the southeast past the end of Eagle River Road and Cumulus Road, and between on the southwest side and southwestern banks of the channels of Eagle River from a point of even latitude with the parcels at the end of Cumulus Road downstream to Point Eagle River crosses the eastern boundary of the current AFSA, which is the Anchorage Fire Service area, and on the northeast side of the valley. Those corresponding changes are made throughout. Effectively, what it is going to do is make the boundary Eagle River. It's a natural geographic point which would be easy for most people to understand. So if I can get a second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Trini. And if I can just make all my comments now?
Questions
or would you like me to
on her
just
amendment?
do the motion?
On her amendment, any questions? Is there any opposition to her amendment? Mr. Peters? But I want unanimous consent on her amendment. Mr. Peterson? You still there?
Hello?
Do you agree to her amendment?
I didn't catch it.
What did he say?
Mr. Peterson, the amendment will effectively make Eagle River the southern boundary for the expansion for the Anchorage Fire Service area. So it will remove, on Exhibit B, it will remove south section parcels. So they're the parcels on the south side of Eagle River that don't have access, basically, by a road or whatnot. I mean, there's a cat trail, but not really.
Mr. Peterson, can you agree to that amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for repeating it.
Ask unanimous consent on the amendment. Not seeking the opposition. Documents amended. Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you,
I want
Mr.
you to give
Chair.
a copy that's typed or...
Yep, I have it right here.
Because otherwise Heidi's going to come hunt us.
I will give it to you. So by way of history, as we've heard, we haven't had the luxury of discussing this amongst each other, but I want to give you a little bit of history. We have had a number of fires over the many years that have happened outside of the Anchorage Fire Service area. We had one in Mr. Weddleton, Miss LaFrance's district at Turnagain Armpit, and the fire that was alluded to earlier, in fact, was outside of the Anchorage Fire Service area on Eagle River Road. It was about 3 lots in, right, Chief? It was about 3 lots just outside of the Anchorage Fire Service area. And if people have questions for Chief LeBlanc, he can, I'm sure, certainly answer it. But what we have found is the residents who are within the Anchorage Fire Service area truly are subsidizing those that are outside the Anchorage Fire Service area that we respond to. And even though we don't have to respond, we usually do. But what we've found is the bills they've been being charged are far less than what it's actually costing us to respond with fire apparatus. So much so that the internal auditor and AFD have been evaluating what those costs really should be. So my understanding is as an assembly, we're going to be seeing a proposal to increase those out of fire service area costs to cover our costs effectively. What does that mean for the members of my district? It means if you live past mile 5.84 on Eagle River Road and your house catches on fire, as this one happened last year, that's just over the border, you could potentially be getting a $15,000 bill. So trying to be proactive, and because this has been a long-standing issue in Eagle River Valley, 5-6 years that I've known of it, the numerous residents of Eagle River Valley said we want to be able to have a choice. We can either choose to take the risk and have to pay an out-of-service a fee to the fire department of several $1,000s, or we can choose to vote ourselves into the Anchorage Fire Service area and pay more in property taxes. It's not an easy choice. And any way you cut it, as the residents here will tell you, it's expensive. If you, the average 5-year cost is about $239.50 per 100,000. So an average $300,000 home is going to potentially be paying $700 more in property taxes to join the Anchorage Fire Service area. It is not a choice that my residents will take lightly. But as you've heard tonight, there are some residents of Eagle River Valley that are not interested, and there's also a significant number that are interested. I took the effort to go to South Fork Community Council and to go to Eagle River Valley Community Council. I've published this. I've talked about it on the radio multiple times. I've really tried to engage the community to see if they really wanted this choice or not. But for me, it's not advocating to tell them to enter. It's giving them the option to have fire service if they want it. Now, the reason I'd like to address, the initial version said that the cost for the rest of the Anchorage Fire Service area might actually go down, is because the fire department believes that they can service this area with the current amount of assets that are stationed in Eagle River, meaning we're not going to hire more firefighters, we're not going to hire more apparatus, they're just going to have to change a little bit of how they operate, but they can still manage with the crews they have. That means those residents that come in, it's like a road service area, it's a fire service area, so those funds can't be spent anywhere else. Therefore, it's logical to say more money is being come in. We're not expanding the size of the department, but those monies could help offset some of the costs to the other taxpayers. Now, it's not written in the code that way, but that was the general theory of why it was written that way. And last, I'll just leave you with this. This is not going to be an easy decision for many residents. Some residents, I had one homeowner who has a $600,000 home, and back there near Prudhoe somewhere, and he is willing and wants to pay another $1,200 more in taxes because he wants to be part of that fire service area. So to me, this is the epitome of local control. It's giving people in Eagle River Valley the opportunity to have fire service. So I will support it. I was glad to bring this option to my residents. Whether they support it or not, we'll find out on the election day, however that shakes out. But I think it's a responsible thing to do to try to give people in that area the opportunity to have fire service. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Whittleton, sir.
Well, thank you. This is a big issue. I appreciate your bringing this forward. And it's also on the hillside. We have some areas outside of the fire service areas. And the hillside includes a beautiful scenic highway, as we know, Seward Highway, which goes along Turnagain Arm. And I know you misspoke when you called it Turnagain Armpit. Oh, you're talking about the building. Okay, I thought you were talking about the McHugh Creek fire. So, all right, thank you. Just wanted to clarify. It's a beautiful area, not to speak derogatorily of it. Thanks.
Is that all, Mr. Whittleton? Any other comments from Assembly members? Amy, I'll be supporting this. I used to live out there back before they paved the road. I know all the homes that burned down back there. If there was a fire, you simply walked away from it because there was no one that could get to you. Well, that was a choice you made at that time. Now it's nice you're going to have this ballot go to the people, and they'll have a choice to vote on whether they want fire protection or not. And you've done all you can do representing that area. So let's vote on this. Mr. Peterson? We're voting on the main motion as amended, Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Okay. Please vote. That is approved. Vote was 11-0. We're now going back, eventually, to item 13A. Figure out where it's at on here. Yeah, well, we're going to open up public hearing on it. And we'll eventually move the S version. Public hearing is now open on item 13A in NES versions, ordinance AL 2017-149, ordinance submitted to qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, a ballot proposition amending Anchorage municipal charter to adopt a wholesale sales tax on alcoholic beverages and to establish an initial rate of levy and not to exceed maximum rate, to authorize the assembly to adjust the annual rate of levy by ordinance without additional voter approval, provided.
Waive reading, please.
Thank you. Public hearing this item is open. If you wish to testify, please come forward. Station McCurry for the record. Thanks for being here so long.
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. Okay, when you make laws, you're supposed to make them so that they are legible and easy to understand to the average person. And the way that this is writ, it's basically roten. It doesn't make any sense to the average person. It's a whole bunch of babble, blah, 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 blah. So what I propose is that you table this motion or make an amendment and take a dinner break or whatever you do and go back there and write this so that it makes the whole hill of beans of sense to the average person, so that when they're sitting in their house and they get their ballot in their mailbox, that they can read this, and it's not just, okay, this is ordinance item 13A, ordinance number AO 2017-149, an ordinance submitted to the qualified village municipality Anchorage about proposition in Anchorage municipality charter wholesale sales of alcohol tax beverages. Okay, here we go. Now here it is. To establish an initial rate of levy and a not to exceed maximum rate. Okay, what's that? What kind of symbol is that? Who knows what that is? To authorize the assembly to adjust the tax rate of the levy by ordinance without additional voter approval, provided upward adjustments are allowed only once every 2 years, and adjustment does not increase the ... Who knows what we're talking about? We're just sitting here. We're just paying taxes. Who cares? So the whole thing is nobody even knows what you're talking about, and it's supposed to be up for public testimony. Usually, like when you do a newspaper article, if you're a writer or something, the first paragraph should summarize the whole thing. Okay, what happened at the Assembly meeting tonight? Okay, we passed $1 billion thing that's going to go before the voters. We're going to increase the fire area, and then we got to Agenda 13A. No one really knew what it was about, but it could be about. Can I ask you a question within my last minute? Is that appropriate?
No.
Okay, so basically, I can talk more, but if I want to know more insight as I was presented with this information, that's an appropriate. Can I ask Ms. LaFrance? Is that okay?
No.
Can I ask you a question?
You're here to testify, sir.
Okay,
If she has a
testimony.
question,
Testimony, yes,
she
sir.
can ask you one.
Yes. Okay, so we are going to have public testimony on an unknown presented item to be presented to the public, and that's cool. So, like I said, I really respect what you guys do, but I think we need a little tune-up to where stuff makes some kind of sense. I mean, I know common law and common ethics is that things should be legible and understandable by the average person. It's very basic. You're going to tax people who want your money.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Darden because he's the first person tonight to mention we are voting by mail on April 3rd. So stay tuned to the public because everything's going to be different and you have a responsibility to be educated, and we're doing our best. You got to do your part too. Thank you, Dustin.
Welcome, sir. Are you representing yourself or the community council?
Sam Moore, resident of North Star, but I am speaking as a mild-mannered consumer and taxpayer. Just a simple point, I'll simplify what we just heard. No new taxes. It's a really simple concept. No new taxes. Taxes are fungible. We can all agree we need some revenue mechanisms to fund this great municipality. However, we already have a broad-based tax that captures revenue from all consumers in the muni in an equitable way. Every participant in commerce here in Anchorage pays property taxes. Whether I'm enjoying a craft beer at Humpy's, going to my favorite brewery, Midnight Sun, or even buying gear at REI, municipal taxes are already baked into my tastes, preferences, and choices. Taxes are already captured from tourists, folks in the valley who commute here, or for that sake, most Alaskans who rely on businesses here in Anchorage. Businesses do not pay taxes, but simply collect and remit. This proposal attacks not only a growing industry in Alaska, but is simply a good old-fashioned cash grab to make Anchorage less appealing to residents, consumers, tourists, and entrepreneurs. I urge this body to vote against this ballot initiative. Anchorage may be facing headwinds, but this proposal only makes things worse. This will not help the muni. We may need taxes, but not a blank check to this body. As I said, no new taxes.
Question from Assembly members. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Dick.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good afternoon. I'll probably be booed out of here, but I'm going to say this anyway. Hello, Chairman Cheney, honorable members of the Senate Assembly. My name is Solana Mitchell. My family and I arrived in Anchorage in 1992 by way of the military, and we reside in Anchorage, East Anchorage. Since arriving in Anchorage, I retired from the U.S. Air Force. I've raised 2 children, and I work within the criminal justice system. Presently, I am in training to become a drug and alcohol addiction counselor. I chose to do this because I see how the addiction problem is affecting the city and people's lives, young and old. I'm not a stranger to alcohol. I grew up with it in my neighborhood, and in the military, I often participated in happy hour after work as part of our culture. Also, while in the military and going to war in Vietnam as a security policeman, I learned about marijuana and other drugs and how some military members use them to survive. Sometimes survival and recreation can lead to addiction. They say that alcoholism and drug addiction is a health-related problem. that leads to early death. I'm not here to condemn anyone, but it seems to me that when someone is prospering from someone else's pain and death, they could be considered a murderer. I'm just saying. I could be wrong. When I was in Vietnam and we dropped bombs, not only did we hit our enemy targets, but there were civilian casualties. In the case tonight, we know that alcoholism and marijuana are legal for adults, but when they are not properly controlled, our children and innocent people become harmed. I understand that business is to make money, and sometimes some people will sell their souls for $1, and caring about other people's misery is not always their concern. I also know that this is a free country and people have choices, and no one always are physically forced to drink or ingest drugs, but they are chemicals and they have a way of affecting the brain for first-time users. While counseling young high school students about drugs, one informed me that she had not only tried marijuana, but cocaine and LSD. I asked her if she was not frightened because she could have gone on a trip and not returned. She told me, no, Mr. Mitchell, because if you go into it with a positive mindset and a good attitude, you will be okay. I asked her to go visit Brother Francis Shelter. This is the mindset of our young leaders. We as adults and business people have the responsibility to keep our city and people safe. If you are making money pushing drugs and alcohol, why not do a good thing and put money aside for tax programs that will help the people, taxes or programs that will help the people that will be addicted from your products that
Sir,
you
your
sell.
time is up.
All right. I know taxes are not popular, but we have to do something to help these people that's addicted. Now, whatever we decide to do is something that should help the city of Anchorage.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you, sir. Point of information, point of order. When this matter was first introduced, I had declared a conflict and was excused from the room. And there is an S version that kind of clarifies the conflict, but in fact that version is not yet before the body. And not that I'm seeking an excuse to leave the room, but I think that at least it needs to be on the record that this body says that I should be participating in this vote. Because as you heard the gentleman just speak, that the members of the public are saying that this should fund treatment services, which again puts me on both sides of this equation, and it puts me in an awkward place.
Chris, do you think that if this does pass, we're obligated to go to your business? I think a lot of businesses do what you do.
So the problem it creates for me is that I will either have to serve this body or serve my employer and make a choice, right? And that's a difficult position because my job is to raise money for treatment providers. And so that the new version isn't in front of us. It takes me right back to the point where we were.
The version is in front of us, sir. The whole hearing is on both of them, sir. Both the original and the new version.
So I think I need
Does that make it easier for you?
the opinion of my peers.
Ms. Dembowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Constant's conflict was clear, and I don't believe that the S version excuses him from that conflict. And that, in fact, I think the issue is still the same. Since this body has ruled that Mr. Constant has a conflict of interest on this body, it's inappropriate for him to not only sit on any topic related for this, but it's inappropriate for him to debate it with us. It's clear we ruled he has a conflict, and I think that's challenging to allow a member who has a conflict to sway the body, especially when he could significantly personally benefit. It's his employer, and his job is to solicit funds for treatment. So I'm not sure how we can possibly wiggle out of the fact that he has one of the most obvious conflicts I've ever seen.
Mr. Constant, why don't you take a break? Mr. Wilton? Anybody else? Thank you. There are no other questions. Anybody else want to testify? Please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Randy Kaer. Last name is spelled K-A-E-R. I'm here to talk about the ordinance and a couple things I'd like to point out on that. Right now, you've proposed an alcohol tax increase to support addiction and treatment facilities. And in the ordinance, you're talking about needs of numbers of rooms and beds and so forth, and some dollars to construct those facilities. And it's not a complete appraisal, I understand that, but it doesn't address any upcoming or planned facilities by the private sector. And so that inventory would probably need to be deducted from your outcome, or you would be overbuilding for the market. I've been working with Assisted Recovery Centers of America for some time now, and we have planned 130 unit in Anchorage. Our founder of the company, Percy Menzies, he set up the wellness court with Judge Wanamaker 15 years ago for naltrexone treatments. Right now, I think if the city was to pass an ordinance, pass a tax, go forward, build units, it'd be competing with the private sector. And the other thing I'd point out is, and looking at the numbers for these facilities, if you say $35 million for an 80 bed, I'm a developer, contractor, that sort of thing, and I just did a 70 unit, and I think we're only into it for $4 million because we picked up an existing facility and spent a few $1 million on it. And so even if you're to spend $100,000 a bed, you're talking for an 80 bed, that's $8 million, not $460,000 a bed. So I think the numbers, I know they're budgets, and you don't want to under budget a facility by any means, but just on the capital side, your numbers are high. So I guess my point was try not to see municipal or government authorities competing with the private industry. And I do have other comments or something that I could hold for later on some ideas how they might be able to fix some of the problems in Anchorage, but that's all I had to say. Any questions?
Mr. Wilton has a question for you, sir. Mr. Wilton?
Maybe this isn't a place to delve into it, but we have meetings of the Homeless Committee and Public Safety, and we deal with these things frequently. It would be really great if you came and said, what is the private sector doing? Because my question is, it's the private sector's doing this? Where the heck have you been? It's all news to me. So it would be helpful if you came and talk more broadly about what you and your company are doing at one of our work sessions. This is the man to speak with.
Sure, I'd be more than happy to.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
My name is Jeremy Price. I would like to testify in opposition to the proposed ordinance. I'm a resident over in Bayshore. I have 3 kids myself. I'm also the state director of Americans for Prosperity chapter here in the state. It'll come as no surprise that we're opposed to tax increases, but let me tell you why we're opposed to this one. This is a tax on businesses. It's a tax on Alaskans. Right now, we've learned in the last few years, we're one of the hardest hit states in terms of unemployment rates in the country. We're undergoing a recession. Thousands of Alaskans are leaving the state, and what we don't need right now is more taxes. If the projects that you want to fund with this tax revenue are worthy, then let's reprioritize the budget and fund those projects. But increasing taxes is not the right thing to do right now. If any of you guys have sat through a lecture from economist Neil Fried, he talks about the growth in the brewery industry, the growth in brew pubs. He says that's the one bright spot in Alaska's economy. He loves talking about that. Why would we penalize that industry with a tax? The state of Alaska has the 5th highest excise tax on alcohol in the country. We don't need to add to that by adding another 10% tax on that at the local level. So thanks for your time. We are opposed to this measure. Appreciate it.
Thank you. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hello. My name is Jens Nannestad, and I'm the owner of the Southside Bistro in South Anchorage. I'll read my prepared letter so I don't get off the track. The bistro has been a responsible neighborhood restaurant with food and alcohol service for over 22 years. We serve a wide demographic of people, all the way from senators and governors to the more average, hardworking Anchorage voter. We provide a safe and responsible environment for people to gather, communicate, and relax from their stressful lives. All this while providing a steady livelihood for about 40 employees. Let me assure you, I'm aware of the city's issues with crime, drugs, and alcohol addiction, as well as its homelessness problem. It's important for everyone to understand that the restaurant industry is not the reason for this problem, and we certainly cannot shoulder the burden of the cost. The general idea that increasing the alcohol tax somehow will deter problem drinkers from consumption is absurd, as is the idea of burdening the vast majority of responsible consumers and operators with increased alcohol taxes to somehow fix these problems. I believe in personal responsibility followed by consequences. Over the past few years, the restaurant and hospitality business has seen dramatic increases in operating expenses. Minimum wage alone has increased by almost 30%. I'm not sure if anybody here understands how tight the margins are in my business. This tax will be yet another huge strain for us to try and deal with. Southside Bistro, as most other restaurants in Anchorage, are family-owned and operated, and we all work very hard. We're certified, trained in alcohol management, and we pay plenty for our licenses, taxes, and fees. As a matter of fact, Anchorage alcohol tax is already amongst the highest in the nation. This proposed sin tax will burden our small operators with even higher cost and will consequently be passed on to our customers. Anchorage economy is already tight, with many restaurants currently up for sale and struggling just to get by. Meanwhile, the underlying problem here will remain and continue regardless of taxes. We're aware and conscious of the problems pertaining to abuse, addiction, and crime. I believe this assembly should switch their thinking from taxing us to rather try and stimulate and grow our small businesses. After all, I do not believe the majority of the people causing the underlying cost are in the workforce and therefore not able to contribute to this proposed tax burden. I do not believe in this tax, nor its hidden message, that we somehow are the reason for this city's alcohol-related problems, and therefore we shall pay. Heaven forbid more people lose their jobs and end up on the streets. A final concern of mine is the fact that any money raised by this proposed tax would simply disappear into the general fund and never reach the intended recipients. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. There are no questions, apparently. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. You guys have been sitting here for hours. Come on forward. Thank you, sir.
I'll be glad to. Distinguished members of the Assembly, my name is Kevin Tubbs. I'm the Executive Director of Cook Inlet Char, the newly elected, so I'm the new face on the block. I come to you today in two hats. One is I'm Executive Director of Cook Inlet Char, but two, I grew up here. I started, my dad ran Anchorage Cold Storage, Odom Company. I was a kid on the warehouse floor of a distributor growing up. Didn't take long before I bought my first restaurant, then my first bar. I was a package store owner. I'm one of the few people in the state who've lived through distribution, package store ownership, and also as a dispensary licensee. And I'm here today to represent the 1 out of 10 Alaskans whose paycheck depends on the hospitality and tourism industry. You know, we put $500 million. A few minutes ago, we were talking about how the biggest expenditure on the Chugach project was $1 billion. And, you know, since 2002, we put $500 million in allocated money from the taxes on liquor into the coffers of our state of Alaska. That's a lot of money for the kind of things that we're seeing today. And so, you know, licensees, we get painted with a broad brush. I think if you look at the typical Anchorage licensee, I defy you to find a softball league that doesn't have a sponsor. Or, you know, anytime there's an event or something that needs money, it's always the licensees who come out. And I look at the amount of money that we've been taxed. You know, I came here in 72. In 2002, I watched this tax increase. And we were pretty astounded, and we've watched what's happened. I had a letter today from Trina Johnson. You know, Ray and Shirley Johnson, some of you might remember, were here in the 50s. They started a little Mexican place called La Mexicana, and they grew that business up into 3 independent facilities. And the letter I got today was pretty self-explanatory. She doesn't, you know, this is their 49th anniversary. Next year is their 50th. And she believes with the institution of this tax, they won't make it to their 50th year. You know, they've already lost 2 of their facilities, independent, and now they're down to 1. So I come to you today to say no more taxes, but specifically, no more alcohol taxes. We want to help. We have ways to help that haven't even been explored yet. And we're concerned about what happened to the $500 million, the $500 million that was already spent. We think, you know, if any one of you were given $500 million in 2002, there'd probably be less people on the street. It doesn't make sense to us what's going on, and we just like to say no to this tax. In closing, right now, when I look at the problem that we're facing, what this is raised on, it's like a pie chart. It's mental illness, opioid addiction, it's prescription drugs, and alcohol. It's really a 4-alarm fire that we face, but it seems like there's only one department that's forced to respond every time, and that's liquor licensees. So I thank you very kindly for the opportunity to address you.
Sir. Mr. France?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Tubbs, for your testimony. You mentioned that you want to help, and are you saying that CHAR, you're speaking for?
Certainly, CHAR, you know, we were proactive. I was in the very first TAM course that CHAR ever had. Mm-hmm. I had a benefit of working under Tiny DeSapio. So we've done things proactively since the 80s to, you know, bring in more training and, you know, be responsible owners. And so, you know, we look at a lot of opportunities to help out in the community, and obviously by supplying $500 million since 2002, it would be pretty hard to, I mean, we're tax collectors now. Mm-hmm. The liquor industry is de facto tax collectors.
But in terms of more treatment opportunities and prevention, I mean, are you saying that?
Yeah, we're open to anything that works. Is anybody satisfied with what's been going on for the last since 2002? Because in the liquor industry, we're certainly not. We're not satisfied with what we see out there. And, you know, we're family people too. You know, we'd like to see an accounting of where the money went, and look at new opportunities like Mr. Care's opportunity. You know, we would consider helping sponsor something like that. I mean, they have the #1 treatment facility in the country behind them. They have a 130-plus bed facility already identified, and it's private money. So, yeah, we would be glad to work with something that helps make a difference.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. I think Mr. Francis covered this to a certain degree, but you know what's unique about municipal taxes versus state taxes, we actually can tell where the money goes, and we can direct it. You know, we can dedicate funds, and this ballot initiative actually does that. It says it has to go to drug and alcohol treatment, as opposed to the state tax, which goes in the general fund, or the federal tax, which was just reduced, that goes into some fund we don't have control
over. With all due respect, Mr. Dunbar, you know, 50% of the money that was allocated for this tax was supposed to go to this first. That hasn't happened.
I mean, at the state level?
At the state level. So
would you prefer, so imagine we could get a similarly sized cut at the state level. Would you prefer a municipal tax?
I would prefer that the municipality look at the $500 million that we already raised in state taxes and look to that fund for the money. Since nobody seems to be able to give us any accounting of what happened to that $500 million, we would like to get some accounting to see what actually happened, because it wasn't raised on, you know, high administrative salaries or studies. It was raised on getting some people who need help. And we're in support of that.
Mr. Dunbar.
Do you think there's a need for more treatment in the state?
Obviously, when you have people like Mr. Care's company looking at building 100-plus bed facilities, there needs to be some address, but that doesn't mean that there isn't enough money there. What it means is the allocation of the money needs some scrutiny. I mean, let's look at it. Percy Menzies, that works with assisted recovery, they've built the Wellness Court, the #1 system in the whole state of Alaska. They have the highest success rate. Yet that program hasn't been mirrored in any of the 31 facilities that we've looked at. You know, if you have something that works, why don't you continue with it? So I think the issue isn't the amount of money, it's the allocation of the money. You'll never find people who are more responsive to the community needs than liquor licensees.
I'm really interested in this facility, Mr. Kerr, and I want you to come, if you can, to a homelessness or public safety committee and give us a detailed description of what you're doing, because you're citing this as one of the reasons we shouldn't go forward with that, and that's fine, but this is the first we've heard of it, and I'm really interested. I mean, if the private sector can step up and do 130 beds at a reasonable price, I don't think anybody in this room would oppose that.
It would negate the need for the city to raise this
But
tax.
I'm worried. I am a little worried, because it's the first we're hearing about it, that it's a smokescreen. And so please come and prove me wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions from Assembly members?
Thank you very kindly for the opportunity to address you today.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
My name is Dale Fox, FOX. I work for Alaska Char. I'm here to encourage members to vote no on this alcohol proposal. There is an absolute lack of treatment facilities in our community and in our state, without a doubt. And Alaska Char has been a proponent of getting more detox and rehab facilities for many, many years. As Kevin mentioned, we have paid $40 million a year, approximately, to solve that problem to the state. But the beds have never materialized. We believe it's unfortunate that responsible drinkers and the alcohol industry have been singled out in this last-minute effort to get something on the ballot this year. The solution for funding should come from a number of sources, not just another punitive tax on the alcohol industry. We believe there is a solution that will take a serious discussion with all of the stakeholders. The state of Alaska has collected alcohol tax money, and it was the intent of that tax to spend that money on detox and rehab. And some of that money should flow to Anchorage, and we're willing to fight for that with you. Senator Johnny Ellis was that close to getting that money just a couple of years ago, and we were there fighting with him. Many of the problems on the street are people who are mentally ill. We know that. Clearly, the mental health trust should be part of the solution and part of the equation. We also know there is a heralded opioid crisis right now. I don't know if we can get the pharmaceutical industry to support some of the problems that they're creating, but we think they're part of the solution. So what we're suggesting is that there be a collaborative plan, that we look at the burdens of society's problems and spread those among a number of players. Singling out the alcohol industry alone, we obviously would try to defeat this if it went to the ballot. But we would like to work with you, and we would like to work with the other stakeholders to find a solution. Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, Sylvia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good night. My name is Sylvia Villamides. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Hospitality Retailers. And here we go again, another tax. However, I want to touch bases on two different things in this particular ordinance. One is the charter change. The industry in past has worked with the Begich administration on the bed tax, where it was agreed to support the charter change from the 60 to 50%. We were hoping that this one-time change would not set precedents, but sadly, we were wrong. The vote of the people should be represented, protected, honored, and respected. Second part is the liquor tax. The industry has been for many years through our programs very proactive. Security training, alcohol training, our safety hour, off-the-road program, and lastly, ARBRA, the Anchorage Responsible Beverage Retailers Association. What is ARBRA's mission? Working with the homeless, the chronic inebriates, cleaning the bus stops, the illegal camps, etc., etc. So ARBRA came about back in 1999 because of the chronic inebriate problem. We felt, please understand that this is something that came from the industry being proactive, meaning that we took it upon ourselves and we went out. Ed O'Neill was the spirit person on this here, and we went out and we cleaned the camps, we worked with the homeless, we gave them blankets, we gave them socks, and guess what? To today's date, although our budget is so little and only one person staff, we still go out there and give out socks, blankets, clean the camps, and our latest project, Safe Haven, that you guys all probably have heard of, and if not, stay tuned because it's coming. So in closing, I want to say that the Alaska Hospitality Retailers Board of Directors and our members are opposing this tax. We feel that there's got to be a better way to work with this. We have very intelligent people around the table. Our politicians, our leaders, our industry leaders, people in the mental health industry, in many other aspects. That, we have a great team when it comes to the homeless coordinator and the committee that's working very hard for the homeless. So, and finally, let's try to work together with this, is what I'm trying to say. Let's find a solution. Thank you very much.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dana Wolukowitz. I am one of the owners of King Street Brewing Company. Spelling of the last name is W-A-L-U-K-I-E-W-I-C-Z. And I wanted to give the perspective of a manufacturer here in the city. As a small businessman, I'm a co-owner in the brewing company. We started about 6-7 years ago and been growing quickly. The effect of this tax, and I want to make sure that the Assembly is aware of the economic impact that this could have on a very small business. We have about approximately 10 employees right now. But currently we pay approximately $7 in tax per a keg of beer, and that's a reduced rate because we're a small business. Unfortunately, well, as many of you guys know, because you also own and operate businesses, the cost of doing business up here is much more expensive than what you would have for manufacturers down lower 48 due to our high cost structure. So the effect of this tax would actually more than triple the taxes collected by King Street Brewing Company and remitted back to the government. This would have a very negative impact on our price points in the marketplace. We self-distribute right now, and that allows us to sell directly to bars and restaurants, and package stores, and even directly to the consumer. But as we grow, and in fact we have just broken ground and are due to open a new facility that was a multi-million-dollar investment for myself and my partner, we're very nervous over the effect of what this could do to our sales, because this will, as our product being more expensive than anything produced in the lower 48 or in even abroad, it could have a very negative impact to our sales. It also could potentially forego us from ever distributing through a distributor. As we built this facility so that we could potentially grow, service other markets, possibly go out of state. These are plans way down that are far off on the horizon. But what we would hope to be doing is to be employing more people to grow this industry. As people have mentioned, it's one of the industries in the United States and here in Alaska that's actually growing despite our recession. I'd love to be able to come back here in a year or two and say, yes, I now have 20 employees. And those are good jobs for people that are now able to buy houses and pay property taxes. I know in the facility that we are building, we'll probably end up developing property taxes of $50,000 to $60,000 alone on that facility. If we were to go with a distributor, the way this ordinance is written, it would potentially cause a double taxation as well. That taxation being is that there would be a wholesale sale to a distributor, and then a distributor would then have a wholesale sale to a retailer like a package store or a bar or restaurant. So it could, the way this ordinance is written actually is a very negative impact to local producers.
Sir, we have a question for you. Mr. Croft?
You said this would triple your taxes?
That's correct.
So how? On a keg of beer, you said it's $7 now?
It's $7 excise, federal excise, combined federal and state. And since our keg prices wholesale are generally higher than anything that you can get from lower 48, the tax on that would be approximately $15. So
$15 using the 10% because you're about a
10% at the 10% range. So, you have to understand this is becoming a very significant portion of the overall sale price of the product.
Anything else, Eric? Your taxes are going down by federal law. In 2019, your taxes are going down, federal level.
I've already, the excise tax is effective January 1st, 2018. And in fact, that is incorporated in the $7 excise tax rate.
It is going down.
It is the federal tax rate is very small.
Thank you, sir. No other questions? Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all?
Yes, hello, my name is Dave O'Malley, and I'm here on my own. I just want to first off share a letter I got, not a letter, an ad in the mail I got from Alaska Airlines mileage program, basically looking to join a wine club. And basically, they're offering 5,000 miles to join, 5 miles on every dollar you spend, and it'll definitely skirt whatever taxes are coming here, state and local. So we will be hurting local business with these new taxes. And second, I also want to bring up, I checked on it, this New Year's Eve we had 30% less DUI arrests. I checked that with the police department, Ryan Rolkin, and a lot of that was probably due to TNCs, Uber and Lyft. And I just want to bring up that public safety, a lot of you up here voted against introducing TNCs. When you voted for the amendments, you voted against Mr. Evans' original ordinance. Outside that, what I really want to bring up is the problem with the treatment programs and the street people and the homeless camps. It's not something we really have to deal with. I think the problem is we look in the wrong direction. We look to Seattle, Portland. I spent 2 weeks this November down in Charleston, South Carolina. Beautiful, immaculate city, basically 150 years old, churches, and the people there take a lot of pride in the city. They would never put up with what we put up on a daily basis here. So I think there's solutions out there. And it's not funding these programs and they're not working. We got to go look where it is working, where they don't have these homeless camps, where they don't have the panhandlers, they don't have street signs holding up. And it's not Portland, it's not Seattle, it's not LA, and it's not Anchorage, I'm sorry to say. So before we pour millions of dollars and raise taxes for programs that aren't working, I think we really should look for solutions where they are working. So that's what I'm trying to say. I wanted to say that when I saw Charleston in today's environment, city of same issues, same everything, but just not an obvious problem. I didn't see really any disagreement. The people were very extremely friendly, worked through a housing project right downtown, people saying hello, friendly. And it's just not the same issues. And it is, the people down there would not put up with it. They have ordinances, they have covenants, and basically street people, homeless camps are not part of it. Find out, I suggest, how they do it, other areas of the country that are doing it right, and let's go from there. I don't think we need a new tax, and I actually think $8 for a glass of beer in a restaurant is enough, and $12 for the lowest price glass of wine is kind of ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed. You can be chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Trenny, would you like to speak?
Oh, yes, I do. Want to move the S version. That'd be 2017-149S.
Get a
I need a
second?
second.
That's on my feet.
All right.
Okay.
That's why.
We got a couple of choices. We can get in debate now, or we can end the meeting at 11 o'clock and pick it up on Thursday. I arranged for us to be here at 5 o'clock on Thursday. So the choice is the bodies. Do you want to start the debate now, or do you want to go ahead and end the meeting at 11 o'clock and be here Thursday at 5 o'clock? Choice of the body.
Well, I think
Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
my preference is to press forward with this debate, maybe extend a couple of times and see if we can finish it,
Okay.
rather than have a special meeting. Mr. Gates?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind you we have an S1 version that was on the addendum. I think that Mr. Trenny might have wanted to move the S1 version instead of this.
Mr. Trenny, did you move
I moved him
S-
in the S1 version, and Mr. France would like a quick break.
Mr. France?
She wants a break.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we have a 5-minute break?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's do that.
I will get you a copy of the S1. Okay? I'll get you a copy.
11:30.
What? No, I'd really rather we just continue this meeting till Thursday. Let's just end this thing now. We've got other stuff that have to be done.
Is it in your addendum folder?
Have to be done, Amy.
Okay, let me see if I have mine. So, let's see.
So if we think we can get through that and this in the next half hour, then I will.
Should be right here.
Let's keep going.
Okay, make your motion then. We've got to, because we're getting up to 11 o'clock.
Can we, you always make us do 10 minutes at a time. Can we do it 30 minutes?
You can do it 30
We
minutes.
can do whatever we want. We can go to midnight if we want.
Don't tell him that.
We can. By law, we have to stop at midnight. Sorry, I wouldn't really.
Don't.
I would rather.
No. Yeah. All right, I'm going to make a motion.
Mr. Dunbar.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting until 11:30.
Second.
And speak in favor of that. Not only do we have to resolve this, and perhaps we won't be able to, we have a couple of other things, particularly the Beans Cafe lease that we have to vote on at some point in the next couple of days. So we either do it tonight or we have a special meeting on Thursday.
Keep in mind, to extend takes 8 votes.
No, it takes it takes 2/3.
2/3.
We don't have everybody here yet.
It should be 8 votes, 2/3.
No, I know, but we might be down a Pete. A couple of others.
Mr. Dyson's not back yet.
Where's Chris at?
Oh, yeah, and Chris can't.
We can vote on whether we extend.
Where's Fred at?
Well, is there anyone opposed to extending the meeting?
Fred, are you opposed to extending till 11:30?
Yeah, in general, but go ahead.
Okay.
Right, so
You're in opposition to it. Seeing none, we've extended to 11:30. Now, what did you want to take care of first before we get into debate on this?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to take up item, Bill, what's the item number?
14E.
14E. We're going to briefly table what we've been talking about. We're going to take up 14E and then we'll go back to it.
Second.
Okay, now 14E is a public hearing item. So, we have in front of us AO 2018-2, an ordinance authorizing an additional 3-month lease with Beans Cafe, Inc. for the operation of a nighttime overflow shelter. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Hi, Ron.
Good evening, Ron Alleva, Alleva. I'm strongly opposed to this. Beans Cafe has a $2 million budget, and every time they stick their hands out, they're getting $10,000. This is a lease that is obscene because of the salary of Lisa Sauter is somewhere around $130,000 plus benefits, and I saw her driving a tax-exempt car. If we're so tight on a budget and they can't manage their money down there on this overflow, they shouldn't come here to get it. Nonprofits are given such a big exemption and no accountability that GuideStar, that lists nonprofits and look at their budget, because you're throwing money out there with no accountability, and it's shameful. And this idea of the overflow shelter in a problem area is ludicrous. And if they get $10,000 for the overflow, what about the soup kitchen? What about a church? They're all going to stand there. And you want to get a release. Beans Cafe and the Brother Francis Shelter entered into a lease with the Heritage Land Bank to hold them harmless. And the government, municipality, didn't have to defend them legally. When I sued, the municipality gave me $10,000. They were required to defend this municipality because of the home harmless clause. Let's play with the same deck of cards on leases. And guess what? They evicted me from the Heritage Land Bank situation. I had to move my trailers. They put up a fence because you had a couple overflow campers. That was access, egress and ingress. You could ask those homeless to leave. You would have. But you went out and put a fence there, which is a safety hazard to traffic. Ridiculous waste of money when you did that because you responded to one little resident. And for years, you've never responded to me, and I've suffered the brunt of it. And to do this is a disgrace, to give them any money, because you've already given them $500,000. Why would you give them more and enter into a lease? And then you did a 24-month year-round overflow. I thought it was 45 degrees. A couple Mondays ago, it was 45 degrees. They were still in the facility. This is wrong. This is not economical. You're not holding that nonprofit accountable whatsoever for the money you're throwing at them. And hey, you got Arba out here, you got Char doing more than what those people are doing in self-policing. Don't sign this lease, don't give them the money, and hey, have Lisa Sauter reduce her salary if they need the money. And that's pretty much in a nutshell. I'm getting better.
You're getting better, Ron. Questions from assembly members?
Oh, you got to have
Thank
a
you,
question.
Ron.
Oh, Mr. Traney, you know your minds are made up. You don't want to be confused with facts. Ms.
you, Ron.
Dembowski. Thank you very much.
If you wish to testify, please come forward. You know what the issue is we're discussing?
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N.
Dustin, do you know the issue we're discussing?
I don't have to answer your question.
Sir, I will cut you off if you're not debating this.
You don't want to answer my question, sir, in all respect.
You don't have to, Ron.
Okay, neither do I. My name's
So you
Dustin Darden. I'm going to testify. I do know what this is about, Mr. Traney. Okay, so my position on this is, Mr. Chair, is that I think that if I wanted some soup and some beans or whatever they're serving there, or a place to sleep, that I think it'd be advantageous that we move this facility before we go ahead and extend the lease, that we move it into the hillside area, somewhere, some unoccupied area, or that we move it into a location that the individual's going to get a good place, night's rest, that they might have some type of dignity, some place where they have a nice view of the inlet, and that they could congregate around people with a little bit more better to means themselves by. Rather, why sell ourselves short and continue in the same location where there's neighborly discords, which are understandable? Why not we try a location where they can see a good view of the entire city, all the lights, and they can see a sleeping lady, and they can be around doctors and lawyers and very successful businessmen and women, and then maybe we could get them some suits as well. But I think that the location, especially because my friend here, he's having some, issues with the people. I think we upgrade the people to a more dignified location so that they get the full, like we do the 9 yards. So that if you want a place to sleep, you're up on the hillside. Also, why don't we look into hey Peterson, you're cool, man. Are you in Hawaii? Just please tell me you're in Hawaii. No? Nowhere hot? Hope? He ain't saying nothing. But I don't know. I just think we need to try something new, something a little classier for our with people that are down and out on their luck. Let's upgrade to first class.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to address the assembly on this item? Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the
Move
body?
to approve.
Second.
Mr. Dunbar,
Oh, I just moved to approve. Let's vote.
anything you want to say?
No.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments from assembly members?
I guess the one thing I would say is I wish Mr. Constant were here.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
We reached out to him and he hasn't responded.
So he has responded to me.
Yeah, he's 5 minutes out.
Yeah, and he does have some comments on this particular item.
We want to wait 5 minutes for him?
We can always come back to it. We've closed the public testimony, right?
We close public testimony.
We can come
Okay,
back.
let's go back to alcohol tax.
Let's not forget 14E though, okay?
What's 14E? Is that, oh, that's the one we were just doing.
Now
Mr.
going back to the other issue we were discussing.
Mr. Chair,
Ma'am?
I know we were about to jump into the alcohol tax and then
Yeah.
probably jump back to 14E. But I was going to ask, Mr. Dunbar and I were sidebarring, is there anything else on tonight's agenda that's time sensitive that we have to get done this month?
Mr.
Falsey,
Falsey.
is there anything else that's got to be done?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I was trying. Sorry.
All right, so we're now back to debating the alcohol tax proposal, 13AS1, is that right? 13BS1?
13A, yes.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Gates.
We move the S1 version.
Mr. Gates, you're in the queue.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to push to be in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Trainee, would you like to speak to this ordinance?
Oh, yes, I would. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Interesting, the garbage that comes across to us on a given night. Here at the industry say today we donated $500 million, and there's no justification for that because it doesn't come here. True, they are taxed at the Juneau level, and that disappears in a black hole called Juneau. We never see it. If you want to donate money, if you want to be taxing, it should be taxed here. Because this is where the problems exist, not down in Juneau. Juneau will take that money and use it for any darn thing they want. It doesn't come here. Every time we deal with this issue, the industry's here, rattling their chains and saying, but we pay $500 million. You guys find it. They have yet to step up to the plate and demand the legislators that pass this tell them where the money goes, if they even can. We're the ones that deal with the problem here. The criminal justice system, when they get out of jail, they have an alcohol problem, they come here to Anchorage. We have to pick it up. All the crime that's caused, if you were to talk to a prosecutor on what would happen if alcohol stopped, they'd be out of work. Because when you look at the amount of crime caused by alcohol, you've got spouse abuse, you've got child abuse, you've got DUIs. It's a problem we have to deal with. We all get the calls. The only real way to deal with that is bring the money here locally, because we can tell them where the money goes. Juneau can't. State Constitution does not allow them to. And does this take guts to send this to the voters? Absolutely. And talking to my friend, Mr. Croft, I won't bring up the Wizard of Oz too much, but you know, the Scarecrow had no brains. The Tin Man had no heart. And heavens knows the Lion had no courage. And the industry hopes we're the same way. They hope we have no courage. It takes guts to do this, believe me. And they can play all the little games they want about the wonderful things they do for the town. It's self-serving. It's their business. We need to deal with this issue ourselves, because this will not go away. You can vote against this tonight. I guarantee you another year, another 2 years, you'll be back in front of us. Until we get the handle to deal with this on the local level, it will not be solved. So my plea to you is step up, get some courage, and vote. You know what you need to do, and send it to voters. And yes, I did write it at 50% plus one vote. To Amy, who doesn't like that, yes, I did put this in here. It's a clause we can use, because quite frankly, I think if it goes 50% plus one, the voters will approve this. 60%, they'll never approve anything. You give them free money, they won't agree to it. So my wish is the body steps up to the plate, has the brains and has the courage and the heart to send this forward to the voters. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Here, I'm going to give you back the gavel.
And now I'll shut up.
Well, now you can recognize me to speak, hopefully.
I don't recognize you. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Chairman, I just want to speak very briefly. I have two amendments to this ordinance. I'm not going to put them forward until the end of the debate, depending on how the debate goes. If it goes how I think it's going to go, I won't offer them. The first would reduce this tax by the amount of any future sales tax, because I think it could get punitive if a sales tax gets passed. The other amendment would have moved this to the 2019 ballot, and I won't be supporting this ordinance on this ballot. and for two main reasons. The first is, as everyone here sat through, we have a very large issue on the ballot this year, the sale of ML&P, and it is sufficiently massive and consequential for this city that I want to reduce other issues that are on the ballot that could cloud the issue. I think that our city needs to seriously debate that issue. Now, there happens to be another really important issue, Prop 1, that's also on the ballot, but we have no control over that. But for that reason, I don't think this particular ballot is an appropriate place for this ordinance, or this initiative, rather. The second point is, I want to identify with some of the comments made by the second member from CHAR, who I apologize, I don't remember your name in the red sweater, but this is not just an alcohol issue, and we all know it. This is a mental health issue. This is an opioid issue. We have a lot of dual diagnosis. We have a lot of complicated problems. And I think if we take more time and perhaps get to 2019 or 2020, we can come up with a more comprehensive solution. I hope that the alcohol industry steps up and helps us on that, that the things they have said tonight about helping us on that isn't just empty rhetoric to get us not to vote for this. I wasn't going to vote for this probably anyway, but I'm glad that you've offered to help us. So please do so, because we all know we have incredible problems in this state with mental health problems and substance abuse. And we are, all of us up here, looking for solutions, and we're hoping that you can help us find those solutions. But I will not be supporting this particular ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I loved your analysis with the Wizard of Oz. I think that was a cute analysis. But I'll play on that for a minute, because I agree with you. When we talk about the Wizard of Oz, we talk about brains, courage, and heart. And I think every one of these business owners that are sitting out here have a heart for Anchorage. They employ people just like you and I, just like your children, just like my neighbors. And they have a heart for those people, and they don't want to see their businesses suffer, because ultimately it means they're going to end up cutting employees. And so I do believe they have a heart for Anchorage. And I think they have a heart for Anchorage's people. When it comes to brains, I completely agree with you. We need to utilize brains when we talk about economic policy. And it doesn't take too much brains to figure out that you don't tax the hell out of somebody during an economic recession. Now, I realize some people have never seen a tax they don't like. I'm not one of them. I'm one of those that generally never sees a tax that I do like. So we are equally represented, I think, on the spectrum of how we view taxation. There are things I don't like about this ordinance. As I've said before, it's the same reason I voted against the marijuana ordinance, frankly, for taxation. It's because I don't like intentionally going around the 60% threshold in the charter, the spirit of why it was there, not to institute a new tax unless 60% of the voters of Anchorage say yes. I think it was put in the charter for a reason, and it has never been removed from the charter. So I have a real challenge when I see these legalese maneuvers to get around the spirit of the charter. And for me, it doesn't take courage to make the vote against this ordinance. And I'll tell you why. Because it takes courage for me to show up here every 2 weeks and know I'm going to be seriously outvoted. But the courage part is not just showing up. The courage is standing for the convictions of my residents. The ones that sent me here that said, we pay too much, we're taxed too much, and the services we receive aren't equitable. So for me, though, some might say it's an exercise in futility, I think the courage is coming and being able to have this conversation and hoping sometimes I can sway you to be empathetic to residents who maybe are living on the cusp. Maybe living on the cusp. A lot of people will look at alcohol and say, well, it's a luxury. True. For many it is. But I think about, the 28-year-old young family that want to go to Red Robin, and maybe mom or dad wants to have a beer, and they're looking and they say, I really can't afford it because look at all this extra cost. And it's a luxury, I get it. But I'm not into sin taxes either. It's a reason I don't like smoking. I think it's, frankly gross, but I think we tax that way too much, because what we're trying to do as a government body is we're trying to change public behavior through taxation. And I fundamentally don't agree with that. When it comes to some of these, the discussion of introducing a new tax, again, a new tax, when we start introducing taxes outside the tax cap, again, I think we've done too much. And I think in this economic time, it's not just about taxing alcohol. And yes, we all recognize we have troubles with many different drugs and alcohol, mental health issues, all of that. But I'm looking at the mom who maybe is a waitress at one of these restaurants, and I'm thinking, if it puts the brewery out of business, who's going to lose their job? What kids aren't going to get Christmas presents because mom can't afford it? Who's not going to be able to afford their kids' braces? Those are the kinds of things I think of. So for me, you're right. It doesn't take courage to vote no on this, but it does take brains. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think, like Mr. Dunbar, I will hold off on introducing my amendment until the end of the debate, if I feel it's needed. But just to quickly comment on the overall package. For years we have heard the desperate plea of our constituents to do something about the rampant uptick in alcohol and drug addiction. We've tried working with the state to see if they'll use the money from their alcohol tax for treatment with little success. We've maximized, I believe, the current resources for treatment. But the need is still great. So what do? Do we do nothing? Do we wait and hope that the state is going to save us? I don't think so. Now, I've heard a lot of philosophical concerns, and I think rightly so, about placing this burden on one industry. Is it fair? And I think inherently the answer is no, it is not fair. But regardless of that philosophical quandary, I will be voting for this proposal with reservation. If it does not pass this body, I truly hope that the industry will work in full faith with our body to come up with a reasonable proposal that can go to the voters in the near future. There has been a lot of rhetoric coming from the industry that they're interested in being a part of the solution, they're interested in helping. Yet, as chair of the Assembly Committee on Homelessness, the almost last year now of running that committee, I believe I've seen one member of the industry attend that committee and show interest in what the municipality is doing to address homelessness. So I truly challenge this industry, if you are sincere about wanting to help solve this issue and being part of a broader coalition to help solve this issue, to come work with my committee, have sincere discussions, and see how we can move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Croft, sir.
Yeah, much of it has been said, so I'll be very brief. I do think what Dale from CHAR said, that they're not the only contributor to it, that there's a lot of mental health and other drug contribution as well as other issues, is right. I'm committed to working with the industry through CHAR and other sources through 2018 to see what we can do to address particularly the treatment issue that we haven't increased the treatment to fill the need. We've probably decreased it over the last couple of years. And if nothing's done, I'm afraid a year from now, this vote will look very different. So I really urge you to commit to that, and I believe you will. So I'd much prefer. Occasionally, we've talked about the model of the bed tax. The bed tax is where we worked with an industry to get an approach that saw benefits to and could live with, that funded the Denina and others. And that's much more the model I'd like to pursue rather than doing this to you. We'd like to do it with you. Thank you.
Mr. Wilton, sir.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think the goals of this tax were well stated by Mr. Trainee and Felix, and so I won't go through those because we do have big problems and we don't have the resources to solve them. But I will not be supporting this. I have some big hurdles, and one is the going from 60% to 50% to support it, and that's particularly a problem for this one because it's a fairly substantial tax that's over the tax cap, outside of the tax cap. And that is something that I know that people are very concerned about, and I'm concerned about. I'm also worried that where we can dedicate the money to certain uses here, that's important. But the list of dedicated uses here is very broad and almost feels like it could be for almost anything. And I'd like to see some, if we were to do this, much more specific. And I don't like choosing one industry for what is really a society problem, and that's been discussed pretty heavily here. We have the problems come from all directions. And also, I really understand, as Ms. Domboski pointed out, it may seem a 2% tax. I mean, how much is that really? Well, if your margin's 10%, you just took 20% of the profits, and profits are what feed and grow the business. You need those, and that's a big wallop. And when you talk 2 to 10%, that's a big hit. And I think we heard the math from the King Street Brewery, and it is a very significant tax were we to do this. Something may take courage, and I think what would take courage is a broader tax that would be for something very specific. And if we had a broad-based sales tax for expanding the Clitheroe Center or something like that, pay for a bond, and retired the tax when that bond was paid off, I think we'd have a lot more support. I could certainly get behind something like that, but this is just too broad. Small segment of the population hit for a very broad, small segment of the business community hit with a very broad, for a very broad problem. So I can't support this, but I appreciate it being brought forward. I mean, we have very serious problems, and we need to figure out some other way to get the bucks to solve it. Thanks.
Thank you,
Mr. Training.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I heard the same thing with the industry in 2003. Don't worry, we're going to work with you. That was in 2003. Did they work with us? No. They're saying this tonight. Will they work with us in 2019? No. I find it odd that they don't want to be taxed at the state level or the city level, but they're taxed at the state level. Yet marijuana is taxed at both. They're both drugs. But we've decided we'll tax them at the state level marijuana, we'll tax them at the city level marijuana. So why should alcohol be free of the city taxation? They're both drugs. So if you tax one at the state and city level, you should tax the other one at the city level also. And like I said, I've heard them before, we're going to work with you, and they don't. They run away once they're secure, they've got their votes to stop this from happening. So in 2019, don't look for them here because they will not be here to address this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have an amendment to propose, but I'm not sure if I should just wait on that. I'm assuming also Mr. Constant is no longer a co-sponsor on it since he's not a part of this discussion. I was originally going to ask the body to consider postponing this until August, to take it up, because I need some more information about the economic impact, and there is more conversation that needs to happen on this. I did want to say that we're all clearly in agreement that we have a drug and alcohol problem. We're not getting the help from the state. We can't rely on that. We have to take care of our own community. And this is, a conversation that we definitely need to have. I have to say, the way that it started, I think, is what caused some of the problems and some of the distrust, because some of the advertisements weren't conducive to coming up with a solution. I appreciate that the industry pulled some of those advertisements, but I think it was very disrespectful to Mr. Trainee in particular, and that's made some of us, we want a good faith effort here, and that part has been hard. So that said, I'm not really sure where this leaves us. I know, Mr. Dunbar, you had said you were going to hold on your amendments.
Mr. Dunbar?
Well, cards on the table, I'm sort of vote counting as people were describing what they are going to do. And because it's a charter amendment, he needs 8 votes, and I don't think he has 8 votes, so I'm not going to put forward my amendments because it's 11:15. And I think we can probably end this here unless you decide you want to postpone this till August. As you said, you could, which would be a separate motion, not an amendment.
No, I think I won't put that forward. Thank you.
By the way, I understand there is an opiate tax coming to the state of Alaska, but it's going to go in the general fund. To be expected. It's not coming to the cities, which are impacted by the opiates. The state intends to keep the money there and try and help the cities as they can. It's working its way through the legislature now. So, let's see. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you,
Ma'am?
Mr. Chair. I was just going to comment on Ms. LaFrance's potential amendment to wait till August. Since she's not offering it, I will withhold comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're out of comments. What's the wish of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely. Or we could just vote no. Let's just vote no.
Let's just vote on it, okay? Let's simply vote on it, okay? Peterson, are you still online? Mr. Peterson? Are you still online?
Wow, that's dedication.
Pete, are you there?
This got to be 4 in the morning. Jeez. Pete, we're voting now on the alcohol ordinance. Please vote, vote first, sir. Sorry.
You can vote no.
Just, you know.
I mean, yes.
Easy, yes.
Okay. The vote was 3-7. That fails. So we're now down to.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Constant. 14E.
Mr. Constant, we're down to 14E. Mr. Constant, you know what 14E is?
Mr. Constant, 14E
Mr.
is...
Constant.
Thank you.
14E is Beans Cafe.
We've closed public testimony. We're now in debate.
Thanks. So, request to speak.
It's ending in 4 minutes automatically, so please hurry it up.
All right, well, I do support this ordinance, but I definitely need to have some comments on the record.
Got 3 minutes.
I'll be brief. I investigated the lease on which Beans and Brother Francis operate, the leases, I should say. Beans Cafe has generously received $1 lease, a land lease on which they have built that building and are providing those services. So, we now, as a municipality, find ourselves granting $1 lease and being demanded, if we want to use that land, $8,000 a month in return to use the land we're granting for $1. And so, one of the requirements of the lease is that land not be used in a nuisance fashion. But it's clear that there are many nuisances that are occurring at that site all the time. And so we're now sending police, we're sending fire, we're sending management down there. We're giving them the land for $1, and now we're spending $8,000 a month for them to provide the services that they're providing there. Now, the executive there, if you investigate the 990 forms to the IRS, has made about $7,000 or $8,000 raises for the last 2 or 3 years, and she's obviously earning it because she's convinced the municipality to grant them the land for $1 and then to pay them $8,000 a month for the use of their land. So I support this only because it's going to continue focusing and tackling the problem, but I do it grudgingly knowing that we're being taken advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote. Pete, you're first.
We have to...
What?
Yes.
Got him? Please vote.
We can't.
I'm going to do that thing that
Okay, go ahead and do what you're going to do. We've got to get the vote on there. Do a voice vote. We can go to sleep in a few minutes on this thing.
Okay, now try voting.
There. Did mine show up?
Yes.
Try it again. Okay, it's going to let me do it. I'll do a voice vote.
Voice vote.
Mr.
You can do a
Worrell.
voice vote.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Mr. Still. Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Trainee.
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar.
Yes.
Mr. Croft.
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Dombrowski?
No.
Mr. Dyson?
Yes.
What was the vote, ma'am?
For exactly.
9-1 was the vote. According to the clerk. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Let's adjourn. It's 11:30, we're done. What? There's no meeting on Thursday. So you saved a meeting on Thursday.
Maybe.
Except those of us have Airport Heights Community Council. They're meeting at 6:30 on Thursday.
No, I'll just say, if the admin comes back and says.
Those are